Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Genius Advisor. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Katsuki was quiet as his teachers tried to usher him and his other classmates away from the boy furiously writing and drawing in a notebook in the corner of the classroom. He wasn't even sitting in a chair. He was just on the ground hunched over his notebook and his colored pencils were flying across the page. He didn't understand why his best friend was keeping to himself in a corner, why he'd been keeping himself so quiet that day, or why their teachers were acting like his Izuku was sick. Was he sick? If he was sick, why didn't he just stay home with Auntie Inko? He didn't fully understand what was happening even when the teachers tried to explain it to them. They put the words in an easy-to-understand way, but that didn't leave him any less confused on why they were acting the way they were. Let's leave Midoriya alone, you guys. We've got to be extra careful around him. He's quirkless, and the way Miss Akira said the word quirkless made him mad. She said it like something was wrong with his best friend. Sure, it was weird to not have a quirk, but that didn't mean it was wrong, did it? Katsuki wanted to hear it from Izuku though, so he walked over to his green best friend and got a glimpse of his notebook. Is it true? You're quirkless? He only got a nod in return, so he stepped a bit closer and finally caught a few words of what was written across the top of the page. Hero costume in big black letters was all he could read from where he stood. You're quirkless and still want to be a hero? He was genuinely confused. He'd never heard of or seen a quirkless pro hero before. Would Izuku be the one? Suddenly Izuku spun around with a bright smile and shoved his notebook in the blonde's face. Katsuki puts his hand on the top of the book and lowers it out of his face so he could see his friend better. I want to be a support hero. Mama and I saw one on TV when we got home from the doctors yesterday. They were talking about how they help pro heroes with gear, suits, and weapons for when they fight villains. They're so cool, Kaken. They help so many pros and civilians. The way Izuku was smiling at him made him smile. That does sound cool, Izuku. But if you're not making a costume for yourself, who are you making one for? He pet his head to the side trying to figure it out before Izuku put his notebook into his hands and told him to look at it. Then he read the rest of the title he'd seen. Hero costume for Kaken was written across the top of the page and his name was in a fiery red. He glanced up at his friend to see him beaming at him with pride and determination. The 6-year-old in front of him had little notations on what they both knew about his quirk so far. They didn't know a whole lot, but they did know that when he sweat he could make it explode and he absolutely loved it. He wondered, and guess what? I think I figured out a way to make your explosions bigger. This is why he was Katsuki's best friend. Not only could he basically read his mind, but he knew exactly what the blonde liked. Bigger? Katsuki takes his friend by the hand and leads him back to his spot on the floor where all of his art supplies and other notebooks were at. You think we can make them bigger? Do you think I would be able to shoot off explosions like a gun? Katsuki was so enraptured with everything Izuku was saying. He knew that they'd have to work on a lot of things for a long time, but he had Izuku to help him, so he wasn't worried about it. Then I was thinking maybe if we put something here you could press a button or something and maybe shoot your explosion. I'm not sure, I've got to think on it. Izuku drew his lips to the side and scrunched his eyebrows together in deep concentration. They sat in silence for several minutes as Izuku scribbles down a few more notes and, "Hey Izuku." The blonde waited for some kind of answer from his friend and finally got one in the form of a distracted hum. "Wanna come over to my house today, Izuku? We can ask my mom and Auntie Inko when they come get us? I got this awesome Crimson Riot coloring book and I made Dad get you one too so we can color together." Katsuki's voice made the boy in front of him startle, but he settles quickly and becomes excited. "You mean it?" Izuku's eyes were sparkling and hopeful. "Why wouldn't I?" Katsuki was confused. Him and Izuku hung out all the time. This certainly wouldn't be the first or last time they'd play or color together at his house. Izuku's eyes dull and dim a bit and Katsuki scrunches his eyebrows. Did he say something wrong? "It's just, Mom told me my friends might not want to hang out anymore. She told me people might not want to be friends with me anymore because I don't have a quirk. Mom told me it's not my fault, but you might try to be more careful around me." He's got red cheeks and a wobbly voice and Katsuki doesn't like it. He clicks his teeth and shoves Izuku's shoulder lightly. Look, not gonna lie. You not having a quirk is weird. He shrugs his shoulders and sees his friend's shoulders drop a bit more. But that doesn't mean you're not my best friend. He rolls his eyes at the thought. You not having a quirk is the least weird thing about you. You're weird, but it's a good weird. Does that make sense? Katsuki didn't know if he was making any sense or not, but it seemed to cheer up the boy in front of him, so he was just going to go with it. You mean that? Izuku was teary-eyed with that question again, so Katsuki rolled his eyes at him once more to even things out. You know I don't say things I don't mean, Deku. A light shove to Izuku's arm, and the boy was back to giggling brightly and shining like the sun. I know. I just wanted to make sure. Katsuki shook his head and then picked up one of Izuku's other notebooks that was scattered on the ground. So did you start any costumes for anyone else, or just for me? Katsuki starts to flip through the notebook till it's taken out of his hands. He looks up to yell at Deku for just snatching the book from his hands, but the words die on his tongue when he sees how excited his freckled friend was to look through the notebook for something specific. I started drawing out and writing down ideas for upgrades on a few different hero costumes and ones that would work for whoever wanted it. There was this one thing I came up with last night that's supposed to help brace All Might's wrists for when he does his smashes. I can't remember if it's in this one or my other one or if I left it at home, but I know you would love it and might want to add it onto your costume too, because that was about how much the blonde could make out before his friend started to talk too fast for him to understand. Katsuki just watched his friend in interest for almost the rest of the school day. No one came to bother them, but he could hear other kids whispering about Izuku and later him when he didn't leave the boy's side. He would have yelled at them to stop, but Izuku asked him not to. He didn't want to upset his friend any more than he already was for the day, so he just kept himself in his seat on the floor. He knew that the other kids in class were going to try to be mean to the both of them because of Izuku being quirkless. They weren't really quiet with their whispers, but he refused to stop being friend with the little green boy because of it. Izuku was his best friend in the whole world, and just because he was different than all the other kids didn't mean he was going to stop being his friend. In fact, it just made him even more special. Which was cool. Because that meant Katsuki was cooler just by association, whatever that word was. He was proud to be Izuku's friend and everyone else could just kiss his butt. The shriek that left him hurt his throat as he ran as fast as his short legs could carry him. He had to get away. He had to. There was no other option. I'm gonna have to get you, Deku. Just give up already. The spiky-haired blonde was gaining on him. He had to go faster. Katsuki was just 4 steps behind him. 2 steps. He could feel the boy's hand at the collar of his school uniform, could feel just how close he was to being caught. He tried in vain to pick up his pace when the blonde launched himself forward. He was tackled to the grassy ground and then flipped over to have his hands pinned above his head. Izuku struggled against the hold, cheeks red and breath coming out in short breaths. I told you. Kaken had a wicked smirk on his face and chill ran down his spine with what he knew was about to come. His forest green eyes were blown wide in fear as he silently begged for mercy before the blonde launched his attack. Begging will get you nowhere. I told you what would happen if I caught you. The dark look in Katsuki's eyes had Izuku's blood freeze. One of the large explosive hands that was wrapped around his wrist transferred the appendage so he could hold both in one hand. Izuku fought even harder than before, even though he knew it was a lost cause. Try as hard as you can. It's fun to see you struggle. Katsuki pet his head to the side and let out a chuckle. Izuku tried everything from bucking his hips to try to throw the blonde off of him to trying to flip himself back over to try to crawl out from under said blonde. Nothing worked. He finally gave up and tried to even out his breathing for what was next. Oh, you're done? Thought you'd have more fight in you. A single shoulder shrug and then he was back in Izuku's freckled face. Decided to just accept your fate? He doesn't answer, just narrows his eyes and scrunched his nose at the boy above him that has him pinned. Staying silent still, huh? That's fine. You won't be for long. Another smirk with all of the boy's teeth on display, and then he attacked with a blur of his hands and Izuku let out a whimper trying to keep from screaming out. Katsuki was relentless in his onslaught of attack towards his sides. Fingers moving in a blur against his ribs and moved up to under his arms. He hated that Kaken knew his biggest and most ticklish points on his body. He used to knowledge to his advantage every chance he got. Then again Izuku did the same thing with him. Izuku knew the one single spot on his best friend's body that was vulnerable and ticklish. All he needed to do was get a hand free and he'd be able to make his move to win the bet they had going on. All Izuku had to do was make it a full 5 hours without saying anything or crying and he'd win. He'd be able to ask anything of Kaken for a whole month and the blonde wouldn't be able to say no to him. Which wasn't much of a prize because the blonde already did almost everything Izuku has asked of him since the day they met, but the freckled boy had something to prove. Had to prove to his friend that he was capable of being silent and not allowing his emotions get the best of him for a stretch of time. So he wiggled, pulled against the hold on his wrists and bit the inside of his cheek till he drew blood. Kaken didn't let up a single second to allow him to calm down or catch his breath. He was gonna break. He was going to let out a loud laugh and lose. He was going to let the tears gathering in the corners of his eyes fall. To be fully honest, he might pee his shorts. Kaken was both sitting on his bladder and making and tickling him so much and roughly that his stomach was contracting painfully over the organ. It was all entirely too much. He should have known better than to allow Kaken to up the time that was set. Cure his competitive streak and Kaken for knowing he'd take the bait. He was just about to burst and break when the front down to Kaken's house flung open and there was a sudden relief wash over him. Then there was confusion. His arms were free. There was no more weight on top of him. He blinked his eyes open and saw that Katsuki was indeed no longer above or even next him. Then he heard a screech and his head whipped to the right and he saw a second spiky-haired blonde on top of the one that was previously above him. He smiled largely and sat up to watch as his Aunt Mitsuki held down her one and only son and tickled him relentlessly at the throat. "Udaman cheater! Izuku only had 2 minutes left. How dare you play so dirty against my future son-in-law?" There's a piercing laugh that rings out at the sight of both Izuku and Katsuki's faces turning a deep red. Although Kaken's was probably from laughing so hard plus the not too surprising words from his mom. It was common for both of their mothers to comment on the two getting married one day. Katsuki was convinced that their parents had a binder and Pinterest page dedicated to the event, but Izuku wasn't sure if the two would take the joke that far. Katsuki and Izuku have been very close best friends since they were born. Since they grew up together, their parents started to joke that they would get married to each other a few years back, and when they saw that they'd finally found something that flustered the both of them, they latched onto it. But it was just a joke, so no biggie. "Suki, don't go antagonizing the boys now. We all know that." His uncle Masaru paused to look down at his wristwatch, probably making sure he wasn't letting anything burn in the oven while outside. "These two are just best friends. If they get together one day, then that'll be amazing. Izuku is already like a second son to us, and we know Inko sees." He glances back down his watch and then lets a sly smirk take over his features and turns to Izuku. "Time's up. You won." Izuku sits there stunned that his extra parents really went out of their way to help him win his little bet with their son, so much so that tears spring to his eyes in appreciation for the consideration and love shown to him. Meanwhile, he can hear his aunt cackling up a storm and Kaken groaning in defeat. There's a soft ruffle of the grass and he knows that Katsuki shoved his mom off of him. "What's wrong? Why are you crying? Did you get one of those little stickers stuck in your hand? Aizu, tell me what's wrong so I can help make it better." Kaken came running over to him when he had his sniffles and almost non-existent whimper from trying to hold back his tears. He dropped to his knees and was doing a thorough check over everything he could get his hands on of Izuku's limbs. He took his freckled cheeks into his large hands and gave him a little squeeze while tilting his head up to ask him, "What's wrong, Deku? I don't see blood or cuts or bruises outside of the normal." Kaken searched his eyes for a clue to what has his best friend in tears. "It's just dash." A freckled hand comes up to wipe away at some tears that wet his cheeks. "They love me so much. I'm just so grateful." Tears started to drench his face and he flung himself into Katsuki's chest and sobbed his little heart out. Katsuki was knocked back and wrapped his arms around the sobbing boy's waist to make sure he didn't get himself hurt. "Oh, you emotional, freckled little gremlin." Katsuki's words were dripping with adoration and affection. "Of course. They love you. How could they not? Have you met yourself? Yeah, you're weird as F dash, but you're also pretty demon cool, Izu. Katsuki has to roll his eyes at the loud sob that's let loose into his chest, but the fond smile on his makes it knows that nothing that's happening at the moment irritated him in the slightest. You guys are just so nice to me. The watery cry had all three Bakugas cooing at the small green child. Fucking nerd. The chuckle Katsuki made had Izuku bounce on his chest, and the boy flailed a little before settling once more. Alright, come on, we can probably get a bit more training in before Dad finishes dinner. At the mention of getting back to training like they were before, Katsuki decided to launch his assault of tickles. Izu's head snaps up and a smile is plastered across his face. There's my best friend. Mitsuki and Masaru watched on from the entrance of their front door as the two sprung up to get in their respective stances to start sparring with each other. Tomorrow was the day the two would head in for the entrance exams for UA. Katsuki was going specially for the hero course while, after a bit of encouragement and push from his tall blonde friend, Izuku was going for both support studies and the hero course. If Izuku made it into the hero course, then he'd be the very first quirkless hero in training in history. The Bakugas and Midoriyas were keep their fingers crossed and hopes high. When the two boys were younger and had found out that shorter of the two was quirkless, it was rough. Izuku would get picked on and bullied any and every time he was seen without his blonde counterpart. Unfortunately, the boys were split into separate classes as their schooling progressed, so there were more than many opportunities for the smaller of the two to be bullied. It enraged Katsuki, so he decided to take matters into his own hands and teach Izuku on how to defend himself. There were so many scrapes, bruises, cuts and black eyes, but it was worth it in the end. All Izuku had to do was stand up, flip and then choke out his biggest bully, and no one went after him any longer. He showed everyone that just because he was quirkless didn't mean they could treat him as less than them. He was a living, breathing, feeling human being and deserved to be treated as such. Katsuki was so proud when Izuku showed him the suspension slip. A few tears he would never admit to slipped over his cheeks when Izuku told him exactly what happened and what he did about it. Katsuki's little friend was now years later built like a brick house and agile. He's so quiet on his feet while Katsuki is loud. Katsuki is more of a mid-range to long-distance attacker while Izuku is more close-range. Izuku let people think he was weak and just an emotional mess, then flipped into something deadly, while Katsuki was just flat-out loud and in your face about being able to knock you on your butt. They complemented each other. Whenever the two sparred with each other, Katsuki had to put 300% effort into trying to bring his friend down because Izuku refused to quit without landing at least 10 hits on him. They weren't delicate hits either. Katsuki taught him to never back down, and the boy took it to heart. Izuku was relentless and merciless when he wanted to be. Kaken was so proud. Katsuki honestly doesn't know where he would be without Izuku. The boy had taught him just as much as Katsuki taught him. Izu taught him how to manage his anger and be open with himself towards the people he cared about. Taught him that it was all right to be himself but to not overwhelm people with all of him on first meetings. Katsuki was so grateful to have Izuku in his life and is proud to call him his best friend. Even as he's being flipped and pinned on his back by him as he lunged at Izuku's middle trying to throw him off balance. Should have known better. Why do you always go for my waist? You know you can't get the upper hand from there. There was amusement in his voice, and it had Katsuki's face definitely not turning red. Because the day that I can is the day I'll be able to actually win against you. Just because I know your legs are the way to get you down doesn't mean that's where I have to go. You're my biggest rival, Izu. I need to get you where it isn't easy, nerd. He says it like it's obvious and blushes harder at the chuckle that leaves the boy hovering over him. Izuku shakes his head, gets off the blonde and then offers a hand to pull him up, which is taken gratefully. Whatever you say, Suki. Katsuki just huffs at him, which has the other laughing loudly. Alright, you little sheets. Dinner's done. Go wash up and get to the table. Katsuki's mom was in the front doorway once more and shouting out to the boys on the front lawn. She patted Katsuki on the head as he pushed his way inside and booped Izuku on his nose as he politely passed by her. The groan and blush from either of them gave her such joy. She loved messing with the duo. After dinner was eaten and dishes cleaned up, showers taken and teeth brushed, rather violently on Katsuki's end, Everyone found themselves in their respective beds in the now quiet home. Izuku was over at the Bakuga's home so often that he was given a bed of his own a few years back that was set up in Kaken's rather large bedroom. He had a small collection of clothes stashed away in the blonde's closet that steadily grew over the years and more than several personal items scattered around the boy's room. It was a testament to show that Izuku really had two homes. Katsuki had much of the same setup at Izuku's house in return. The only thing that differed was Katsuki just shared Izuku's bed when he slept over because the boy had a much smaller home and bedroom. Katsuki didn't care about the difference and just loved that he was given such love and care at the Midoriya's home. He loved sleeping over there because it was always much more quiet in his second home with his second family. Are you worried about tomorrow? Izuku's voice drifted across room quietly and gently pulled Katsuki from his inner musings. He turns onto his back from facing the wall next to his bed and speaks upward to the ceiling, eyes closed and peaceful. He his teeth and answered with unwavering confidence. Of course not. We're both making it into UA. No doubt about it. We're going to be in the hero course together and take over the whole DMN school. They won't know what to do with us, honestly. He expects a laugh or even an amused huff, but he only gets silence in return. That's not worrisome at all. Katsuki turns once more so he's laying on his side facing Izuku's bed and props his head up on his hand against his pillow. What's wrong? You're never this quiet outside of a bet. It's dark in the room but he can vaguely see and absolutely hear Izuku turning on his side to face him. A quiet sigh is given before his answer and Katsuki knows this is something that's been weighing on his friend's mind heavily. What if I do good enough to get in but I'm not accepted because I'm quirkless? I know they just lifted the requirement and all but still. What if that was just for show and they won't actually let someone who's quirkless into the school? What if there's nothing different than all the other high schools we looked into? The heartbreak in Izuku's voice gives a violent squeeze to Katsuki's heart and he's angry. Angry at the world for making his best friend question himself and his abilities to become the person he wants to be. Angry at the high schools he and Izuku looked into as backups if they weren't accepted into UA for setting Izuku up to think that he wouldn't be accepted under any reason because he's quirkless. He's beyond livid at the prejudices set against quirkless people. It was disgusting. Most of all though he was angry at himself for not seeing his friend's turmoil and allowing these thoughts fester in Izuku's head. He wasn't being the best friend Izuku deserved and that hurt him more than anything. If they decide that they won't accept you just because you're quirkless then we'll find a better school. One not filled with elitist assholes. Maybe we'd find a good school in America? Have you seen some of the heroes that come out of that school backed by Iron Man? A&G Amazing Zoo, we'd fit right in with our badassery. Canada I've heard has some good programs. Russia also has a DMN good one. The heroes that come out of those schools are F&G terrifying though. It's like they train their kids while they're still in the womb. Katsuki doesn't realize that he's started to mumble like Izuku. He's picked up a few habits from his friend over the years, until he's suddenly surrounded by a pair of warm arms and hot tears are wetting the front of his shirt. His response is automatic as one arm goes around the boy's waist and his other hand goes to smooth down the hair that was now in his face. You don't have to give up your dream of going to UA if I don't get in. I know how much you want to be like All Might and the first step is to go to his alma mater and learn the curriculum he did. You do amazing there and there's no way you're not getting in. The crying is soft but his words are filled with sincerity, disbelief and confidence. Izuku is acting like he wouldn't follow the boy wherever he went. Dumb but if UA was to go against what they said about allowing quirkless people into the school for any type of reason other than they're not capable of being a hero then I don't want to go there. Why would I ever follow a school whose ideals go against my best friend's very being? Izuku looked at him in the eyes to make sure he was telling the truth and Katsuki shrugged his shoulders like it was no big deal, but it was everything to Izuku. Kaken really was the best friend he could ever ask for. Katsuki closed his eyes and threw his head back with what he was about to admit. I hate to say it but Izuku you have more potential to become a hero than I do in my pinky toe. You have so much potential and are so much more than capable to become one of the great heroes we looked up to as kids. I really truly believe that you will become the first ever quirkless pro hero the world's seen. Why would I not follow a walking future legend? Do I really come off as that much of an idiot? The blonde scrunched his eyebrows and drew his face up in confusion and mock hurt. That finally did get a laugh out of Izuku, and the vice around Katsuki's heart loosened a bit and he was able to breathe more easily. Yes, even with the essential house laying on top of him. He was just relieved to know his friend was in a better place mentally and emotionally after his little speech. He's happy that he's able to be his full self around at least one person in this world. Only Izuku knows his smile or laugh or weird, goofy side, and that's how he wants to keep it. Everyone else can kiss his butt. I mean, with how your grades were with English class. Izuku trailed off on his last word with his eyes wide with mock surprise and concern. It's a good thing I stepped in before they dropped too low. Katsuki scoffs and shoves Izuku of him and onto the floor next to him. The shriek and laughter that followed had Katsuki laughing as well. Katsuki launched his pillow at Izuku's sudden pout that took over his face and stuck his tongue out at the incredulous look that came across Zu's face. Shut the F up. Go to sleep, you heathens. Mitsuki's voice rang out from down the hall, and the two boys sobered up quick, trying to listen out for the woman's footsteps. None came, and they both let out quiet huffs of relief. Getting in between Mitsuki Bakugo and sleep was suicide. Get the F up here and let's go to sleep before Mom comes in here and puts us in an eternal sleep in the forever box. Katsuki was quick to hiss at the forest green eyes boy sprawled out on the floor next to his bed. Izuku rolled his eyes with an amused smile on his face at how the blonde described being killed and put in a coffin. You dork. Izuku mutters under his breath as he climbs on the bed, shoving Katsuki over to the side of the bed that was pressed up against the wall. It was Katsuki and Izuku's preferred way of sleeping next to each other, due to Katsuki having the tendency to roll out of the bed if he's not up against a wall or have something to stop him from going over the side. They've had to move the boys' side table over to the middle of the room, under the window, so that he wouldn't hit his head on the corner like he'd done once when they were younger. He'd had a small rail wedged under his mattress that kept him from rolling over when they were younger as well, for when Izuku wasn't sleeping over to catch the boy and he couldn't control how far he subconsciously rolled. It was something that Izuku teased the boy about over the years, but they both knew Izuku was worried that Katsuki would hurt himself one day. The F you say to me? Katsuki quietly snarled out, and Izuku looked him dead in the eyes and sounded out his next words clearly so there was no misinterpretation. Now go to sleep, Kaken. We've got sheet to do in the morning. A gasp rang through the room and Izuku shoved Katsuki's shoulder. Shut up. What do you expect when I'm in this house so often and for more years than we care to count? Katsuki rolled over on his side with a grunt. I didn't say anything. It sounded like a whine, but neither of them would ever comment on it. Izuku may be the more emotional one of the two, but Katsuki was definitely more whiny. It was adorable sometimes. Naiku. A tired yawn was let out and Izuku knew that his friend was already asleep a few seconds after he'd said it. He was always jealous at how easy it was for Katsuki go to sleep. Sweet dreams, Kat. It took Izuku around 20 minutes to finally get to sleep, but thankfully he'd finally found sleep. Tomorrow they had a lot to prove that would determine their future in this world. They had decisions to make, both hard and relatively easy ones that were no-brainers. Tomorrow was the start towards their dreams of being heroes and helping the world to be a better place. What in the F were these tests? If this was the written test, he worries for Izuku's safety in the physical exams. How in the F was he supposed to answer some of these without experience with fighting a villain firsthand and not get in trouble for using his quirk on someone without it being illegal? Even if you used your quirk in self-defense, you'd have charges slapped on your record if you're old enough. Which he was, so he was absolutely was, which is why he and Izu trained an absurd amount of hours on their personal strength. For Izu that's all he had, and for Katsuki it was something he needed to prove to both himself and Izuku that he didn't need to rely on a quirk to be a hero. Katsuki looks at question number 10 in confusion, which he knows for a fact has his face pinched up in frustration. He takes a second to relax his shoulders, unclench his jaw and breathe deeply to make himself take a second to allow his brain a moment of peace before he went back to the question. Just out of curiosity of how everyone else was taking the questions on the test, he looked up from his paper and glanced around him to take in all the people's facial expressions for the so-called test they were taking. Almost every single face he had in his sights looked pained. So he wasn't the only one struggling, it seemed, which gave him a slight comfort. Then a shiver of fear wrung through him when he thought of his best friend that sat right next to him. He knew that Izuku was a bit of a genius and took all his notes on heroes, but he had to be struggling with most of these questions. Almost all of the questions were targeted towards quirk usage and villains, and what you would do and how you'd use your quirk in a situation. It set his best friend at a disadvantage being quirkless. It wasn't fair, but he knew both he and Izuku knew that life wasn't fair, so Izuku would never complain about it. When he looks at Izuku though, he's already got his test flipped over to the blank page at the back and he had a bored expression on his face. He looked genuinely bored and it threw Katsuki for a loop. Izuku had his chin propped up on his palm, elbow resting next to his test and eyes glossily spaced out with having nothing in particular to watch. Katsuki glanced up at the clock at the front of the giant classroom and saw that they had 38 minutes left to complete their tests and they weren't even expected to finish the entire thing. They were told that there were 100 questions on the test, all ranging from true or false questions, multiple choice, short written answers and 4 partial essays they had to write, and they were given 2 hours to complete as much as they could. The first 15 questions were all giveaways and entirely too easy to get wrong unless you purposely missed them, but from then on each question just got harder than the previous ones. How in the holy hell was Izuku not only done already and had the audacity to look bored? Did he really finish the test, or did he realize that the questions were biased to people with quirk and give up? Giving up doesn't sound like his Izu, since the boy never does anything half-butted, but he doesn't see how his best friend would be able to not only finish the test but be confident in his answers enough to be able to stop working on it with more than half an hour left of the test PRD. It didn't seem logical to Katsuki, but he had all his belief in the boy next to him and trusted that Izuku knew what he was doing. Katsuki had a test to finish though and couldn't spend any more time worrying about how his best friend was doing on this seemingly impossible test he's got in front of him. Another deep breath and he goes back to question number 79 that's asking him how he would go about using his quirk or otherwise to save a pedestrian dangling from broken off debris approximately 35 feet off the ground with backup calling in to be 15 minutes out. Gonna be a colorful but save if I could pull off in time what the F I'm about to write down, was the last thing the blonde had going through his head before he started to try to power through as many questions as he could before time was up. What the F was that test? And why the hell were you just staring off into space the last 40 minutes? If you gave up halfway, I swear dash. Give up? You think so highly of me? The eye roll that Izuku gave Kaken gave him a slight headache at how far he had them go back. No, I didn't give up, I just finished early and had nothing better to do than think about what we could be doing for the physicals. Do you really think the robots are going to be that big? Do you think the ground bases are all going to be set up the same way? Are they just going to judge us on how many robots we can take down? That's only like a quarter of what it means to be a hero. Like, are they going to put people in our way that we have to rescue on the way to and around the robots and get them to safety, or make us choose between rescue and taking down the villain, because that would make it both more challenging and put us in a more realistic scenario than just fighting against a villain dash. Deku, we'll see when we get there. You need to chill. You don't need to work yourself into a mumbling tizzy right now. These exams are against you, so you need a calm level head. Take a breath. Kaken's hands came down on his shoulders and gave a small squeeze. He did what he always did when he got into a mumbling tizzy, as they called it, at times where he really couldn't afford it. He dropped his shoulders from their tense position, let his jaw go slack, and started to shake his limbs loose while bouncing up and down and taking deep breaths. There you go. You've got this. We've got this. We're going to get in. We're going to be heroes. You're going to be the first quirkless pro hero in the world. There's nothing to worry about. Just do what you do every single day. Do what you think is right. And for the love of Kami, please be careful. No broken fingers or toes. They both laugh by the end, but Izuku is touched that Kaken has so much faith in him. He really thinks Izuku can make history. Izuku gave the blonde a watery but bright smile that showed off his chipped front tooth and crooked bottom teeth. The Bakugas and his mom were the only ones that he felt comfortable enough to fully smile in front of. He hated his smile. No promises, but I'll try. Izuku throws his head back at the faux exhausted look his best friend gives him. I guess that's better than nothing. Come on, let's kick this physical butt. Katsuki is turning Izuku by the shoulders and starts to guide him towards bus number 7 that was heading to Site B. Katsuki was being sent to Site D, which was paired with bus number 12, which was more than a few rows down and had lines filled with entirely too many students. How in the heck were they going to beat out all of these other applicants? Especially him, little quirkless Izuku. Deep breath. Chill out. But I've got this. You've got this. We've got this. Izuku nods his head and turns to Kaken. We've got this. One more big smile and a quick hug before Izuku is pushing Katsuki to the right of his line towards his own bus. We've got this, Kat. There's my Izuku. All right. Meet back at the front entrance, right? The blonde waits for a confirmation and gives a smirk when he gets one. Kick their butts, Zuku. A wink and then he's turned around running off towards his bus. Izuku takes the 3 steps to get in line to get on his designated bus and he can feel himself slip into a calm mentality. Like just before he starts a spar with Kaken or when a bully tries to pick on him. He lets a calm wash over him so that he can be more mentally prepared to take on whatever was about to happen. He's going to try to keep his word to Katsuki and not try to break any of his phalanges, but to do that he needs a cool and level head. He's finally able to step onto the bus and take his seat 2 rows from the front of the bus since he's one of the last few people to get on. He sat next to a girl that barely gave him a second glance, so he decided to just watch as other kids got onto the bus next to the one he was in. The ride to Site B was a relatively short one. Everyone was ushered off the bus and told to stand in front of the giant metal gates that stood as the entrance to where they would be fighting giant robots. Oh, he hoped he didn't get. Excuse me. A firm tap was made on his and he followed the arm that was attached to the finger that made the taps. Oh, that was a tall boy? Can you be considered a boy at that height? He was taller than Kaken. Yes? Did you need something? Is there anything wrong? Anything I can help with? Izuku asked with concern coloring both his face and voice. He couldn't help it. He was a person that naturally wanted to help in any way he could, even if he didn't know who it was that needed help. Katsuki always told him that mentality was what made a hero, but Izuku just saw it as being a human with a moral strong compass and common decency. The tall blue-haired boy that was behind him, and now in front of him since he'd turned to face him to do a quick glance over him to see if any visible help was needed, blushed hard and gave a firm shake of his head. Oh, there is nothing I think you'd be of help with, other than thinking about dropping out of this exam. I was standing next to you when your friend gave you that public display of affection and overheard him say you were quirkless. This is an exam for people with quirks that are looking to become heroes. I also saw in the written exam that you stopped writing answers in your exam a full 46 minutes and 12 seconds before the allotted time frame we were given. If you cannot even complete the designated 100 questions dash, it was 155 questions for one, just so you know. Izuku needed to cut into the taller boy's rant before he lost himself to the bubbling anger under his skin. He needed to keep his calm, and this little rant the boy was going on was not helping him in the slightest. Excuse me, Bu-dash. Nope. You had your moment and used to try to belittle me and make me drop from an exam that I worked my butt off to get into. It's my turn to speak. Izuku raises an eyebrow at the boy and keeps his voice level and calm. He doesn't need to raise his voice to get his point across. He'd learned from years of being bullied by a range of people that yelling would get him nowhere. Talking normally got him nowhere most of the time, but he had a feeling that the boy in front of him wasn't really the fight with my fists to make you understand my point or words and would actually listen to at least half of what he had to say. The boy in front of him looked stunned with Izuku's calm but pointed words, and the shade of red on his face only deepened. His mouth was snapped shut, lips pressed into a fine line, arms were crossed, and a small stiff nod was given to Izuku. There was a small crowd of people around the two that made Izuku's nerves shoot up before he pushed them to the back of his mind and took in his surroundings mentally in case anything happened. Thank you. As I was saying, there was 155 questions on the written portion of the exam. We were set up to think that there would only be 100 questions, so we would manage our time rationally. The other 55 questions added to the last pages of the small test booklet were flipped over and put after a blank page, so we would be forced to look beyond what we're told to. Take in every exit, pedestrian, villain, hostile, hero, or otherwise if you will, before moving forward with our choices regarding a situation. You'd also have to either make a snap decision on an answer and chance it being wrong rather than spending too much time on one problem and let time run out if you were going to get through all the questions in the booklet. I doubt I got any answers wrong because the test was relatively easy, but the lesson still stands. Say for a hostage situation or maybe some other life or death situations that we will no doubt be faced with constantly if we were to go on to become heroes, you don't get a luxury of time. You have to make split decisions, and the exam was a sample of that. As for the quirklessness you overheard, Izuku took a deep breath and looked the boy in his navy blue eyes for the first time since he started his explanation. It was too calm and collected to be considered a rant. I absolutely 155% am indeed quirkless, and I refuse to drop out of this exam. I may not have a quirk to fall back on in a sticky situation, but that will not hold me back in my determination and persistence with becoming a hero. Now if you'll all excuse me, I do believe Present Mike is about to announce the start of the physical exam. There wasn't a single jaw in the small group that surrounded Izuku and the tall blue-haired boy that wasn't on the ground. That was a figure of speech, but this one person had their jaw on the actual ground. It looked like the girl had a quirk that allowed her to extend her limbs like a piece of gum or stretchy plastic. It was the girl that sat next to him on the bus and didn't give him a second look. She now wears a disgusted look with a blush on her face. Guess she couldn't figure out between being surprised at what he'd just done and disgusted that he was quirkless. All right, little listeners. The test is ready to begin, and you'll have until the siren sounds to destroy as many villain robots. Izuku started running as soon as the pro hero said the words begin and saw the clock on the large doors start to put time on the counter. They weren't going to give them a specified amount of time, which meant they were testing their reaction time and ability to put their assessment skills to the test. Oh, this test was going to be hell. Izuku saw that he was the only one that had started running but couldn't spend too much time dwelling on that fact. He had to slide underneath a 1-point robot as it swung an arm at him as a 2-point tried to slam its tail like appendage down on him. He rolled to the right and quickly ran up the tail that was lodged in the cement. He got close enough to the head of the robot to see that there was space in its neck area big enough for his fingers to curl under. He makes a spurred decision and does just that and brings the robot backwards, heaving his weight to make it fall off kilter and clatter to the ground in an awkward position because of its tail. Izuku flips himself around so his feet were on the robot's shoulders and kicked down as he pulled up with his hands to rip the robot's head off. Thankfully, the metal he'd curled his fingers around was smooth and there were no open and live wires to electrocute him. With one robot down, the 1-pointer finally turned around to make its second move and swung its arm once more to smash its companion's chest in hopes to catch the boy that decapitated the robot. Izuku had barely any time to react before the other robot was moving towards him once more, swinging its arms once more. So these two robots had basically the same attacks as one another and relied on their heavy limbs to take out their opponents. With that thought, Izuku had to time his next counterattack. 1, 2, 3 more sings, and Izuku was able to take hold of the robot's right arm as it swung to the left and jumped up, catching his footing on the robot's midsection plating that had slots in it just deep enough to give him traction. He brought the robot's arm over its shoulder and wedged it between where its neck and shoulder met. With one arm stuck and the other unable to reach him on its back, Izuku took the robot's head when it tried to smash it back in an attempt to hit him. He got his arm around under the chin of the robot and made sure he had a solid grip on the nose part of the robot's face and twisted as fast as he could to rip this robot's head off as well. The robot fell forward as it powered down, and Izuku picked off a small panel of the robot's armor to use for later if needed, then quickly pulled himself up off of the robot to start running once more to where he had other robots moving around. Their head are their weaknesses. Aim for 1 and 2's head. Be weary of 3. Weary of 3. Weary of, hell, how am I supposed to get to that head? Izuku's analysis and murmuring was cut short as he came face to face with a 3-point robot that looked more like a tank than anything else. What was this exam? Izuku took a quick inventory of the robot and saw that the head of this robot was more protected than the other two. Okay, to that was to either protect it because it was more vulnerable or make us think that the heads of these robots was all we had to take out to get points and have us waste time messing with this one's head. Izuku took a sharp turn and ran a street down to get behind the robot to see if it had any type of weaknesses he could exploit like the other two. There it is. Instead of going for this one's head, he went for the small panel on the back of the robot's nape. Izuku quickly ran up the robot's back to crouch behind the robot's head. This has got to do something to it. He took out the small panel he took from the previous robot and jammed it into the side of 3 to pop off its panel. There was a mess of wires that he had no idea where they lead and took a handful to yank out of place. The wires were too long to just rip out, so he started to work them back and forth against the edges of robot to cut them, since the lip of this panel wasn't smooth the underneath of the number 2 robot. 3 was much larger and seemed to be extremely slow but more lethal. This robot was designed with brute force and building destruction in mind. It also seemed to not have any sensors on its back, since it had yet to look back at him or try to attack him. He wonders if it could even turn its head that far back. Either way, it was a toss-up on if today was Izuku's lucky day or if he was just getting better at processing his surroundings like Kaken helped him learn to do, because the wires Izuku worked on cutting were finally cut through and had the robot powering down. Well, that's a major design flaw if I'd ever seen one. Unless they were giving us an easy out if we looked hard enough for one. Izuku shrugged his shoulders and slid off the back of the robot to take off once more. He had robots to destroy. 5 points weren't going to get him into UA. At least he knew all the point-bearing robots' weaknesses. Where in the hell was Izuku? He was supposed to meet me here after the exam. Everyone else was back already but Izuku's bus. Did something happen during the exams? Did something happen to the bus? Why were they running a half-hour late? Chill, cat. Maybe it's just traffic. Don't jump to conclusions. Especially conclusions you don't want to be happening. Just chill the dude. Katsuki has to talk himself down from freaking out and finally manages to get a hold of at least his initial responses to Izuku being late to anywhere. He always make it a point to be punctual, going so far as to be early most times. Izuku says that he does need people to paint a negative picture of him before they're told he's quirkless, and they paint an even worse one. If Izuku is late, then either something bad happened or he found another cat, and he has high doubts for the cat theory. Katsuki had already gotten changed out of his sweaty and filthy workout clothes he wore for the physical exam and was waiting on the steps of the written testing facility he and Izuku agreed to meet back up at. He had his gym bag sitting next to him with his elbows resting on his knees. He needed to distract himself, so he finally pulled his cell phone out of his bag and saw he'd missed 2 calls and had several unread messages. He saw that one of the missed calls was from his mom and the other was from his Aunt Inko. They both left voicemails telling him that they had all the faith in the world that both he and Izuku would pass the exams with flying colors and good luck on both exams. His mom's message was a bit more in-depth than his aunt's, which was expected, but she also asked him to keep an eye on Izuku as much as he could. She told him that they both knew he was strong-minded and could probably kick everyone's butts barehanded, but he had to keep in mind that people still treated quirkless people like they were less than human, less deserving to be given the same opportunities as those with quirks. She reminded him that just because he and his family, along with maybe 3 other people, accepted Izuku wholehearted didn't mean everyone else would. Even if people were on the path to be heroes, that didn't mean they treated everyone fairly. Biases run deep and it wore people down, no matter how strong they were. He didn't need the reminder because it was almost always on his mind. He watched all the disgusted looks be thrown at his best friend, while Izuku just ignored their existences. Izuku smiled in the face of adversity and says, "F you, you can't hurt me." Katsuki has always been proud of his friend for not letting those assholes get to him, but he worried sometimes if Izuku was just hiding away how he really feels to keep from him from worrying further. Izuku was always telling him he was fine, but there's a look in his eyes sometimes that's just tired. It seems like he was a bit too deep in thought over his mom's voicemail, because before he could move on to the text messages he got, Izuku's bus finally showed up. Katsuki looked around him and saw he was the only one outside anymore, or even at the facility it seemed. Izuku was one of the first people off the bus with a poker look placed firmly on his face. Then he caught Katsuki's eyes and smiled widely, bringing his fingers up to wiggle them back and forth while he started a jog over to him. "I was able to keep the promise of no broken bones, Kaken. And I'm very much in the clear for all these bruises and scrapes and whatever cause you didn't Katsuki launched himself into his friend's chest when he reached about 3 feet in front of the bottom step of the stairs, burying his face in Izuku's neck before he could finish his loophole on the minor injuries he got. I was worried something happened at your exam. You're the last bus to get back and y'all took so long that no one else is here anymore. There aren't any tears, but his voice is thick with concern. Katsuki tightened his arms around Izuku as if someone was going to yank him away, just before he pulls away himself to finish his explanation on the sudden break of his normal facade. I'm just glad you're back and have all your bones intact. The concern is working its way out of his mind and body as he does a visual check over Izuku and sees nothing worse than what he himself has. There's no deep cuts or limbs facing the wrong way, and there's barely any blood clinging to the boy's skin. You really took to heart the don't get hurt thing, huh? I'm so effing proud. Well, you can't be a hero if you take down one villain, get hurt, then be put out of commission for the rest of the villains around. Gotta be smart if I'm going to make history. Izuku shoots him a wink and Katsuki rolls his eyes that has no malice because of the small smile in the corner of his lips. Go take a shower and get changed, I want to get home. Katsuki gently pushes Izuku towards the stairs to go inside. Can I sleep over tonight? We can compare what we did in the exams and stop by my house to get that new all-might sci-fi movie I got the other day and dash. Why do you even ask anymore, Izu? You act like you don't live at my house part-time. Of course you can sleep over. I was kind of expecting it, to be honest. Katsuki looks at Izuku as he steps backwards up the stairs with an arched eyebrow. Izu should know by now that after 15, almost 16 years, that he could walk into the Bakugo household while no one was home and no one would have a problem with it. Katsuki's parents have seen the green-haired boy as a second son since the two of them were kids. Katsuki has seen the boy as a brother for so many years as well. Through thick and thin, the boy has always been there for him and vice versa for him with Izu. Izuku does a little happy wiggle and turned around to run up the stairs towards the building. He let out a low chuckle at his best friend's antics and goes back to sitting down on the steps, now able to focus on the text messages without concern clouding his brain. Dude, that green kid was just FING vicious. Did you keep count of his points? I lost count after the 40th robot? I can't remember. He's so getting in, dude. There's a trio of people walking up to the stairs to go inside talking about someone who sounded like his dear friend Izuku. He'll keep an ear out for any type of negative or harmful things to be said about him to put anyone in their place and educate on the quirkless people in the world. There was no way they didn't know by now that Iza didn't have a quirk, and it was impossible for the group to have not formed an opinion on his friend by now as well. Right? He's going hero course 100%. He had to have at least 100 points in taking down robots, easily. It was so effing cool how he did it too. Jumping around and sliding everywhere, ripping robots' heads off and sheet. The second and tallest of the three, he noticed when he glanced up, sounded like a fanboy, and it made Katsuki fight back a smile. His Deku was showing people left and right that you didn't need a quirk to be powerful. He's kind of cute too, right? Like, I know quirkless, oh my Cammy, but still. That was hot. It was the third guy in the group. He hears all but one set of footsteps in the group stop and he freezes as well. Why was he getting upset inside his head at the thought of someone calling Izuku hot and cute? Like he knows it's true, he does have eyes after all, but it's irritating him to hear someone else he doesn't know say it. What? You know I'm right, you just don't have the ball to say what you're really thinking. Katsuki looks up in time to see the short, just a bit taller than his Izu, blonde guy with a giant shiny belt thing around his waist shrug, faux swipe his short hair over his shoulder and strut off towards Katsuki up the stairs. The guy passed by him and shot him a wink. Wink. Katsuki's face goes bright red and he snaps his eyes down back to his phone screen. Those blue eyes were gorgeous. It reminded him of the flecks of blue that are in Izuku's eyes. I wonder if I can get that guy's number, was the last thing he heard from the blonde guy before he was too far up the steps to be heard anymore. The blush had gone away and the irritation came back full force. Just because the guy had pretty eyes and legitimately shimmered with adorableness didn't mean he could just make a move on his best friend. Who did the guy think he was? The other two that were a part of the small group decided it was time for them to go change as get their sheet as well because they're up the stairs and heading towards the entrance to the building. Katsuki was deep in his mind trying to figure out why his emotions were FING with him. He knew he was at the very least bisexual, if not fully gay or even pansexual. He's known that for years. He had too much interest and gave entirely too much attention to not realize he appreciated the male species just like he did with women and didn't really give a shit what was between a person's legs. Katsuki only really gave a shit about what people acted like and then looked at their appearances. No, that wasn't what was bothering him. It was the protectiveness over Izuku that was getting to him. He's never in his life gotten, dare he say, jealous over someone saying they wanted Izuku in a romantic way. It was far from the first time he's heard it, but it was the first time one of the people had a solid chance. And the first time he's heard it after the person's found out that Izuku is quirkless. Izuku was gay through and through, and this guy was the first one he's ever heard show interest in his friend. He didn't like these thoughts going through his head. He was nowhere near in charge of who Izuku was allowed to date or see or be friends with. He didn't want to be in charge of his best friend. Izuku was his own person. Izuku had his very own decision-making process, just like him. He had his own interests that he didn't share with Katsuki. He had his own secrets, like Katsuki had his. He had his own type when it came to what features drew his interest, just as the blonde had. Izuku was a human being that knew how to take care of himself and make choices for himself that he thought were best. Katsuki was just his friend. His friend that Izuku had no interest in a romantic way. They'd talked about it before, last year, when their parents decided to call one of their hangouts a date. The two of them had turned red and admitted to each other that they didn't feel that way about the other. Okay, maybe Katsuki had lied to Izuku about that. He did have the smallest of crushes on his best friend. Again, he had eyes and knew Izuku Midoriya. It was DMN hard not to like him. He's just so sweet, polite, strong-minded, confident, and those rough hands that were calloused over from intense workouts along with the boy's body that was built like a hoe dash. Getting off track, a face? The point was he thought he was over it. He'd gone on a date or two after he realized his feelings and developed feelings and had those feelings broken with other people. Izuku had been there to hold him and offer him sleepovers and let Katsuki vent to him about anything and everything the blonde could think of. He was so sure about being over his crush on his best friend that does not like him in a romantic way, that he was getting himself worked up and irritated over finding that his feelings were still as present as the first day he'd realized them. Fan-tastic, Katsuki. You stupid motherfucker, Kami damn it so FNG stupid. You already know your FING answer. Get over it, dumb F-da. He growling out his feelings towards himself when there's a shadow cast over him that makes him cut himself off from any more self-depreciating sentences. Hello. Are you the friend of the little green quirkless boy? The one that gave him a hug before we were to leave for our second examinations? The boy hovering over him was tall, just as tall as him if not taller. He had square glasses, blue hair with an undercut that looked nice on him. He had a hand out for Katsuki to shake as a greeting, but the blonde ignored it. If he gave that hand a shake he'd melt. They were FNG huge. Now was not the time for melting over the hot guy in front of him. Katsuki was quick to put his guard up. Did this guy have a problem with him being friends with Izuku? Did he have a problem with Izuku? Katsuki stood up so the blue-haired boy was no longer towering over him and took a step up on the flight of stairs so he was eye level with the guy. He was definitely taller than him and DMN if that wasn't hot. Yeah, what about it? He made sure to hold a healthy amount of venom in his voice as a warning. No matter hot of a guy he was, if he took this conversation in the wrong direction Katsuki would knock him on his butt. His best friend came first and he refused to allow anyone to make negative comments about him, especially in front of him. The guy ducked his head though and Katsuki was confused for a moment. Was that a blush or just the heat of the sun getting to the guy in front of him? I have a few words for him if you know where he is. I made a judgment about him before I possessed more than simple knowledge about him, and I'd like to apologize in person. It was wrong of me and he deserves an apology. Blue hair takes a step back and bows to Katsuki and he has no idea what to do. This has never happened before. No one has ever went out of their way to apologize to Izuku for being a D-dash, and he does indeed want to know what the F happened to have this guy wanting to apologize. No one sought out Katsuki to find out where Izuku was to make sure they were able to apologize to the boy. What the F was happening? What the hell did Izuku do in that exam? Much intelligence, Kat. Katsuki cleared his throat and put his hand on the guy's shoulder to lightly nudge him back up to a standing position. He wasn't about to try to talk a guy that was still bowing to him. He should be out soon. He just needed to get changed from the exam and get his stuff. If you're really that determined to apologize for whatever you did, I guess you can wait here? He was grasping at straws. What was he really supposed to do in this situation? He may not know what this guy did to make him feel he had to apologize to his friend, but Izuku should know that there was someone out there that he'd changed his mind and views with whatever he did. What did Izuku do? Thankfully, he doesn't have to wait long with the blue-haired guy. It was getting a bit awkward just standing there, not looking at each other and waiting in silence. Izuku came skipping out of the building and was heading straight for his best friend. He'd had no trouble in the locker room, thankfully. There was murmuring and pointing, which was normal, but no one came up to him to pick a fight or taunt him, for which he was grateful. He got his things together as fast as possible since he wanted to stop by his house on the way to Katsuki's to see his mom and tell her how he thinks he did on the exams. He was quick to make it to the front exit and swung open the door and saw Katsuki was standing on the steps like how Izuku had first seen him. He started to make his way towards his best friend before he realized he looked to be standing there with a tense look on his face. He glanced to in front of his a few steps away and saw the guy that was being AD'd to him before the second exam started. He wonders if he had more to say? Either way, he just wanted to go home, eat a nice meal that his aunt was sure to make, and watch that all-night movie with his best friend. He didn't want to deal with any more negative comments on him being quirkless. The exams wore him out, all right? He put on his signature passive poker face and made his way over to his blonde friend. Come on, let's go. I want to visit Mom before we get to your house. He puts his hand on Katsuki's arm to let him know he just doesn't want to get involved, but Kaken doesn't budge an inch. He steps from Katsuki's side to a bit in front of him so he's able to see his face. Normally Kaken was quick to sense his unease and leave with him without hesitation and ask him about it later to make sure he was okay, but right now he had a confused look on his face and looked like he wanted to say something. He titled his head to the side and gave his friend his full attention because it seemed important. This guy wants to tell you something, Izu. I think you should hear it? Kaken looked too far out of place standing there with his arms folded and confused look on his face. Kat is always such a confident person, especially in front of strangers. Something this guy said must have rattled him. So Izuku does a small nod and then turns to the blue-haired boy that insulted him earlier. He waits patiently for the other to speak, not wanting to take any longer than necessary to get whatever this was over with. I wanted to apologize for what I said before the exams. I made a judgment about you without knowing you and insulted any abilities you have on the premise that I overheard that you are quirkless. It was my bad judgment that both cost me points on my own exam and made myself look incompetent. I should have never insulted you or tried to make you feel you had to drop out of the exams because of what I overheard. You more than proved yourself during the exams. I hope you accept my apology but fully understand if you choose not to. Izuku is beyond stunned and his jaw drops as the guy bends at the waist to bow to him in a show of respect. Izuku turns his head to silently ask Kaken if he was really hearing everything correctly, and Katsuki nods his head while shrugging his shoulders. Izuku was really receiving an apology. Not even a half-butted one at that. A full-fledged, sincere apology complete with a bow of respect. This is a first in his short lifetime. Such a great response, Ku. So smart, thank you? Sorry, this is new to me. I don't get apologies. Ever. Izuku decided to just be truthful because he didn't want to come off as an a-hole. I really do appreciate your apology. I wish more people were like you and were able to try to make amends after finding themselves in the wrong. Thank you. Truly. Izuku put his hand out in front of him and waved it in front of the boy to catch his attention without touching him. He's finally about to get the boy to right himself and gives him a big closed-lipped smile. Thank you. He trails off hoping the boy provides him his name without him having to ask for it outright. Ida. Ida Tenya. Thankfully the taller boy caught on and gave him his name and even offered his hand out for a shake. It's nice to properly meet you, Ida. I'm Midoriya Izuku. A quick grasp and shake of the hand and then Izuku was back to standing next to Kaken. I doubt he actually gave you his name, But this single tall drink of water here is Bakugu Katsuki. He waggles his eyebrows and nudges the blonde with his elbow. He figured why not nudge his friend towards the guy. He is Kaken's type after all. Dark hair, strong, and big everything. Hands were Kaken's favorite, but biceps and thighs were a close second and third. Everything was smoothed over for the moment, so he thought, why not? It was amusing to watch not just Kaken but Ida turn into strawberries right before his eyes. Kaken made a strangled noise in the back of his throat, and Ida was making these weird up and down stiff hand motions while his mouth was opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. Get his number, he's cute? Izuku whispered to Kaken after turning his head to act like he was looking behind the boy at his bag on the ground next to them. Katsuki shot him a red-faced glare and basically told Izuku that he wasn't going to. Izuku raised an eyebrow at Katsuki in challenge, and both of his blonde eyebrows shot up to his hairline when his eyes went wide. You know what? They had no idea if they were going to all be accepted into the same school next semester, so Izuku was going to make sure Katsuki took the chance he was currently too embarrassed to take. Katsuki goes to put his hands over Izuku's mouth, but he's quick to grab both hands in one and continues on like nothing was happening. We should all exchange numbers. Just in case we're all accepted into UA together. Then we'll have at least someone we know. Izuku gave a big smirk to Kaken as he became more and more red the longer he spoke. Kaken was so going to be extra rough with their next spar, but that's okay, he can handle it. That sounds like a good plan. It's better to know someone in a new school, right? I mean, if we get in. But of course you'll get in. I'm sure you, Bakugu was it? I'm sure you did great. And you Midoriya did amazing for being quirkless. Not that that's a bad thing. I've never thought it was a bad thing, just that quirkless people need to be kept away from fighting for their own safety. Not that they can't protect themselves. You do that just fine, it seems. You did even better than I did. I'm sure you'll be placed in the top hero class just like my brother was when he went to UA. He didn't get nearly as many points you did, and he did like I did with just the stated amount of questions on the first exam. Again, I'm so sorry about all of that. I was deeply in the wrong and dash. He's like you, Izu. Except he takes a breath when he needs, and I can actually hear and understand what he's saying. Kaken was watching as Ida tried to explain himself more than he needed to about getting both of their phone numbers. Oh, shut up. You can understand me when I get like that. Izuku knows he's pouting, but he doesn't care. Katsuki snorts and the blush on his face slowly fades to nothing. Yeah, that's because I've known you my entire life. It was either learn to understand what the F you're saying or miss giant parts of our conversations when you got excited about something. Just to let you in a not-so-secret, you get excited a lot, Izu. Katsuki chuckles and they both roll their eyes at each other. Fine. I admit, it would be nice to know at least one person in UA because we're both getting in. I'm sure you'll get in as well, Ida. You don't seem like the type to do things half-butted. Kaken was red in the face again, and Izuku had to hold back a coo. He's never seen his best friend so flustered before. Ida had stopped to listen to the two's banter and turned an ever darker red when they pointed out his rambling. He had decided to just stop talking altogether to save himself from further embarrassment. He was going through a gay crisis and didn't need to make even more of a mess before he got home. He really didn't need to mess up a chance to get not only the short green-haired boy's number but also his equally as cute blonde friend's number as well. He'd never forgive himself. He had a strong gut feeling that the three of them would all be accepted into the school, so he at least would have the opportunity to make them his friends. Tensei will be proud of him for making friends since he's always pushing for him to do so. Ida decided to just hand his phone over to the two when they seemed to be done with their friendly bickering. The two of them seem extremely close, he thinks, before he remembers that the tall one, Bakugu, just said that they'd known each other for their entire lives. Of course they're close, Tenya. Use your brain a bit and look at how they act and what they're saying and how they're saying it. He watches as they shove at each other lightly, and a small smile plays on the corners of his mouth. They're both adorable. He was handed back his phone and saw that he had both of their numbers and 2 text messages from them to confirm that everything was entered correctly. Thank you. I'll be sure to let you both know my results when I receive my letter regarding the exams. He's tucking his phone into his back pocket and giving the two a genuine smile. He hopes at the very least he can make friends out of the two of them. We'll do the same. Midoriya closes his eyes with a closed smile and then jumps slightly when his phone starts to ring in his hand. "Oh, Kaken is your mom," he states before answering the phone. "Hey, Aunt Suki." "Yes, sorry we didn't reply, we were in the middle of the second half of the exams." "Oh yeah, I want to stop by Mom's before we head over though." Yeah. Of course. I'll let him know. Love you too. See you soon." The boy turns to his blonde friend and then puts a hand on his shoulder. "Aunt Suki told me to tell you that she's going to kick your butt for not responding to her messages after you read them." He put a sympathetic look on his face that looked fake to Ida. "I've really got to take off my read receipts." "Fine, let's head to your house to see Auntie Inko one last time before I perish." Bakugo clicked his tongue and then huffed out his response with an eye roll. He bent down to pick up his bag and then started to take a few steps down the flight before he turned back around. "It was nice meeting you. Glad I didn't have to violently remove your head from your butt over Izu there." A short wave and then he was turned back around to walk the rest of the way down the flight of stairs. "Don't mind him, he's just protective over me. But it was nice meeting you, Ida. Hope we all get accepted and placed in the same class." Midoriya was walking backwards down the flight of stairs and Tenya worried for a moment that he'd fall. The boy gave him a wave of his own before he turned around to catch up to his blonde friend. Ida let out a deep breath. He didn't realize he was holding and took his glasses off before scrubbing his hand across his face. He's got a lot of thinking to do when he gets home. Today was supposed to be the day. They were supposed to be getting their letters today about if they'd been accepted into UA or not, and if so, what class they were going to be in. Izuku had nothing but nervous energy running through him. He and his mom were supposed to be heading over to Kaken's house later after the mail came and opened up with him. He and Katsuki almost never opened up anything intensely important without each other. They always figured that the other was their good luck charm, and if they ever got news that wasn't what they were hoping for, the other would be right there to help them through whatever it was. They were each other's rock, and this was life-changing results. There was no way in hell he'd be doing any of this if it weren't for Kaken's unwavering support and encouragement to follow his dreams, so it was only right that he was there with his best friend when he opened his letter. He was up and pacing in the living room between the couch and television that was playing some kind of movie for background noise so he wouldn't fall too far into his own head. He had his hand going a mile a minute with his hand strengthener and he was sure it was going to cramp sooner or later. He couldn't think of that now though. Not when all that separated him and the future of his dreams was a simple letter sent to him by a bunch of school board members. He hopes that they're able to stay true their word and deceleration to allow any worthy quirkless persons into the school if they pass their exams that every other quirkless person had to take. Izuku personally thought that the school had some kind of loophole going on in their fine print, but he had faith. Had to have faith or else he'd drive himself insane with trying to figure out what else he could do with his life. He'd do just fine as a support hero or an official quirk analyst. It's not what he dreamed of doing though. It's not what he dreamed of doing alongside Kaken since they were toddlers. The only reason why he still thought he had a shot at even attempting at being a hero was because Kaken refused to let him give up on his childhood dream. Izuku had resolved himself to being just hero support or a hero analyst, but Kaken had seen that it wasn't what made him happy at his core, so he'd grabbed Izuku by the arm one day and punched him straight in the face. He asked Izuku, "What the F is wrong with you? You're just going to let some quack-but doctor and a couple of a-hole teachers and nobody extras tell you that you're not allowed to be a hero and you're just going to lay down and take that?" Kaken shoved at him and made him fall flat on his butt. "Where the F is my best friend that doesn't take any shit?" Kaken got in his face and took him up by the collar of his school shirt and sneered in his face. "Why are you letting other people walk all over you and tell you what you're going to do with your life? I used to be proud to be your best friend. But I'm just embarrassed." Kaken dropped him back onto the grass at the park they were at after school. He shook his head and left Izu there to think about what he was doing with his life. That day Kaken, through tough love, made him come to terms with who he was fundamentally and gave him a shock of determination to make Kaken be proud to be his best friend again. He resolved that he didn't like his complacent either and resolved to do something about it. Katsuki had been mad with him for a week, but after he saw that Izu was spending his after-school hours out on that disgusting beach cleaning it up, he had to ask his friend what he was doing. All Izuku told him was that, "I want to make you proud to be my best friend. I want more from my life than just what people tell me I'm capable of. I want to set an example for every single quirkless person that thinks their lives mean nothing more than what they're told. I want to make you proud, but I want to be proud of myself as well. I don't love myself with how I am now, so I need to fix that. Thank you for pointing it out and dragging it out of me. I don't want to think I'd be like if I'd stayed complacent in my life and not pursued what I want in my heart. Izuku had put a lot of thought into what he really wanted in life, and he decided that the word for what he wanted in life was inspiration. He wanted to be able to show every quirkless person that they could overcome the biases and stigmas set against them to become whoever the F they wanted to be. Every person that was ashamed because they didn't have a flashy or hero-worthy quirk that as long as they were determined and dedicated, they'd be able to make their dreams come true. Wanted to show any and all villains that they deserved a chance at redemption if they so choose. He wants to make a difference, and the best place to try to hone in any and all of the necessary skills he needs to make that happen and become a pro hero would be to go to the best school with the best hero course in the country. If he didn't get in, then he'd be basically back to square one because UA was the only school in the entire country that lifted their quirkless ban. He didn't want to be forced to move out of the country to follow his dreams. Didn't want to leave his mom or Kaken or Aunt Suki or Uncle Ru. He didn't want to leave his life behind for huge chunks of time. He doesn't know how he'd survive not seeing his mom every day, if not just on weekends or every other weekend. He's never spent more than 3 weeks away from her in his life. And Kaken? He's seen that boy almost every single day of his life and hasn't been away from him for more than 3 days at a time because they've been all but attached at the hip since they were born, and the two of them did everything together imaginable, and Katsuki was one of his main motivations to push himself in life to be the best he can be and go beyond the goals he's set for himself because he had to make Kaken proud so he could see that insanely cute smile that only he gets and the cuddles that are reserved just for him when he gets upset, which happens a lot because he's an emotional guy and he thinks he's still in love with the appealing blonde, but he knows Kaken doesn't feel the same way because that's what Katsuki told him, and Kaken has no reason to lie, and if Izuku moves away then it's almost a guarantee that he'll never find the courage to tell Katsuki that he really does love him in a romantic way and that he wants to hold his boomy boy close to him like he always does, but be allowed to give him little kisses wherever he could reach because he wants to shower his Kaken in love and affection and support him in a more NTMT manner to make sure he feels warm and at home with Izuku. Izuku, baby, please sit down before you wear a hole into my floor. His mom comes from the kitchen and tugs on his arm, effectively startling him out of his train of thought. And put this down before you wear this one out too. You're going to cramp your hand and I'm all out of icy hot to help it. I swear you're more of a mess today than you were the day of the actual exams. Izuku is sheepish as he takes a seat on the couch his mom tried to shove him on. He's got to stop thinking about this so hard. Whatever happens will happen, and he'll take whatever it is in stride and make the best out of the cards UA has decided to hand him. The mail should have passed by now. You stay right there and I'll be right back. Do your breathing exercises and calm your nerves, or I'm telling Mitsuki we can't go over. You cannot work yourself up like this, honey. You know that whatever those results are, you will be supported in any and all decisions you make. His mom gives his shoulders a quick squeeze and walks to the front door to put her outside slippers on to get the mail. He takes a deep breath in and counts to 10 before he slowly releases his breath, counting out 10 again. He repeats this and closes his eyes to focus on just his breathing. He clears his mind till all he hears inside his head is Kaken's laugh. He knows he's the only one that's ever heard his real deep in the belly laugh before. Kaken, even as a small child, has always been a closed-off person towards everyone except for him. Since they'd been best friends since basically before they were born, Katsuki always had Izuku there at his side for any and every reason. Katsuki had no reason to hide from Izuku because Izuku already knew. Just like Kaken already knew, so Izuku never had to hide anything from him either. Not that Izuku ever felt the need to. Izuku didn't find people a bother like his Kaken did. At least Kaken didn't just snap at people nowadays though. They had to work hard on that one and still had trouble when Katsuki heard people talking negatively or in a derogatory manner towards Izuku, but Kaken was getting much better at masking his emotions. It took a lot of Izuku explaining to him that other people's opinions about him didn't matter in the slightest, but Katsuki insisted it was just the premise of what they were saying about a stranger that irked Kat. Go grab your hoodie and get your shoes on, Izu. It's here. His mom was moving around in the kitchen now, which meant she'd checked and made sure Izuku was doing what she asked before. Moving further into the house. He was up and sprinting to his room at a moment's notice to throw on his signature Eraserhead hoodie that was an extremely limited merchandise that was taken off of shelves the same day they released. He and Kaken were able to get 3 somehow. 1 for him, 1 for Kaken, and 1 for when Kaken inevitably accidentally singed one of the hoodies. Kaken didn't have full control of his quirk at the time and had had quite a few misfired quirk usages that burned quite a bit before he'd be able to turn it off. Izuku had to invent this type of quirk-canceling ring and anklet combo that was to be slipped over the middle finger of the right hand and ankle of the left foot to either nullify or completely cancel the user's quirk for training, sleeping, or otherwise. Depending on how much of serum Izuku created was put into the metal, the quirk user was able to either train safely without the fear of their quirk coming out stronger than intended. The user was able to sleep without fear of burning their house down or flooding their room or electrifying themselves or others to death without being conscious to stop it. With his Aunt Suki and Uncle Rue's help from their position in the fashion industry that gave them connections to buyers of multiple products, Izuku was able to patent his invention and sell it for a small price to other quirk users and schools and hospitals and institutions and many others. He made sure to use an alias and only worked deals through his aunt and uncle so that no one thought that it was a quirkless boy trying to make a quirkless world. He knew it sounded absolutely insane, but with all that he was told as he was growing up from peers, strangers, and teachers alike, he figured it was always better to be safe than sorry. Izuku was beyond thankful that his little 11-year-old mind thought about possible repercussions to using his real name with one of his inventions, because lo and behold Izuku's second biggest buyer was UA and Izuku didn't want to get in on just his invention and nothing else. He wanted to get in with his hero skills that he's learned in his short 15 years of life so far. If UA knew it was him that made the anklet, ring combo, they'd put him in the support classes and nothing else without a doubt. Here, you hold this while I get my shoes on. He didn't realize that he'd been lost in thought and already made it to the front door and had his shoes on. He's got to stop blanking out, like Kaken so affectionately calls it when he puts himself in autopilot to complete tasks and think deeply at the same time. What's in here? He takes the oversized thermos-type container and was about to open the lid to check on its contents when he gets a hand smacked across the top of his. Don't you dare open that lid. You let any of the heat out and you won't be getting any. It's special Katsudon. I thought it would be nice to contribute to dinner before we open up both of your letters, and I know Katsudon is something that everyone loves. She shrugs her shoulders, but Izuku has tears in his eyes. You're the best, Mom. You're always thinking of everyone. Thank you. He's given a tight hug by his mom after she's finished, put on her shoes, and a kiss to his forehead. It's really nothing, Izu. Now let's get going. If you're acting like this, I don't want to imagine the hell Kat and Suki are giving Masaru. She pats his shoulders and shakes her head with concerned eyes. Yeah, we should probably go save him. Izuku is quick to agree with him, Mom, and is rushing out the door to make it to his mom's car while she grabs the mail and locks the front door behind her. They're soon off and on their way to the Bakuga household, where they find Masaru sitting outside on the front porch nursing a cup of hot tea. They're at each other's throat while cooking? It was a question asked in unison by both he and his mom that was answered with a simple and tired nod on his uncle's head. All right, I'll take this inside and bring out half of the fighting and spar the fight out of him, Izuku says in a nonchalant manner while walking up the steps to the overtly loud house. Honey, I'm home. He tires to outshout and out loud the two blondes, but it was no use. They were fighting over the best way to prepare and fold what looked like egg roll wrappers for some part of the meal tonight, so he knew he wasn't going to be able to get in between the two vocally. So he sets down his thermos on the kitchen island behind the two and makes his way over to his two favorite blondes. He comes up behind Katsuki and gets on his tiptoes to look over his shoulder to his aunt. He gives her a smile and she in return gives a big smirk and puts her hands on her hips. Oh. Finally realizing that folding them upwards and not to the back is the only logical and most appealing presentation? Kaken sounded very much as cocky as his body language was saying. Oh hell no. I just know that I just won. Kaken gives out a screech at the notion that he just lost an argument over rapping, then gives a squeal that he'll never admit to as Izuku swiftly turns him around and put him over his shoulder. Damn it, Zu. Put me down. I have to make dinner. She's going to ruin my work. He's hitting against Izuku's back and trying to wriggle himself off of the greenette's shoulder, but it's no use. Izuku's outmatched Katsuki's strength since a year after he started working out a bit too vigorously when they were 12. It never stopped Katsuki and only spurred him on to try to outdo his best friend. She's going to make an amazing dinner, Kaken. You did learn almost everything you know about cooking from her in the first place after all. You can come outside with me and spar for a bit before dinner. He can just feel the eye roll that Kaken gives him. Thankfully the wiggling stops and Izuku is able to wrap his arm around the backs of Katsuki's thighs more securely. Thank you, Izu. You're a lifesaver. She winks at him and he just chuckles before he turns around and walks towards the back door of the house. He slides the door closed behind him to make sure any air conditioning doesn't follow them outside and heads straight for the large trampoline in the back right corner of the large, freshly cut yard. He steps onto the ladder leading up the trampoline and tosses Kaken onto the black material. The blonde just scoots himself backwards till he just off-center of the middle of the large circle and unties his orange apron that Izuku gifted him a few years back on his birthday. Izuku climbs his way up and starts bouncing softly around the blonde, gradually building his way through intensity of bounces till Kaken was struggling to keep his balance while sitting. He did an extra hard bounce as the blonde fell to the material and launched his friend into the air. They were both laughing loudly at the way Katsuki tried to twist himself midair to try to land on his feet just to go too far forward and fail. He fall back to the material, bouncing up once more and finally being able to find his balance and start bouncing on his feet in time with Izuku. They took turns launching each other into the air and doing flips and twists and turns midair. They did core workouts while having fun, and that's exactly what Izuku was going for. He knew the blonde needed to work out his frustrations, but he also wanted his friend to have some fun to ease his worries a bit. Having finally exhausted themselves, they dropped onto the black material heavily on their backs. The sky was an appealing mix of oranges, pinks and purples. This was absolutely his favorite time of the day. Not just for the sky but because of the cool, crisp air that washes over you and the quietness that comes with the approaching darkness of night. The moon becomes more apparent and the calmness that washes over him is something that can't be artificially produced by anything other than the peace that the atmosphere the setting sun creates. What if you get in but I don't? The question catches him off guard and he scrunches his eyebrows together before looking over to Kaken, who is staring intensely at the sky above them. What, Ash? What if we both don't get in? What if I get in but you don't? I know you'd castrate me if I tried to deny the placement if that happened, but I don't want to be a hero if it means that I can't do it with you. You're the most heroic person I know, and if those people use your quirklessness as an excuse to deny you, then I don't want to be a part of their success rate. I just know, that you'd never let me drop out of the selections. Kaken turned to finally face Izuku and he gasped lightly at the tears he found in Katsuki's eyes. I don't want to be a hero without you, Izzy. The wetness in Katsuki's voice has him reaching over to pull the blonde's head into his chest without question. Kaken's arms are tight around his waist and his face buries itself directly under his chin, his stuttered breath and tears tickling his throat. No matter what happens, I will make you a promise you right here on this trampoline we put together just like I did when we were 13 and you convinced me to not just train like a hero but to become one as well. He talks into Kaken's soft blonde hair that smells like caramel from his quirk and apples from his hair products. It's one of his favorite smells in the world and he loves being around it and the person it reminds him of. He wedges his hand between them till he's able to put his fingers under Katsuki's chin and gently tilt his head upwards till they're eye to eye. He knows, that now is far from time to be thinking about this, but oh my sweet baby Cammy, did Kaken look appealing. His face that's tinged red from holding back tears. The red that rimmed his eyes from the salty tears that stubbornly escaped his gorgeous ruby red eyes. The small crinkle between his blonde eyebrows that are just the slightest bit darker than the hair on top of his head. He's never seen Kaken like this. Kaken never cries. Oh, he wants to kiss him right now. He wants to give him soft kisses all over his face till he hears that rare giggle he does. He wants to give him kisses and get that soft smile that shows all of his teeth and put his extra sharp canines on full display. He has no breath in his lungs and has to really concentrate on relearning how to breathe in that moment. Where was he again? Oh yeah, promises. No matter what happens with you, I will become a hero and stand by your side fighting crime and making the world a better place. People will always try to knock me down because I don't have a quirk, but that doesn't matter. He puts his finger over those oh-so-soft-looking lips to shush the argument he saw on the blonde's lips. It will never matter to me. Never. Because I have you. I have my rock. I have my very blonde, very temperamental, best friend by my side, always. I don't have to worry because of you. I have Aunt Suki and Uncle Ru. You all have shown me that no reason to worry what other people think of me. I have the people who mean the most to me supporting me, and that's really all I need. So even if UA doesn't let me in because I don't have a quirk, it won't matter. I refuse to let my lack of a quirk hold me back from being a hero. Yukakan taught me not to settle in life, so I refuse to. I will be a hero. I will be a hero with you. He gives Kaken the softest smile he's ever given him. The look in the blonde's eyes is unreadable. He looks like he's looking for something in his eyes, but Izuku doesn't know what for. He stays quiet though, not wanting to break whatever had settled over them. Kaken's hand came up to his face and traced over the scar that ran along the top of his left eyebrow. It was the one misfire of Kaken's quirk that almost ended their friendship. Katsuki was terrified that he would hurt Izuku again on accident and had started to avoid him. It was the reason why Izuku started making his inventions for quirk control. He just wanted to help Katsuki and people with quirks like Katsuki to control their quirks and not be scared of themselves. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'd follow you across the world, Izzy. I don't want to do this without you. He lets his hand fall down his face to caress his cheek and run his thumb under his eye where a cluster of freckles lie. Kaken's chin now rested on top of his hand on Izuku's chest. Katsuki looked like he was counting every single freckle on Izuku's face, and they'd be there for forever if he actually let him. He didn't want to break the silence just yet though, so he let him go on counting while he just admired Kaken now that he's calmed and counting. Izuku was on his back with Katsuki settled between his legs, laying across his stomach and chest. It was a position they found themselves in often because Kaken was every bit of an emotional mess that Izuku is and needs lots of cuddles often to keep himself from getting too worked up and explodey, as they'd taken to calling his mood swings. Izuku brought his hand up to begin carding his fingers through the soft blonde locks, letting his fingernails scrape gently against his scalp, and Katsuki's eyes nearly roll to the back of his head when he starts the repetitive motion. Kaken lets out a groan and lets his head drop and thump against his chest. Izuku lets out a chuckle and brings his other hand up to follow the other hand through his soft hair. He's always been able to easily compare Kaken with a cat. He's so cuddly, but only when he wants to be. He's obsessed with being out in the sunlight, and if he was given the chance he'd sleep the entire day. He's had to hold back the nickname kitten for years, and sometimes it hurt to not just say it. It would be weird though. Kaken doesn't see him in a romantic manner, and the nickname is too NTMT. Come on boys. Dinner is ready. Aunt Suki was yelling out at them from the back door, but they didn't even budge. They were used to the blonde yelling at them in more than many tones. We'll be inside in a moment, Auntie. Thank you. He just shouted back to her, not budging in what he was doing or how the two were positioned. She folded the wrappers the exact opposite of what I showed her, watch. Katsuki was mumbling into his chest, and it made Izuku laugh loudly. I'm sure she wrapped them just fine, Kaken. He rolls his eyes and smiles up at the sky. Katsuki just grumbles quietly as he rolls off of him and bounces himself till he's standing up. Let's go have a loud but dinner with our family. Izuku takes the hand that Kaken offers him and allows himself to be pulled up. They jump off of the elevated trampoline one at a time and make their way back inside, leaving their shoes by the door. The table was in the middle of being set by Izuku's mom and his Uncle Ru when they made it to the dining room. Go clean up and we'll start eating when you two get back. His mom gave them a side glance as she set down a glass of water in front of the seat Katsuki normally sits at when they have their family dinners. The two nod their heads and he goes to the guest bathroom while Kaken went to his bedroom to use his private bathroom. You have got to get your sheet together, Katsuki. You almost fing kissed him. You got caught up on his scars and freckles again. The F dash. Chill the F out. Water splashes everywhere as the blonde viciously scrubs his hands free of germs and dirt. He doesn't like you in a romantic way, so you need to keep the lovey-dovey bullshit wrapped up tight. He's too nice to tell you that you're weird, but you know you are. He rinses off all the soap and just stares at himself in the mirror with sad eyes. He's your best friend. Don't make it weird and lose him. It's better to be his friend and still have him in your life than to tell him how you really feel, have him reject you, make everything weird between you two and lose him for forever. He rolls his eyes at himself and takes a hand towel out of the cabinet under his sink to dry off his hands and the surrounding area he got wet. Great, now I'm sad and I'm going to be even weirder around him. I'm a disaster. Throwing the now nearly dripping Reg into his hamper, he walks out of his room and makes it back to the dining room where everything was now set in its place. DMN. It's all gorgeous. He glances around the table until he sees them. Even the FING wraps are appealing. Now I have nothing to deflect to. He rolls his eyes and takes his usual seat next to Izu. Everyone sits down and says their thanks and starts their family dinner. He starts up a conversation with his aunt about what was going on in her job as a receptionist at a hero agency. Due to privacy and a few hidden identities, she's not allowed to say who she sees at the agency, but she does have quite a few interesting stories about the outpros and civilians that walk through the agency. He sits right across from his aunt Inko and between his mom and Izu, while Izu sits next to his dad and across from his mom. As much as he and his mom fought and bickered, they always had the best discussions and conversations during dinner. His dad normally kept to talking with his aunt and Izu, or just stays quiet and listens in on everyone's conversations with a smile on his face. He's a sap. Auntie Inko almost always keeps a steady conversation with his mom about the fashion line his parents run, since she's a part-time tailor for heroes and their costumes. Auntie Inko sometimes helps out during fashion shoots and runway walk shows. Everyone seems to talk about everything but what they're doing right after dinner. Opening their letters from UA, and it's reliving but killing him at the same time. He wants to talk about it, but he doesn't want to be disappointing with the results of him most likely not making the top 40 students to make it into the acceptance bracket. He knew that his Izu was all but guaranteed a spot with how he recounted everything he did in both exams. Katsuki barely finished the designated 100 questions, let alone get all 150 that Izu found and finished. Plus, saving that one girl during the exam while taking down bots left and right and assisting nearly every person at his exam to maximize effectiveness with their work of taking down the bots and saving the people around them from being harmed? How could they not accept Izuku? He's amazing at being a hero, and that's just his personality. Katsuki had a feeling he'd have to accept one of the other offers he got from the other schools he applied to as a backup. His left hand was suddenly enveloped in warmth, and he knows it's Izu's hand slipping into his own as a comfort, and he's grateful. He doesn't look towards Izuku, but he does take a deep breath and allows a small smile to play in the corner of his lips. With Izuku's hand in his, he's calm and able to just focus on the food and conversations in front of him. Soon dinner was finished and plates were cleaned up and everyone was huddled into the living room. Katsuki and Izuku sat next to each other, facing one another, crossed legs with knees touching each other. The entire room was tense, nervous energy running through all of them. The two teens take deep breaths in, fully in sync with each other as they gently open up their monogrammed letters. Both letters had around the same weight and were both equal in size, so the two had a suspicion that the answers were going to be the same with if they were getting in or not. They pulled out the small stack of papers and set the envelopes aside with whatever was left inside of them. They wanted to focus on the acceptance or rejection before they moved on to whatever was left inside. They looked down and read the results quietly in their minds. Both tensed. Both had tears streaming down their faces. Both had different results. First day of school, and Katsuki was excited in a bittersweet kind of way. Standing in front of the huge school set everything in stone for him. He was a student of UA. He got in and into the top hero class no less. He was so happy when he first saw the congratulations part of his letter, he couldn't hold back the onslaught of emotions that came over him. He was given a paper chart of where he placed on both exams overall and found his name to be fourth on the list for the written exam and first with the most villain points for his division on examiners. Out of all the divisions that weren't in on recommendation, though, he ranked third. After finding his name on the documents, he went and found Izuku's and was absolutely floored with the amount of points that his best friend was able to obtain in both exams. He was first on the written exams, scoring 147 out of 150 and 120 in villain points and a whopping 60 in hero points for a total of what in the F was his best friend? Did he actually have a quirk that he never told him about? The thought is gone before it even has time to settle into his mind. Izuku would never lie to him about something like that. He was ecstatic though. He and his best friend were going to go to their dream schools. There was no way he'd be denied with those numbers. Then he looked up and saw tears in Izuku's eyes and assumed that Izuku was feeling the same way he was. Overwhelmed. Till Izuku looked up and Katsuki saw his jaw was set and his eyebrows were pinched together. Oh, but not with those numbers. There's no way. Izuku topped all of the chats. You went above and beyond in both exams. Katsuki was already shaking his head and starting to get set off. They think I cheated. The word rolled off of Izuku's tongue like venom. They think I somehow got the answers off of someone else before the exam and that I was using enhancers of some kind during the physical. There's a statement in here that hints that a quirkless person could never achieve these numbers when someone with a quirk couldn't, so it must mean that I was cheating. The calmness in Izuku's tone was a stark contrast to the absolute fury showing on his face and darkness in his eyes. What the F dash? With how they monitor those tests, they keep those exams locked up tighter than they do secrets about aliens. Who the F do they think they are? She had been looking over his shoulder and saw all the numbers he had, so she saw how both of her kids did. She'd given him a tight hug and a quick kiss to the top of his head when she saw his results, and then mom was off pacing and yelling and ranting when she heard what Izuku said. Auntie Inko just kept quiet and wrapped her arms around Izuku's shoulders from behind. With tears in her eyes. He couldn't tell if it was relief or disappointment that was shining in her eyes. Everyone under the sun knew that she was the most worried about Izuku becoming a hero, and it was understandable. Izuku would always be at a disadvantage in this world while he was quirkless. He would always be at a higher risk to dying on the job than anyone else because he only had what he's given himself in intelligence and strength to get him through situations. It was terrifying to Auntie Inko, but she always has, and he knew she would continue to support her son in everything he chose to do with life. Even if that meant going into a career that had the highest mortality rate around. I don't accept their decision. Izuku's face had lost its hard edge and was set into a more determined one. There's a phone number here for any questions or comments, so I'm just going to go ahead and make a phone call real quick. Izuku waited till his mom let go of him to stand up, gave Katsuki a tight hug with a quick, "I'm so proud of you, Kaken. You did amazing in the exams," a sincere smile, and then took his papers with him and headed towards Katsuki's room to make his phone call. His mom had finally calmed down from the outrage that was the bullshit that was just dumped on Izuku. She walked up to him and gave him a tight and teary hug. "I knew you would get in. You're too smart and talented to not have been accepted. There are some pieces of shit on that school board apparently though. I don't know how I'm going to feel with you being under that type of bias. I'm going to support whatever decision you make. If you want to go to UA, then let's go ahead and start filling out the rest of the enrollment information inside the packet. If you want to turn down their decision and go somewhere else, then that's fine too. Whatever you choose to do in your life, I will support you. But make sure that this is the best decision for you. We all know that Izuku will make it through the bullshit he's going through right now with this school board. Izuku is your best friend, and you know he only wants you to do what's best for you. I know you're in you emotions right now, so take a minute and think on it before we do anything." His mom pulled away from the tight hug and held his face in her hands. "I'm so proud of you, Kat. So FNG proud." A final kiss to his forehead and he was released. He'd picked up his paperwork and headed off towards his bedroom where he knew he would find Izuku. He found him laid out on his own bed in the room, call phone still up to his ear and talking in an artificially kind voice. Izuku gave him a small wave without giving him a glance, and Katsuki took that as permission to sit in the room and listen to this side of the conversation being had. "I understand, which is why I made the proposition I did. If you feel I was cheating under the circumstances you put every other person under with me, Then why not take me out of the environment I was in with all my peers to sit with one or several pro heroes while I took my written exam again, and then had me do the physical exam under the watch of a separate set of pro heroes to keep biases to a minimum. I'd hate to report this school for setting false allegations against someone just because they don't posse's a quirk. There was a pause and Izuku's eyes roll while a small smirk played in the corner of his lips. No sir, Mr. Nizu. None of these statements are threats or should be considered as such. I'm simply stating that if I'm being blacklisted from every single hero and general school because of the false allegations that are being pinned on me because I'm quirkless, then I will have to bring the school board in front of a court for discrimination and defamation. I'm just spitballing ideas to make that not happen. I'd hate to bring down the most prestigious hero school in the country and nearly the world because of their discrimination towards the quirkless. Especially when we both know there's not a single shred of proof in favor of your allegations, because we all know I, in fact, did not cheat. Another pause and a sarcastic smile comes to Izuku's lips. That would work fine with me, sir. I'll be there on time. Have a plus ultra day. Izuku dropped his phone away from his ear and let out a loud groan. Sounded like a joyful call. Katsuki made the comment quietly and held his hands up in surrender when Izuku shoots him a look from where he lays. He watched as Izuku scrubbed his face roughly with his hands and then turned his head to look at him with pleading puppy dog eyes. He brought his hands up and made grabby hands at him, which had him chuckling and picking himself up to go give the green-haired boy his requested cuddles. Izuku sits up just enough to hook his hands around Katsuki's small waist and pull him on top of him, burying his face in the blonde's neck. Katsuki kept himself how Izuku had him, and just maneuvered his legs and knees to come up to straddle his best friend and worked his arms under the boy to hug him close. His face was absolutely on fire, but he put his feelings and not so pure thoughts to the back of his head so he could comfort his friend. Why do people have to lie and make shit complicated? It was muffled into his throat and tickled him enough that he had to hold back a full-body shiver. He covered it by doing a half shrug and mumbled, "I don't know," without opening his mouth, so it came out as more of a hum than words. I have to take both exams again. With two separate sets of pro heroes present to stare me down. He sounded irritated but resigned to what he had to do. That's not fair. No one else has ever been asked to do that. Katsuki made the smallest of head shakes and huffed against Izuku's shoulder. They're going to find a way to F you over Izzy. I can just feel it. He knows he sounds sad and pessimistic, but it was the truth. He really felt that they were going to F him over a second time after he takes his test and proves that he was in no way cheating. I just need them to have on record that I took the test twice and passed twice in the same manner. If they deny me a second time after proving that I wasn't cheating, then I pull my support gear and quirk companion tools from them and bring everything public. Then I'll find a different school to follow the path of a hero so I can still make history as a quirkless pro hero and more importantly kick villain, but by your side and make a difference in this world. Katsuki sat up slightly to look at his friend in the eye to try and catch him before he started to rant, but Izzy was already staring up at the ceiling with a kind of glossed-over look, and Katsuki knew he was too late to stop it before it started. I already promised you that I will become a hero with you, and come hell or high water I'm going to make it happen, even if I have to take these exams twice and have to possibly fight some pro heroes and quite possibly pull my patents out of a not-so-hero-like school now that they've shown that they're against giving quirkless people the same opportunities as everyone else and trying to set up the quirkless to fail even if they do everything by the book and prove to them twice that they did. Everything without finding any obvious as all F loopholes or escape routes to the easiest victory or acceptance, and took the hard way to earning the respect that quirkless people deserve but rarely get, because apparently quirkless people aren't even actually human to some people, but they fully accept someone who isn't even an actual human as their principal as easily as they toast their bread in the morning dash. Izzy was completely lost to his rant now, so Katsuki was now just listening to the pace in words and breathing. Sometimes when Izuku got on a roll, he'd get too far in his head and make himself have a panic attack. Katsuki did everything he could to make sure he stopped the attacks before Izuku could start hyperventilating and pass out. It's happened a few times when the boy was too far to reach or wasn't around people who knew what to do, and every single time terrified Katsuki to no end. He hated the thought of his best friend not having enough oxygen in his body to function properly. He felt Izuku's hands start to tighten on his hips where his hands sat and his speech pick up pace, so he very carefully sat up and put his hands on either side of Izzy's face. He gently pulled Izuku's face forwards till he was looking Katsuki in the eyes. The blonde started to drag one of his fingers across the boy's face while the other hand went to the boy's soft green hair. "Can you hear me, Izzy? You're fine. I'm right here." He saw the boy starting to panic and felt the hands tighten further on his hips to the point where he knew there would be fingerprints where the hands laid. Words stopped tumbling out of the boy's mouth, which was a good step. Izuku's breathing though was still picking up pace, so he had to get that in check quick. "Izzy. Hey." He took his friend's hand and put it on his chest right over his steady and strong heartbeat. "Try to match me, Izzy." Katsuki took a deep breath in, never letting his eyes waver from Izuku's. He slowly exhaled and watched as the boy under him struggled to match his breathing and calm his racing heart. It took longer than usual to get Izuku back to calm and stable breathing, but that was okay with Katsuki. He'd sit there for as long as he needed to make sure his friend was okay. So much stress today. Why do people make shit more complicated than it needs to be? Katsuki had tried to get off of Izuku so he could dampen a rag to wipe the sticky tear stains off of the boy's face, but was held in place by a scared look Izuku. He didn't try to move any more but did shift himself till he could at least grab the water bottle next to Izuku's bed. He took off his shirt and wet a random spot on it to gently rub at his friend's cheeks. Because people choose to be assholes. They want to make other people struggle so they can keep their spots above others. I know it, Isigus, but Izzy, I've seen the bullshit that people have put you through without even knowing more than your name and that you're quirkless. I hate what people do to you out of pure spite. After he was finished wiping at Izuku's face, he sat back in his friend's lap and gently took the boy's hands off of his hips. They were starting to get sore, so he needed them moved before the discomfort got worse. But you know, with all of that bullshit I've seen you become so strong. It's a type of strong you should have never have had to learn about, but you did, and it's absolutely appealing on you. He hears Izuku's breath stutter in his chest, which made his face flush in embarrassment. He cleared his throat before he started again, this time with red-tinted cheeks. You've flown past every single expectation put on you, and I'm so proud. You're stronger than I think I ever can be. I would not be in a place to be thinking of becoming a hero or applying to the most accredited hero school in the country if I had to go through even half of what you have. You're my idol, Izzy. He's slowly losing his confidence when he takes in the expression on Izuku's face. It takes a lot for him to get that last bit of his mind spoken. No one else could ever compare to what you embody on a daily. You're my personal hero, Izzy. You always have been and will be. His voice was barely above a whisper in the quiet room. Izuku was looking at him so intensely. The look of disbelief in those forest green eyes was almost too much for him to handle. It had him second-guessing everything he said to Izuku. Did he say something wrong? Was it too much? Did he go too far? He didn't cross a line, did he? He had to have crossed a line with how Izuku was staring at him. You effed up. You've officially effed up. What happened to keeping your feelings in check? Just let him process and make a move on whatever he says to steer things back to less intense staring. You really mean that, don't you? Out of everything Izuku could have said, he wasn't expecting that question. Katsuki was caught off guard and simply nodded in confirmation before Izuku's lip wobbled, and suddenly Katsuki was once again enveloped in strong arms. That's a lot to live up to. The words were mumbled against his bare shoulder, but they still made him chuckle. He was happy that the tension inside him was finally broken as he wrapped his arms around his best friend and carted a hand through the boy's hair. I guess, but you're already doing a pretty damn good job at going above and beyond even my expectations, Izzy. Even if you AFSU over again after you prove to them that you weren't cheating, I know for a fact that you'll still make history and change the world. You're going to change everyone, and I promise I'll be by your side every step of the way. His cheek was laid on top of Izuku's fluffy head of hair, and they just sat there. Sat there in silence. Enjoying the other's presence. Reveling in the fact that they had each other. Soaking in the peace and calm that once again settled around them in the quiet room. Well, as quiet as it could be with their parents shuffling outside of their door, trying in vain to listen in on whatever was happening in the room. The two listened to the door for a moment and then looked at each other with what could be equated to an evil smirk. Katsuki very carefully climbed off of his friend's lap and made his way over to the sliding door that the adults were hiding behind. Wait, so I think something happening. Do you think it's finally happening? I hope so. The obvious SXL tension between those two dweebs is ridiculous, and I wish they'd just let their ball drop and kiss already. The whispered hisses were just loud enough for Katsuki to hear and flush at their words. What did they mean? Katsuki was sure they were just reading the two of them wrong. Yeah, sure, Katsuki watched Izuku a little too hard and long sometimes, but it's not like Izuku was doing the same thing to him, right? His thoughts came to an abrupt end when Izuku was standing next to him, hands holding an air horn from the last Bakugo family reunion where they used it to signal the obstacle race, and many other activities started. It's a 3-day event that both Katsuki and Izuku look forward to every year. Even if that means he has to watch a few of his cousins fawn all over his green friend. Whatever. It wasn't happening right now. No, right now he was taking out his hearing aids and Izzy was putting his noise-canceling headphones over his ears he uses for training when Katsuki was building his quirk usage and stamina. The initial spark of the day was always louder than the second or third or so on. Katsuki already f'd up his own hearing and almost took Izuku's as well, which left the boy with a scar and had him making inventions to help control quirks. Izuku forgave him not even 2 seconds after the accident, but he's never been able to not hesitate when using his quirk around Izuku. Izuku held a hand up and Katsuki watched as he counted down from 3 on his fingers. Maybe these 3 will learn to respect their privacy after this. Putting his hand on the door to feel the way their parents are pushing against the door and the vibrations of the horn when he watches Izuku's finger press down. He can't hear it, but he can feel the thuds of 3 adult bodies hitting the floor and someone hitting the door as he watches Izuku. He lets out a laugh he feels is loud and waits till he sees Izuku's signal for him it was safe for him to put his hear aids back in. His ears firmly in place once again, he slides the door to the right and takes a step back as his dad lays out over the threshold of their room. That was mean. His dad gives him a pout face and it just brings smiles to the boys' faces. Trying to listen in on us through our closed door is mean. Katsuki was quick to point out to the 3 and see them all blush a light red. You 2 were just taking so long to come back out, so we came to see what was taking so long, but we didn't want to interrupt when heard you 2 talking. Izuku laughs, but Katsuki rolls his eyes at his mom's obvious lie. They were snooping. There was no getting around it. Whatever. He clicks his tongue against his teeth before he looks down and helps his dad off the ground. How did the phone call go though? Did they say anything about reviewing their decision? His mom and Auntie Inko were on the same wavelength as they stepped into the room and took one of Izuku's arms into each of their hands. Not exactly. I have to take the test again. By myself with 2 separate groups of pro heroes monitoring me in both exams. I have a feelings they're going to switch things up with the exams I take, but it's fine. I'll get it done. Both of their mothers had looks of disgust and irritation clear as day on their faces. Izuku paid the looks no mind though and let them all know when he was to go back in for his testing. They're wanting to get it over with and try to trip me up and not give me time to prepare like I could for the first one, so I've got to go back on Thursday to get it done. He shrugs his shoulders at the end as if it's no big deal, but everyone else in the room is put off by the statement. Izuku, it's Tuesday. What the F dash? That's not even 3 whole days. They're literally trying to set you up to fail. This was the first time Katsuki heard when Izuku would be taking the test again and was outraged. What kind of school was this? He was almost positive that if Izuku was registered as a quirk user, the school would be hailing Izzy as their school's finest before he even got to his first class. This was absolute bullshit. It's fine. I'm just going to force them to eat their decisions. It's not even about getting into you anymore, it's about seeing how they handle everything from here on out now that I've called them out and am challenging their stupid choices. The dark look in Izuku's eyes promised a fight and Katsuki was there for it. Well, I'm coming with you. There's no way I'm letting them do anything stupid while you're alone. I don't trust them or their character with the sheet they've pulled so far. He knew his mom would allow him to go with Izuku while he retook the test. He was only a bit behind Izuku in their classes, which was still leagues ahead of their peers. There weren't many people who could match them in their grades or studying methods or how they prepared for their academic careers. I would expect nothing less. was the last thing said on the subject before everyone was ushered out of the boys' shared room. It was already pretty late and the stress of the day was starting to get to everyone. His aunt was insistent on going home for the night since the Midoriya household was closer to the agency she worked at than the Bakugo household, but it was already planned out for Izuku's stay over for the night. The two teens took showers and were asleep in Izuku's bed before the clock hit 10. They didn't have any type of energy to debate on the injustice that was happening to Izuku or debate about what heroes would probably be lined up to monitor him during his exams. They were simply too exhausted. The next day went on as it normally did when the two had breaks from school. It was filled with training and studying. Only now they had to add in practices to what they could remember from the exam they took to try to prepare Izuku as best as they could. They were almost more than positive that the written exam would be changed all the way down to where he was supposed to write his name, but it was better than not preparing at all. Izuku brought up the inference that the physical exam would probably be suched up as well. He'd brought up the fact that they were likely to not use the robots again since Izuku had took them down fast enough to consider it cheating. They thought of different scenarios and sparred through a few of the possibilities. Izuku spent most of the day with Katsuki just bouncing ideas off of him about how they could improve the way they trained, about the exam and things to get his mind off of the exams. The dark look in Izuku's eyes only grew darker as the day went on and there was a darkness that loomed over the boy by Thursday morning. He was trying his hardest to keep his feelings in check, but it was hard when every time he thought about the exams he had to take a second time were going to be set up to make him fail. He wasn't as confident in himself walking with Katsuki towards the exam building as he was last time. He knew he was the only one that was going to pick up a pencil this time. He was going to be watched intensely by pro heroes. He was going to do only Kami knows what for the physical exam. He wasn't nearly as prepared for this testing as he was previously, and that rattled him a bit. He refused to let this school get the best of him though. He was going to do his damnedest to make it into at least the general classes. He'd figure out how to get into the hero course afterwards. He just needed an in. Hello, Mr. Midoriya. It's good to see that you're taking this seriously and have arrived early. The principal of the school and head of the school board was there to greet them at the front doors. Well, I couldn't chance anyone suching up the time frame of the tests. That would be unfair to everyone gathered. Pull back on the sarcasm, Ku. Now's not the time. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't caught in traffic or by a late train and miss my chance at proving myself. I mean that was better, but you've definitely gotten under his skin even if he doesn't want to show it. Want to make sure I take every opportunity I'm shown to become the hero I know I'm meant to be. At least that both was and sounded sincere. Let's keep to that tone. I'm thankful to be here, Principal Nizu. I hope today sets everyone on the right course and we move forward with the best decisions for everyone. He ends with a smile and just barely sees the small principal's nose twitch with irritation. Very well. Let's get everything started, shall we? You, sir, will have to wait outside of the classroom. We have to make sure that Mr. Midoriya here has no help in his testing. Nizu turns and struts into the building's open doors and disappears down the hallways towards an open classroom door. These people are ridiculous. I don't know how you're so Kaldashed. Katsuki looked to him and stopped mid-word when he saw his friend clenching and unclenching his teeth rapidly. Hey, you're going to F up your teeth. Then your mom is going to be set off. He gently takes the freckled cheeks into his hand and squishes them together. Stop. Don't let them get under your skin before you even start the test. Katsuki stepped in front of the boy and raised his head by his squished cheeks till he was looking him in the eyes. You've got this. Go in there and show them that they're FANG with the wrong quirkless kid. He released the boy's cheeks and watched a smirk form on his lips. He mirrored the smirk and took a place behind Izuku, settling his hands on the boy's shoulders. Katsuki gave the boy a little nudge and then they were walking down the hallway. Calm and even steps towards the classroom door they saw the principal step through. Katsuki was giving him a pep talk the entire walk down and stopped in front of the classroom door. There we go. There's my Izzy. You're going to show them hell. They both glanced in and saw a ring of pro heroes that were all on the staff at UA sitting in the room. There was a singular desk in the middle of the ring and they both sweat dropped at the notion. They really thought that Izuku was going to cheat through the test this go around. These assholes. They're doing this to intimidate you and throw you off to get you to F up. Just remember your breathing exercises and block them out. Just pretend it's me sitting next to you and you'll do amazing, Izzy. Katsuki gives him an encouraging smile and nudges him towards the classroom entrance. Thank you, Kaken. I'll see you after the test. With that, the door was closed behind him and a day full of bullshit was initiated. Come on. We'll be late. Izuku tugs on his hand and pulls him towards UA's front doors. At the end of the day, he was going to the most accredited hero school in the country with his best friend. He was in Class 1A and Izuku was in General Studies 1A. Izuku said that he was fine with his placement and would just make a public move to the hero course when the sports festival happened. Izuku had a plan and Katsuki was going to make sure it went off without a hitch. Alright, I'm coming. He grumbles out and follows behind Izuku. This was going to be a sheet storm of a year and he was absolutely ready for it. So both of their homerooms were on the same floor as each other, they found out. Katsuki was to the right and Izuku's class was all the way at the end to the left. They stood in the middle of the hallway, in front of 2 flights of stairs that they assumed were the main stairway through to the top floor of classes. Meet here for lunch? Katsuki was the first to speak up once the two had their fill of amazed gazing towards their new surroundings. Either here or one of us finds a table to sit at first in the lunchroom? Izuku looked up to his best friend with a raised eyebrow as he shot the proposition back. Izuku knew that one of them was either going to be called to the front of the class or start a ruckus, as their new friend Ida Tenya stated they tend to do. The 3 got to hang out more than a handful times during these last few months since the entrance exams and each found a friend in the other. Tenya was invited over to the Bakuga household for dinner at least 3 times a week and even slept over a few times as well. The boy was good company and an amazing person to spar with for both Izuku and Katsuki. Tenya helped Izuku with both his stamina and weight training. He'd sit on Izuku's back while he did push-ups and wrap himself around him while he did his pull-ups as well. Katsuki used to do it for him, but Izuku had long since gotten used to his best friend's lithe and lean figure hanging off of and being on top of him. Kaken's weight was the equivalent to a toddler by now for him. Izuku had to explain this to Tenya when he initially refused out of fear of crushing him. It was truly adorable how flustered both the navy blue and blonde-haired boys got when Izuku had to demonstrate just how much he could bench and deadlift to prove his point of being able to handle Tenya's weight. Kat on the other hand trained with Tenya on his quirk stamina and range while the other did the same. Izuku had long since created a lightweight Kevlar and Nomex mixed material that was highly fire-resistant and strong enough to protect someone from a full-force attack from one of Kaken's lower end-point blank attacks. His aunt and uncle had at first incorporated a version of it into their clothing line but found it wasn't selling as well as they knew it could. So they started a whole new line and used Izuku's pseudo-name for it so he would get all of the proceeds and recognition for his creations. Since then Izuku created training clothes for all quirk types, more adaptable materials and upgrades for his pre-existing clothing creations. Kaken, Aunt Suki and Uncle Ru helped him with that fashion side of his creations and showed him new ways to cut and place the materials for the maximum coverage, usage, and durability. He made more than enough money from his quirk gear, so all the money that came from his clothing line was split into 2 accounts. One was his savings and the other was towards orphanages and shelters that mostly housed and cared for villain-deemed quirk users and quirkless people. Izuku had made a custom training suit for himself, Kat, and when he finally came into the picture, Tenya as well. It was basically a requirement for everyone to wear the clothing while training with Katsuki's quirk because the boy's sweat was highly combustible and got everywhere while training. It was very easy for normal training clothes to catch fire, so Izuku made sure that before Tenya had even made it over to Kaken's house he had his own custom-made training suit that allowed him to use his quirk to its fullest while wearing it. He was confused about why he'd been given the training suit till Katsuki explained his quirk in better detail and Izuku went into depth about what these clothes actually did. Tenya had already had a few of his quirk clothing and gear, so he knew how effective it all was when they met. He was floored to find out that it was Izuku who had created it all. He'd gone on a small rant about how amazing the technology was that was put into the gear and the thorough process that went into creating that material for the clothing. Kaken had a smug smirk on his face the entire rant and casually told their new friend that it was the small green gremlin sitting with them that was the genius behind all the work he was ranting about. Izuku had punched the blonde in the arm hard enough for the boy to have to rub at it to relieve some pain but wasn't all that mad with him. It's not like Izuku was actively trying to keep it a secret from people he considered friends or family, and Tenya fell into that category. Tenya was skeptical at first but was easily convinced of the truth when he saw Izuku pull out one of his million categorized notebooks. The one he pulled out was filled with ideas of new gear and clothing material he was wanting to experiment with and create. Tenya had admitted to not understanding most of what was written down but knowing enough to understand that what the boy in front of him was saying and showing him was work of pure genius, as he put. He'd asked Kat if he did anything like Izuku, figuring that the two collaborated on several ideas. Katsuki tried to deny involvement and put credit solely on Izuku, but the greenette was having none of it. He pulled out another book that was in a series of notebooks that were focused on things he and Kaken created together. Tenya was even more impressed with the. After getting his results, he'd also kept to his promise of updating them on his standing for the school. He'd made it in and into Katsuki's class no less. Izuku was extremely proud of his longtime best friend and newfound friend. He knows how hard they'd worked and saw how many hours his best friend had put into training to reach that level of greatness. The two would only grow in their placement, and he was excited to see how far the two would go. That sounds like a plan. Knowing you're going to have to deal with some type of bullshit? Katsuki rolled his eyes and folded his arms at the impending Kaken. It's fine. I don't care, that would come later that day. Izzy may not care, but he did. It was infuriating to watch his best friend be degraded and shamed for being quirkless. I'm not the one with a mean but resting beach face and bad temper towards new people. The sassiness in Izuku's voice had Katsuki snapping his eyes back to his friend and dropping his jaw. I do not. He tried to deny, but the smile creeping up on his face and laugh trying to bubble out from his chest betrayed his views on his own thoughts. Okay. Whatever you say, Kat. Izuku held his hands up in mock defense and surrender. At least you have Yaya, pronounced Yeye, in class with you. You know someone, so it'll be easier for you to be in there and not beach faces bad. He tries to encourage his internally shy best friend into calming down the slight jumpiness he'd noticed. Kaken was never good with being alone in a crowd of people he didn't know, and he'd start snapping preemptively at people who approached him in his nervousness. It was hard for either of the two to make friends, but that was fine as long as they had each other. I guess. What about you, though? The chances of you knowing someone in your class is less than -3%. Kat was showing him every bit of his usual concern over the two of them in a new school in separate classes. Izuku reached out and put his hands on either of Katsuki's biceps to squeeze. I'll be fine, Kaken. If anything happens, I'll make sure I'm not the one to throw the first fist. I also promise to not let anyone even attempt to use their quirk on me. Besides, I'd love to see how long it takes for anyone to figure out I am who I am. He was quick to cut off any arguments Kat had and ended his mini-speech with a wink and smile that had the tip of his tongue peeking out from behind his teeth. You're being weird. Kaken huffed and shook his head at his best friend and his antics. Yeah, but you love it. He winks at the now blushing blonde. And either way, so are you. It's one of your better qualities. Izuku releases the taller boy in front of him and shifts his school bag on his shoulder to the other one. He looks down at his watch and sees that they only have 7 minutes before the school bell rings to signal that class was beginning. We're going to be late if we stay right here and keep talking. Tenya would literally kill us if either of us are late on the very first day of school. Both of their eyes widen at the thought of Ida's merciless triple stamina training regimen he'd make them do if he found out or saw that they were late for class. Yeah, we've got to go. I'll see you at lunch. Kaken called out to Izuku as he power-walked through the thinning crowd of students towards Class 1A. Izuku didn't bother responding as he turned around himself and nearly sprinted to his Class 1E, the first-ranked General Studies course. It frustrated him that, even after being stared at by 4 pro heroes and being tasked with fighting/sparring with 4 pro heroes and excelling far past his scores that he made the first time, he was still denied the hero course. He didn't have the heart or mental strength to tell Kaken what really happened for the second half of his exam, so he just told him that he had to take down robots once again. If his Katsuki knew that he went head-to-head with the top 4 heroes of the UA, he would have lost his sheet and started a riot. The only pro-hero he actually understood that was called in to watch him was Eraserhead. He understood they wanted to make sure he wasn't just posing as quirkless person when in actuality he had unseen quirks and was utilizing them in secret. He understood that. He admired Eraserhead. More importantly, Eraserhead was the only pro-hero out of the bunch that actually got a tag on Izuku and was the one to finally take him down after he used the man's own capture weapon against the other 3 pros. It was the only thing he was offered to show his progress in the exam. He'd seen the smirk on Nisa's face and the curiosity in Eraser's face when he took the capture weapon into his hands. They had no clue that Izuku was one of the people that collaborated with Power Loader over the creation of said weapon. They didn't know that he and Kaken trained with similar capture weapons every weekend when they were trying to grow their knowledge on how to take down villains and subdue them without using Kaken's quirk and Izuku getting hurt. They had no idea that he'd mstread and designed far superior weapons. For every pro he took down, he received 50 base points plus a possibility of 20 extra points determined by 4 other spectator pros that were there to judge his techniques, stances, and whatever else they were nitpicking. It was frustrating, but he forced himself to stomp his feelings down and focus on his tasks at hand. He wrapped up his forearms in 2 separate capture weapons, then stuffed 3 extra into his zip pockets on his training briefs. He was told to wait till the pros had gotten into the site, then he'd be able to run in. He was almost positive that no one was going to tell him when he was actually allowed to enter, so he watched the clock once more and sprinted in when the clock started to put time on its face. He didn't know who he was going to run into first, but he had hoped it wouldn't have been Eraserhead. He knew that strategy was going to take a bit more time to finesse since the man was more on his level of attack than the other 3. Eraser had a quirk that put almost every quirk user on his level of fighting and took them down with hand-to-hand combat 87% of the time. He was honestly a giant reason why Izuku wanted to be a hero in the first place. Eraser was essentially quirkless as well, and he still saves so many people on a nightly and daily basis. Izuku idolized the man and considered him his favorite hero out of all of the ones he's seen. He fanboyed just a little bit when he first caught sight of him inside the classroom, but quickly got his act together and made sure to not let his slight obsession get the best of him. He'd been able to down Snipe and Midnight pretty easily. All he really had to do was silence his footsteps and blend into the shadows of his surroundings, get to a higher ground near where Snipe was, lure him closer to him before swooping his left capture weapon, that was wrapped around his arm, down and around the man's upper body. He made sure that he was secure before telling the man, "I'm so sorry, but I can't have you escaping on me and coming back with a vengeance like an old Western movie. I swear I'm a huge fan and would love to speak later after all of this is over if that's okay with you," before giving the man 2 solid and swift punches to his face to knock him out cold. It would have been 1 punch, but the man's mask took majority of the blow that the second punch couldn't. He made his way away from where he pulled Snipe into an alleyway where he saw several cameras trained on them. Keeping in mind that he still had 3 other pro heroes actively looking for him and trying to take him down like he was a villain, he knew he had to keep as silent and invisible as he could. He'd come up on Midnight and breathed out a sigh of momentary relief. He was kind of dreading having to deal with present mix quirk since he didn't have his special-made ear plug or ear muffs that he normally used when training or sparring with Kaken's loud but quirk. Being with the Bakuga family and having Kaken as his best friend since Bjartich basically would give him an advantage though. A small one, an advantage nonetheless. Midnight was up first though, and he needed to take her down before she was able to activate her quirk that would knock him unconscious if he breathed it in. He'd need to either bound her hands and arms as well or take her down in hand-to-hand combat quickly if he was going to get through her and to the other 2. He made a misstep though and saw the moment the woman was made aware of his presence and saw her bring her hand up to her arm where he'd speculated long ago laid one of many flaps or invisible zips to release her quirk after she'd activated it. She probably already had her quirk going for a moment and would be able to reach him in no time once she releases her fog. "So you found me. I tell you kid, I think this is going to be fun. I was really impressed with how you did on your first go-around. I'm pretty surprised we were called together to re-evaluate your exams and have you retake this thing. I personally thought you did amazing and gave you top scores in my evaluation on your first physical exam. He silently changed his positions and tried to mask where he was by throwing pebbles in several different directions to throw off where he was really at, while Midnight kept talking and trying to figure out just where he was. He knew she had a pretty good clue as to where he was but didn't want to take any chances and kept his position on a constant move to make sure she couldn't pin down an exact location on him. They were in a section of the site that seemed to be under permanent construction, while giant mounds of dirt spread out down the extra wide street that Midnight chose to wait for him at. He found that it was easier to mask his footsteps when stepping on the loose dirt, so he decided to pass between and skirt around them while trying to gauge what Midnight was planning to do. She didn't seem to have needed much time to figure out her plan and release her fog. She let open a large slit on her arm and a purplish-pink fog quickly flooded the area. He thought of if he could use his capture weapon as a mask and momentarily threw the idea out the window when he saw that the material was too thin and long for him to wrap around his face. He looked around or anything he'd be able to cut the material with and luckily found a shattered window with some glass scattered around. He brought his capture weapon down on his right arm to wrap around his hand and took up a larger shard of glass. Taking out one of the extra weapons he'd picked up for just in case, he measured it around his face once and then cut enough for it to wrap around his face 4 3/4 more times. Just enough to have it wrap around his mouth twice, nose twice, and then be tucked away in place of being tied off. It was just thick enough to allow him to take in small breaths in between holding his breath while moving through the fog that was rapidly growing in density. The small puffs of the quirk was making him slightly woozy along with holding his breath for extended periods of time while exerting himself. He needed to take her down quicker than his plan was having him go, but he didn't want to risk getting sloppy this early into the exam, so he remained patient. Waited till her voice finally made it to where he was needing her to be. He was behind one of the smaller mounds of dirt just to the right of where she was staring down. It was one he could jump over. He was able to hide himself in both the fog and the dirt pile when he crouched low enough. She made 2 more steps forward and released an even thicker and more potent fog when she finally made it to the dirt pile that was partially hiding a shrub. There was a just barely audible sheet before she was spinning herself around and found Izuku already over the dirt pile he was hiding before. At the beginning of the exam, they were advised for Izuku to act as if the pros inside the site were villains and to not hold back in his abilities because the pros weren't going to be either. Nizu was trying his DMN hardest to set Izuku up for absolute failure, and it was quite frustrating but amusing at the same time. The principal pit 4 of Izuku's top 10 most studied pro heroes against him. Each of the pros he'd be facing in this physical exam had their own series of notebooks in his closet back home. He knew everything about their fighting styles and quirks, which is why Izuku brought his left arm up to block the incoming right hook, then widened his stance and ducked the second swing from her left fist. Jumped back when the woman tried to reach out to grab him, assuming that since her fists hadn't landed a direct hit, her quirk had made him unstable enough to throw him off balance. Due to the fog, she must not have seen his makeshift make that helped filter through the more potent chemicals of her quirk. Izuku had been holding his breath since her jumping from behind the pile of dirt and was doing well at not passing out yet, but he was getting close to it. He needed to end this now before he lost at the rest of his potential points to get him into the school. He went for Midnight's not so well known but sometimes mercilessly exploited weak point. He dropped down and swept out the woman's feet from under her. He took her right arm that went to brace her fall and gently, as to not rip her arm out of socket, jerked her arm behind her back to quickly weave the capture weapon around her wrist and pull her thumb down to hold it out like a thumbs up and back around her wrist so she wouldn't be able to wiggle her hand free, and then did the same to her other arm. He tied her hands together with her palms facing out and fingers interlocked with each other. He still had quite a bit of capture weapon left, so he heaved her over to a drop-off mailbox on the sidewalk and tied off the rest of the length to the top of the metal box. He took a few steps back and silently pleaded with the bound woman to dispel her fog, and she smirked as she did so. Just as the fog was dissipating, he ripped off his makeshift mask and gulped down breaths of air. He'd nearly blacked out and had his vision going slightly fuzzed at the end there. "You're good, kid. How'd you know to block that first hit? My fog was thick enough to obscure your view of almost everything I did, plus that mask you've got going on must have made everything 10 times harder." After he'd caught his breath, he gave her a breathy answer. "You're one of my favorite pros." Over 90% of the villains you've taken in throughout your entire career thus far has been taken in without so much as a scratch on them. You have such an amazing quirk that allows you harmlessly and effectively take in the people doing harm to themselves and/or others. I truly admire and look up to you, Ms. Midnight. You're an amazing hero, and I hope to be even half as amazing as you are one day. He gives her a big smile that he only really shows his mom and the Bakugas and receives a small smile in return. He gave a small wave and got himself ready to take off for the rest of his exam. He was off running down the street in the shadows of the buildings and trying to listen out for the notoriously loud voice quirk user known as Present Mike. He had to make sure he avoided the man's voice blasts, or at least avoid his head on mid and close range screams. They probably finish off whatever hearing he has left in his right ear, and he was trying to avoid that as much as possible. Finding the man quietly talking to himself was a little off-putting because he was expecting the man to be much louder. Then the man was jumping and screaming and smacking at his clothes, and Izuku got concerned. He completely forgot he was in an exam and rushed over to the tall blonde-haired man. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" He was taking in a visual account of Mike and trying to find what the problem was to help him. The man was in tears as he jumped around and cried out, "I walked into a web and have spiders on me." He'd heard about the man's entomophobia but didn't know if he could take the rumor serious. He now knows that the man was deathly afraid of bugs, and at this very moment the 3 arachnids that were on his arm. "Here, let me help you get them off. I don't want you to hurt them, and I don't want you to get hurt or scared by them any more than you already are, okay?" He made sure to keep his voice calm and soothing as he tried to get the man to stop jumping around. Mike was twitchy still but agreed to at least stop jumping and swatting. "All right, just go ahead and look up at the sky and let me know what you see in the clouds." Can feel the man's skeptic gaze fall on him as he goes for the first bit of webbing on the man's arm. He decided to keep talking to keep the man distracted. "My best friend Kaken always tells me that he sees billows of smoke and sometimes a dragon in the clouds. He's always associating things like clouds or random designs in the ceiling with his quirk or cooking, but that's fine with me. He's always got a story to go along with his findings, which I find absolutely adorable." He got 2 of the spiders off of the man's arm and majority of the webbing that was curled around his wrist. He'd put the first 2 spiders on the tree they were near that had a few other webs crawling up the bark and floating from tree branch to tree branch. He got the last spider off and set it down with the other 2 he'd removed from Mick's leather jacket. He looks up to the man and sees him lost in though over either the clouds or what he was saying. He didn't know. He just knew that Mike wasn't paying him any mind while he let him work on getting the creepy crawlies off of him. He then thought to himself. Then he put his plan into action, hoping that it would work. Personally, watching clouds is one of my favorite things to do while I'm not training or studying. There's this calmness and peacefulness about laying back and watching as the sky passes above you. There's always a nice time to watch the sky, but my favorite time of day is just an hour or 2 before the sun sets. All the pretty pinks and purples make the clouds even more gorgeous. Hope we can talk more about everything after this exam is over, because I'm a huge fan and would love to just chat with you about your quirk and your radio station and how you decided to become a teacher. Izuku takes a few steps back with his hands clasped behind his back. "That sounds like a plan, little Lise. Wait. What? When? How?" Present Mike was struggling against the final capture weapon that Izuku had wrapped around the man's wrists, weaving through his fingers and tied off to a park bench not even 3 feet away. "You weren't paying me any attention and I got the crawlies off of you. I put them on the tree right there so they can go about their business while you sit on the bench here, and I go find Eraserhead and finish up this exam. Again, I'm a huge fan. Sorry about all of this." He turns around and takes off running, not letting Present Mike get a word in edgewise. He'd been captured, subdued and restrained, so he'd be receiving the 50+ whatever the spectators gave him. By the time he'd gotten to Eraserhead, he was just on the side of being winded. He needed to take a moment, catch his breath and try to create a way to take the man down. He was currently sneaking a peek at the man as he hid in an alleyway a few shops away from the pro. He couldn't see him very well, but it looked like the Raven was in the opposing alley on the other side of the street. It looked like he was taking a nap, and Izuku was a bit stunned and confused. He honestly didn't know what to think of it if he found that the man really was sleeping during the exam. He took a moment to watch the surrounding area to make sure it wasn't a decoy, and he didn't find anything but again wanted to be on the safe side and treat it like it was a decoy. Then he found it. A small bit of movement in a destroyed shop a few buildings down. That's where Eraser really was. He would have to either knock Eraser out or find a way to use the capture weapon to subdue him. He didn't have high hopes of being able to take down this pro as he did the others because Izuku based most of his fighting style on Eraser. He loved the way the man flowed through combat and has incorporated a bit of what the man does into his own style. He decided now wasn't the time to dwell too hard on exactly how he was going to fight against the man and thought it was time to finally get this exam over with. He made his way back down the alleyway and a few shops down till he was just to the right of the shop he'd seen the movement in. He knew the man would be watching for any type of movement made towards him, so he'd have to work quick. He bolted across the street to a little stand-up sign in front of what seemed to be a replica of a tea shop. The sign was just large enough for him to crouch behind, and it was sitting in front of a little step to go into the tea shop so Eraser wouldn't be able to see his feet and he looked under it. Now all he had to do was time his attack. He tested out the door handle on the shop behind him and found it to be unlocked. It wasn't too surprising since this was a testing field and he doubted that people were going to worry about any of these fake shops being robbed of some kind, but he was thankful either way. He now had a way to get to the back of the store and a way to get to the alley leading to the other shop without leaving himself out in the open. Ever so careful steps around the broken glass inside of the shop were made as he made his way towards the red emergency exit sign at the back of the store. He followed the arrows towards the alley entrance and quietly made his way back out of the shop. The setup of the whole site gave him a sense of how it felt to walk through the real streets of Japan without all the foot traffic. Slowly he made his way to the next shop over and to the emergency door that led inside. The hallway was dark, darker than the previous one. Thankfully Izuku could see relatively well in the dark and saw that there were traps set up for him to trip over and make noise. He was in the right place after all. He would have to step extra carefully and watch for any type of movement or hidden traps. He felt like he was doing some kind of super secret mission instead of a high school entrance exam. Izuku smiled widely and thought to himself, this is going to be fun. Tripping over someone's shoe and having to catch himself shook him from his thoughts violently. After finding his balance, Izuku turned slowly and took in his surroundings. There was a small group of boys that were snickering to themselves. Izuku tilted his head to the side in question but otherwise kept his mouth closed. The leader of the group seemed to not like his silent question and put on a manic smile and tiled his head back slightly to give his face a darkness that was, what he guessed, supposed to intimidate or scare him. We got a problem? The blonde-haired kid had a hysterical tone to his voice that really just weirded Izuku out if anything. Was this kid okay? Did the kid's quirk F with his mental health enough for him to has a tone and aura of crazy wrap around him? Probably, but it's a problem you wouldn't be able to handle. He gives the now confused and getting angry blonde boy a gentle smile and goes to turn around to walk the rest of the way to his class. We'll see about that. The boy reaches out and snags Izuku's arm with a smirk, then he was face down on the ground with Izuku kneeling beside him. Izuku thought for a moment when the smirk on the boy's face turned to one of confusion. At first he thought the confusion came from being suddenly flipped around and put face down on the ground with his arm behind his back, but he felt the boy's hand flexing. Flexing in a way that seemed like he was trying to make something happen but not try to break free. No way! You've got a copy quirk? That's so cool! Izuku had a real smile on his face now and his mind was running wild with theories and statistics about the quirk he was sure this kid had. I'd love to see how well you've gotten it under control and how you're able to use it. You got some kind of eraser quirk or something? Why isn't mine working? The kid under him thrashed around and tried to get out from under Izuku, but he refused to budge because he wasn't looking to fight on the very first day of school. Oh yeah? You won't be able to copy a quirk from me. He leans down to the blonde's ear and whispers, I don't have one. I'm as quirkless as the day I was born. The body under him freezes. Wait, really? The curiosity and interest in the boy's voice and the look in his eye when he turns his head to the side as best as he could had Izuku loosening his grip on the boy's arm. Not enough for him to sit up but enough for him to kind of roll on his side. Izu simply nodded and the boy's face lit up like Japan at night. And you were able to make it into UA without the help of one? Forialses? Izuku was thoroughly amused and deeply pleased with the boy's reaction to hearing that he was quirkless. It was a reaction he hadn't gotten from anyone other than Kaken after someone heard he was without a quirk. Even Ida was at first prejudiced against him. He had to prove himself to be accepted. This kid heard he was quirkless and instantly perked up in interest and amazement instead of disgust or show him pity. Forialses? Izuku released the kid and he sat up in front of him. He straightened out his stance and offered his freckled hand, which was gratefully taken. My name's Midoriya Izuku. Minoma Nito. They shook hands and Izuku looked down to his watch to see that they only had a minute and some odd seconds left to get to class on time. Talk more at lunch? He offers Minoma. Hell yeah, dude. See you then. They nod to each other and turn to walk opposite ways, leaving a small crowd of people to part for them and question what all they'd just witnessed. I really do not want to be on the receiving end of Yaya's extreme training. He mumbled under his breath as he picked up his pace and finally made it to his classroom. He saw he was one of the last 4 people to get to the class as he slid open the extremely tall and wide door. At least they think to accommodate all quirks that manipulate a person's body type. He's quick to find his seat on the chart located on the wall next to the door inside the room. He was on the second row of seats and sat on the last row next to the windows. Walking towards his assigned seat and passes by a student that had their head down. He couldn't figure out if the kid was asleep or not but tried not to bother him either way as he set his bag down next to his desk and sat in his seat. The last few students trickled in and took their seats as time ticked away. The bell rang and the class waited for their teacher to make an appearance. When they were given their class numbers, their teachers were withheld from them. He was excited to see just who his homeroom teacher was. He knew that whoever it was, he was going to fanboy over them and be beyond excited to tell Kaken all about them. Oh, Izzy is going to be so dim and pouty. It was his most prominent thought as he walked through his classroom's doorway and took in his immediate surroundings like he and Izu trained themselves to do unconsciously. Although it was a little hard to keep what he saw in the back of his conscious and not acknowledge it head-on. His teacher seemed to be a caterpillar. At least that's what it seemed like at first glance until he took a second quick look and caught a glimpse of the man's face on his way to his assigned seat. His homeroom teacher was Eraserhead. His Izzy's #1 favorite hero out there. He's going to be so jealous. He mumbles under his breath with a small smirk on his face. He knew his best friend had already planned to stop by his class at the end of the day, so he was going to keep his teacher's identity a secret till then. He'll have to tell Tenya to stay quiet on the matter. He knew that Yaya wouldn't lie to their friend, so he'd have to ask him to just change the subject or stay quiet if Izzy asks him. Standing up, he saw that the boy he was thinking about was currently sitting at his desk quietly with his hands folding like he expected. He felt disappointed that his only friend in class was all the way across the room and seemingly spaced out at the moment. He was about to get up, go see if he was okay when the bell rung signaling that class had started. The class had been scattered and grouped together talking with each other when he first walked in, and it seemed like everyone was going to ignore the bell and continue on. He figures that they didn't notice that their teacher was already in the classroom. The group standing both in front of and in the doorway consisted of 3 people that were talking animatedly, so he wasn't surprised when a small scream came from the girl in the group as Eraserhead literally slunk till he was laying behind them. Not even a whole 30 seconds into class and I already hate nearly all of you. 3 out of 20 people noticed my existence. You want to be heroes but can't even come into a classroom quietly and take in your surroundings. He rolls his eyes and the echo of him unzipping his sleeping bag is loud in the now silent classroom. He comes out of the yellow bag holding a juice pouch and some kind of blue fabric that looked familiar to him. It must be the uniforms that UA requested Izzy to make for them. It was similar to the ones that he, Izu and now Ida used, but a different color and more generalized in what it protects from. His personal uniform he wore at home was black and orange with an extra dose of not going to catch on fire added to it. He knows that if he went all out in these blue uniforms he'd burn it to a crisp and be left half naked. He'll have to ask Izzy to make him a blue pair for him just to be on the safe side because he wasn't too keen on running around without a shirt on. I'm not going to waste time in lecturing all of you right now, so all of you go to your lockers and get your training uniform on. I'll be out in the courtyard #1. Don't keep me waiting. He did a quick glance around the room, shook his head and then walked out and turned left down the hallway. The class was silent and immobile for several seconds before a small kid with purple ball on his head made a comment. Who was that? Was that a hobo? The kid had a small lisp and Katsuki felt weary of him. He couldn't put his finger on it, but he had a bad feeling about the kid. Katsuki got up and walked across the classroom. He was in no way trying to piss off Eraserhead when he already looked grumpy, tired, and done with life. He looked to his right as he walked across the classroom and saw Tenya stand up and start making his way towards him. Katsuki wasn't even going to attempt answering the question and draw attention to himself. That was okay though, because a green-haired girl spoke up before anyone else could question the man's identity further. He saw that nearly every face in class showed one of curiosity, and he laughed on the inside. With Izzy's love of the man, he knew just about everything there was to know about Eraserhead, all the way down to his fighting style. The only thing he didn't know was the man's real name for the moment, and that was only because Izuku refused to try to figure it out of respect for the man and his wish to stay as in the shadows as possible. He did a pretty remarkable job considering he was a pro hero of 10, almost 11 years and a teacher of 6 years on the side. He kept his identity, personal information, and his hero name out of almost all media, and there's only a singular short clip of the man doling out "and but whoopin' to a villain." It was taken down years ago, but he had, Izzy as a best friend. Katsuki refused to ask Izuku how he got all the information he has because he's not too sure he'd be too happy with the answer. He was almost positive that his small green friend was one of the vigilantes running around the city, but he really truly didn't want to ask and have a slide, so he stays in the dark on purpose for both him and Izzy's sake. I think that was pro-hero Eraserhead. I'm pretty sure he's an underground hero, so no one really knows much about him. She put her hand up to her chin and made a sound that sounded too much like a frog for him to not do a double take. Maybe her quirk has something to do with frogs? Tenya had finally made it to where he was standing, and Katsuki took a step out the door after quietly slipping behind the trio that still stood in front of the door. Alright, that's enough for now. Let's make our way towards our lockers and to the aforementioned courtyard to meet with our teacher. He made a few of his signature stiff-armed hand swipes and then turns towards Katsuki, who stood in the door waiting for him. You okay? You seemed out of it earlier when I first walked in. They started to make their way towards their lockers that were located just down the hallway next to the indoor gym entrance. It's nothing, it's just that I knew that Izuku didn't make it into the hero course, but to not see his name on either of the hero course classroom seat assignments made me mad. I wanted to make sure that I was of level head and calm mind by the time our teacher made his way out of his sleeping bag. You saw him asleep in the corner too, right? When you first walked in? Tenya explained to him and then had a thoughtful and slightly confused look on his face. Katsuki just nodded along with what was said to confirm he did indeed see Eraserhead. Maybe he didn't get a good night's sleep last night? Or had a patrol shift last night? Both he and Ida took a second to think on it and then shrugged their shoulders in unison. Either way, Izzy is going to be beyond jealous that we get to be in his favorite hero's homeroom class. I just hope by the time the sports festival comes up he'll be able to join us in the hero course. It's not fair. He'd the best of all of us and he's not here with us. Tenya just throws an arm around Katsuki's shoulders as silent support and acknowledgement of what they both know. It took quite a bit for Katsuki to be able to trust Tenya with touches and not jump when the boy shows physical affection at random times. The blonde has had trust issues both himself and others since he was a child, and his quirk had first come in. Trust in himself to not accidentally hurt other people, and trust that the other person wasn't just using him, and his trust to harm Izuku. It happened 2 times too many, and he would always regret allowing those 2 people into both he and Izuku's life. They were just kids looking to seek some kind of self-proclaimed right to exterminate the quirkless scum of the earth. They were boys serving 20 years in prison as they were tried as adults for what they did to Izuku. The 2 never talked about it, but Katsuki will never find it in himself to let go what happened because of his stupid trust he put in the other 2. He and Ida were followed by the class to the gymnasium, and everyone split off into their gender-assigned, Class 1A sectioned off locker rooms. These particular locker rooms were specifically to hold the assigned class's hero costumes, gym uniforms, and personal belongings throughout the year. You were only allowed into your specific locker room with your school-issued ID card that was mandatory to be on your person at all time on campus. It was to prevent anyone tampering with the class's costumes and to prevent any intermingling with the boys and girls. No peeping was allowed, and Katsuki was glad that those precautions were put in place. Not for himself but for the girls' protection. He really didn't want to get suspended for laying another student out for violating the other gender's privacy, but he would if he has to. Katsuki doesn't tolerate shit like that and will respond violently towards that type of thing as he has in the past. He's quick to enter in his combination to his locker and change into his, as he guessed, inferior first model, Izzy-designed and created gym uniform. He'd ask his best friend on making him a better one to match this one. He ignores the conversations that start up in the locker room and takes his leave and waits at the entrance for his friend to finish with his changing. Ida finishes maybe a minute after Katsuki does and makes his way to the blonde to walk with him out onto the courtyard they were told to go to. As they make their way over to where they see their teacher standing, they see a familiar face. Yaya? Am I going blind, or is that All Might? He keeps his voice low in case he's wrong, and it's just a different over 7-foot, blonde, inhumanly strong pro-hero standing next to Eraserhead. I do believe it is, yes. Ida's voice sounds to be just on the side of disbelieving and quite confused. Thought so. Katsuki nods his head and doesn't take his eyes off of the men in front of them. Just start a line up on the white line right there. Eraserhead doesn't even give them a backward glance as he guides them where he wants. He keeps his quiet conversation going with the #1 hero of Japan. Katsuki wishes he had his Izuku modified hearing aids with him to hear the conversation. They were modified to listen in on. Sounds up to 70 feet away. It was for practicing both his and Izuku's stealth abilities, and the occasional shenanigans they got themselves into. The rest of Class 1A was quick to join them when they somehow caught word that All Might was standing with their homeroom teacher and not seeming to leave. They'd all been lined up on the line Tenya and Katsuki started, most of the class speaking quietly among themselves. Eyes wide and excited as they watched All Might like hawks. Alright, I can already tell I'm going to hate all of your voices by the end of the day today. Eraserhead called to them to get their attention and muttered under his breath about his irritation just loud enough for the class to hear. As you should have already figured out, I'm pro-underground hero Eraserhead, otherwise known as Aizawa. If you've been living under a rock your entire life, this here is All Might. He'll be watching the class to see if there's anyone he might want to take under his wing to personally train as per his teaching license requires. Trying to show off right now will not only possibly get you the mentorship of a lifetime, but it'll keep you in this class. The man's face turns dark and he puts a smirk on his face that would pull goosebumps to the surface of his skin if he didn't have Mitsuki Bakugo as a mother. Last person on my rank list gets dropped from my class and the hero course altogether. Cold-hearted savage man you are show. You're so mean sometimes. All Might stands just behind Aizawa-sensei, shaking his head with a poorly hidden smile. But yes, I am looking for someone to take under my wing. I was hoping that I was mistaken when I saw the seating chart, but apparently not, because I don't see him. All Might's face and eyes lowers in disappointment and shakes his head. I told you. Nizu's on a power trip and feels threatened. Aizawa-sensei shrugs his shoulder with a roll of his eyes and both Tenya and Katsuki's ears perk up. Did they mean? As a class we're going to be doing a series of tests to determine where you are in the class. Keep in mind my very real promise to cut the last person on the list. The dark look was back and he could have sworn he had someone down the line whisper, "Hella creepy face," before the line was silent once more. First up is the ball toss. Your name? There was a finger being pointed directly at him. Katsuki Bakugo? He answers quickly. Come throw this without your quirk. Aizawa tosses him the ball he pulls out of his pocket. Katsuki catches it easily and takes a few steps towards Aizawa points him to. He takes a step back, rears his arm as far back as it can go and starts to count in his head to focus his breathing and stance. What? He takes a step forward. 2. His arm starts to make its way forward. 3. He launches the ball as far as he can without his quirk. 75 meters. Decent. You do a lot of upper arm training, it's clear. Now throw another one with your quirk. His teacher is nonchalant about the order, but it throws his and the rest of his class off guard. What? Am I supposed to assess your quirk through hopeful guesses and telepathy? Sorry, but I don't have a mind-reading quirk, and I don't like guessing outside of patrol. This class all quirk users that are thinking that they're hot sheet for getting into the top hero class, but if you'd like I could have myself or All Might here take the test and shot you what's actually hot sheet. I could even bring in a quirkless person attending the school that could probably put this entire class to shame if you'd like. Would you all like for me to humble these I'm the superior people on campus looks I'm seeing here? Show me your quirks so I can see where you need improvement and train each of you accordingly. I'm here to teach so long as you're here to learn, and to do that I need to see your quirks in action. From this point on you're allowed to use your quirks as long as I'm present and give the go-ahead. Got me? The class was silent for a moment after the lecture? Pep talk? Whatever their teacher just gave them, and then slowly everyone responded in a scattered tone till Aizawa gave them another look. Then the response was much more orderly and unison. Yes, sir. Katsuki shook his shoulders and took a second to appreciate that his best friend, because he knew Aizawa was talking about Izzy, was being recognized and praised. Izuku was going to cry when he told him about what the eraser had said about him. Another step back and he starts his concentration process once more. What? A step forward. His arm starts to make its way forward once again, but this time he makes sure sweat is pooled in his palm under the ball. 3. He swings his arm forward and just at the last second he activates his quirk to propel the ball into the sky. He straightens himself back up and watches the ball disappear into the distance. He nods to himself and then looks over to his teacher for his results. 765.2 meters was answered to him when he looked over. Not too bad, kid. Aizawa looked marginally impressed by his throw, as did All Might. He felt a pride swell deep in his gut. All your begging for extra tag team training is really paying Izzy. Thanks for being stubborn as F-. He silently thanks his best friend and unconsciously stands up even straighter as a lightning bolt of confidence shoots through him. You're representing not only yourself but everything you and Izzy have fought and trained for. He's not here right now, but you can still show off everything you've taught each other. That looked fun. One of the boys in class started a small uproar with his comment and Aizawa's face hardened while All Might's eyes grew big with nervous anticipation. Fun. It was almost too quiet for his hearing aids to pick up, but he doubted he would be able to hear the darkened question without them. You think this is going to be fun? The dark look on his face remains put as he looks up and glares down the rest of his class. There's not going to be anything fun about trials and tribulations you're going to experience. You're going to be pushed past your limits of toleration on all fields, including mental, and then you're going to take a step further. You're training to put your life on the line for every stranger you come in contact with. You're going to be tested and broken till you don't even recognize who you are. Well, Aizawa smirks and PPS his head to the side. That's only if you pass my tests, that is. A small chuckle and Katsuki starts to try to think back on all that Izzy's told him about the man. Trying to think about if the man had ever been admitted to a mental hospital before. The man clearly had a screw or two loose. Or maybe he was just trying to scare them. He'll play it safe and prepare for both possibilities. For the next 4 hours the entire class participated physical tests that showed off the individual's speed, quirk stamina, upper body strength and strength in general. By the time it hit just before lunchtime the entire class was sweaty and almost everyone was breathing. There were about 5 of them that were perfectly fine, and that included him, Tenya, this bi-colored-haired boy, a tall raven-haired girl, and this red-headed kid with shark-like teeth. He'd have to make a check and take surveillance of the other 3. Great, now I'm sounding like Izzy and his notes? Alright, I'm not going to waste my time in reading out the names. You're all old enough to read. Aizawa-sensei walked lazily to the side of the gymnasium and pressed a few buttons on a hideaway pad on the wall. There was a holographic screen that appeared on the wall on A with 20 names and ranked from 1 to 20. Katsuki ranked number 2 and Ito was ranked number 4 on the list. There was the name Momo Yaoyorozu that took place at number 1 and Todoroki Shudo that took 3rd place on the list. Katsuki was proud of his placement and thought to himself, I'll take that 1st place by the end of the year, watch. The promise he just made was one he was keen on making a reality, But as he looked around to the other students' faces, he saw that they were going to all be trying their damnedest to take that spot from him. Fine. Game on, beaches. The smirk he felt come to his face was one he wore proudly. He knew that despite his sensei's warnings that this school year was going to be fun. Looking to the bottom of the list, he saw that there was a person named Itsuka Kendo and Minoru Mineta tied at 19 for equal stats. That was probably because the kid literally stuck himself to Kendo nearly the entire testing PRD that their sensei had to walk off to talk with all might about something. Tenya had kept Katsuki's attention the entire testing PRD, and it was probably a good thing. He'd probably been expelled for throwing the purple kid as far as he could over the UA gates that surrounded the school. He momentarily wondered what their sensei was going to say about the results. Were they going to have to retake them desperately? Are both of them getting X? By the way, none of you are being expelled. It was just a rational deception to get you all to do your best. The creepy smile was back and half the class screeched. Did you guys not figure that out? I'm sorry, I should have said something sooner. It's a proven scare tactic to bring the best abilities out in a person. Give someone with a goal they desperately want and counter it with a devastating repercussion if they don't meet said goal. It's a good negotiation tactic if you're even in a situation that needs you to have leverage. The tall, long-haired raven spoke up, then shrugged like everyone else in class should have already known. Katsuki used common sense to figure out that it was Momo, the only person that was able to beat him so far in class. That would have been nice to let us in on. A boy with yellow, not blonde, hair breathed out and threw his hands in the air in exasperation. Alright, go get changed and head off to lunch. See you all in an hour. Aizawa-sensei and All Might took their leave, and Katsuki was just able to hear All Might whisper to his teacher. You're a DMN liar, Shoyuta. You know you were going to expel that whole class if they didn't meet your expectations? All Might lightly shoved Aizawa, and Katsuki's eyes grew to the size of dinner plates. Were they really that close to losing a place at UA? He was really going to expel them? Katsuki takes a second and walks with Tenya back to the locker room to get changed. Katsuki understood now that his homeroom teach wasn't just using a tactic and really was going to send them all home. It put things in perspective. He was going to have to push himself further and harder than he ever has before to keep up with his teacher's expectations to keep himself from being expelled. Izzy was going to be thrilled at all the extra workouts and training. Tenya nudged him just as they made it inside the locker room. Are you okay, Katsuki? The crease between Tenya's eyebrows showed that he was actually concerned with how he was acting. Just thinking about how much fun Izzy's going to have kicking my butt when I tell him about needing to up the training and workouts? Katsuki rolls his eyes and smiles fondly at the thought. Izuku Midoriya was the only person on the planet that was allowed to kick his butt and get away with it. Having Izuku close to him was always a treat, and he was lucky enough to be allowed to exploit the Greenet's weakness for physical affection. Yes. He will have a field day with putting the both of us in our places. Ida chuckles and Katsuki shakes his head. They'd already gotten dressed by the end of the conversation and already halfway to the cafeteria. The bell rung and let out all the rest of the first years out of their classrooms to eat lunch with their peers. Are we to meet Izuku somewhere inside the lunchroom? Tenya paused in his stride when Katsuki stopped at the corner of the hall that led to the cafeteria. Knowing Izzy, he's going to be held behind in class for some kind of dumb sheet, so we should probably go save a seat for him. Katsuki tried to look over the sea of heads in the hallway to find his crush, but the tiptoeing was in vain when the hallway thinned out slightly to show no signs of the boy. He took Tenya by the elbow and led him off towards the lunchroom and stood them in line to get lunch trays. Izuku's going to have a heart attack walking through this school today. I'm calling it now. Katsuki saw that the food hero lunch rush was up at the front of the line serving up lunches for students left and right. Then, taking into account all the rest of the heroes present in the school, he thought it was going to inevitable for his poor best friend's fanboy heart to give out. Tenya and Katsuki made idle chat about what they thought of their class, teacher and school so far while they slowly made their way to the front of the lunch line. They were just 3 people away from the front of the line when he almost broke his neck turning his head to look for the person calling his name. Kaken. Katsuki's eyes lit up as he heard his nickname be called out from across the loud room. He had just looked to his left when his arms were suddenly filled with a compact, green-haired boy. Today has been a day and a half and we're not even through lunch yet? Izuku whispered in his ear and then let go of him. Get me a tray and I'll save a table? Bright green eyes left him weak to say no. He wanted to keep the boy in his sights but knew that they wouldn't have a place to sit if the other didn't go and find them somewhere to do so. Katsuki just nodded and watched as Izuku took off into the sea of people walking around the lunchroom. I don't think I will ever get used to how energetic Izuku is. It's contagious though, I'll give him that. Tenya had made the comment and Katsuki was iffy on agreeing with it. The blonde knew his best friend was more energetic and excitable than most people, but he's also had 14 years of Izuku's life to get used to it. He doesn't know if anyone but him would be able to get used to the energy that Izzy possesses. It was a lot and he knew that. Then again, he didn't need anyone getting used to the boy's energy because that would mean they were getting closer to Izuku on a more NTMT level, and if he were being honest with himself, that thought scared him shitless. He knew his Izuku didn't see him the way Katsuki wanted him to, and he'd accepted that. That didn't mean he felt he was strong enough to watch him get into yet another relationship and possibly fall in love with someone else and smile with Izuku like his heart didn't clench at the very thought. He was strong enough to admit he was weak in his emotional strength. Grabbing 2 trays for him and Izuku and paying for both, he walks out of the line with Ida thinking to himself, I wonder if there's anything I can do to change Aiza's mind? Show him that I'm someone he could be with and love as more than just a friend. Can I do that? Get my best friend to fall in love with me? His deep thoughts were shaken from him with a nudge from Tenya at his side. Look, there's Izuku. Making their way to the table, they'd found the familiar green curly head of hair to be sitting at. With someone else. Sitting at the table with someone else and practically in that someone else's lap. Katsuki's breath caught in his throat and he struggled to swallow the lump it created down. Don't freak out. There's nothing to worry about. It's the first day of school and Izzy's just touchy-feely with people and he's making new friends, and it's totally normal to be touchy-feely with friends even if they're new and you haven't known them for more than maybe 5 hours. This is fine. Don't just ahead of yourself and let your mind think up shit that you know isn't true. Kaken. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend. The big smile and bright expression on the boy's face was enough to make Katsuki not burst into tears or flip a table over in that moment. He did, however, make a small noise in the back of his throat that he'd never be able to identify even if he tried. Izzy was right. Today has been a day and a half and they definitely weren't even through lunch yet. Good morning, little listeners. The smile on Izuku's face is small but confident and fond. After his second entrance exam was finished, he was able to meet up with what seems to be his homeroom teacher. He and Present Mike were able to sit down for a solid hour about cloud forms and then got into bees and their colonies when a bumblebee landed on Izuku's shoulder, which led to talking about flowers when he went to put the bee down on a bush filled with red spider lilies. They were only interrupted in their rambling when they were approached by Eraserhead himself. I know you're really delving into daisies and butterflies, Hizashi, but could I have a moment with the kid? He'd sounded tired and uninterested, but Izuku just figured that was from the battle they just had or possibly having a patrol shift last just to be dragged here unnecessarily. Present Mike looked like he was going to say something along the lines of no, but then apparently thought better of it. He nodded and then turned to Izuku to give him a big smile and told him, I look forward to the next time we see each other. I still want to talk about those indoor gardening tricks you were talking about. He turned, gave Eraser's shoulder a friendly pat and then made his way over to the small group of heroes that made up his exam watch squad, as he and Kaken got to calling them after his written exam. The two sized each other up for a moment once they were finally left alone. Izuku tried his damnedest not to let the fanboy inside him leak out, and it looked like Eraserhead was struggling to keep his eyes open. He was startled from his concentration when a deep sigh was released from the man standing, more like slouching, in front of him. All right, let's not dance around the subject. You've got talent, kid. I'd like to work with you to make sure that talent doesn't get trampled over, like it was attempted to be when you applied for this school. I'll be honest. I didn't think you were really quirkless when I first saw all your exam results. They were beyond phenomenal and DMN near perfect. I, on the other hand, knew you weren't cheating to get those results and think this entire day was a complete waste of time for everyone attending. There's entirely too many cameras and secret student testers for someone to cheat. Nizu is just in a sing contest to keep his status even though it's completely unnecessary. You're like 3 years old, you're not taking his title anytime soon. The eye roll that Eraser gives at that last comment has Izuku worried that the man was going to lose his eyes in the back of his head. Yeah, I'm sorry you and everyone else was dragged into a day of extra testing just for me. I just refuse to be blackballed from every single hero school and agency over an unjust and unfounded ruling. There's only so much leeway a quirkless person is given, and I can't afford for more to be stacked against me. I won't go down without a fight. Izuku remains truthful with the man he's admired so much since his young childhood days. Eraserhead was the hero that was one of the only heroes out there that relied almost solely on his intellect and physical prowess. The man's quirk was literally you don't have a quirk that worked on the majority of quirk users. The only people it didn't work on were the ones that had physical or mutated quirks. Like that one guy he'd seen at his original exams that had multiple arms within a type of skinned webbing that held them together, which was fascinating, and Izuku had wondered if the guy could grow more than the ones that remained visible and what all the guy could do with his arms, because he'd seen that he could replicate eyes and ears and even a mouth when he was talking to that one other kid. Then there was also that one kid that had. Still with me, kid? Eraser's head was ped to the side, and there was a note of intrigue and confusion in his eyes that traveled into the man's voice. Izuku knows what he was doing and promptly flushes, then feels, with a certain level of embarrassment he never thought he'd reach, his cheeks pink up and his ears feel like they're on fire. He forces himself to look back up and make eye contact before he nods his head. Eraserhead deserves to be acknowledged head-on and with respect. The man gives him a slightly skeptical look before his lips quirk up at the corners and he nods himself. All right then. I'm actually glad we're all dragged here today. We were given the privilege to be humbled by a middle school kid. Well, the others were. The smug smirk on his face has Izuku holding back a chuckle. Everyone thinks that when they get that hero license, that they're hot sheet and the best thing around. It'll be pleasing to watch how you earned all those DMN points later. They both give short laughs after Eraser shrugs his shoulders. Once they sober up and the laughing dies, the pro hero brings back up what he came to talk about to him originally. Seriously though, I'd love to work with you and train you till you're able to beat me and then go that step further. You've got potential flowing from you, and I'd hate to see it wasted by someone who can't take me down. This is literally a dream that Izuku had one time. Except there were more pancake butterflies and Kaken was an actual Pomeranian in his arms in his dream. He'd been working on his 4th day of no sleep and had worked on his invention right through dinner when he had blackout and then passed out. He did a quick glance around them and down into his arms to make sure he was in fact awake at that moment before he made any type of attempt to speak. Finding none of his delirium being manifested, he gave the man his answer. I'd love to be taught and trained by you. You're honestly my idol, and it would be an honor to learn anything from you. He bows deeply, nearly folding himself in half in showing his respect and appreciation. There was a strangled sound that came from the man in front of him, and he takes a quick look upward and see the man gawking at him with a red face. He looks back down and lets the man collect himself before he straightens his posture at the hand that was placed on his shoulder. I'm flattered, kid, but there's no need for all of that. I'm not that much older than you, kid. Izuku holds back a smirk and then nods his head. He wonders how many bows he can get out before the man gets frustrated with him. You won't be able to tell anyone that you're studying under me if you get into the school. I have no idea what the final verdict is going to be, but either way it doesn't change me teaching you independently. If word got out that I was showing favoritism, I'd have my teaching license suspended or revoked entirely on grounds of Nizu blowing sheet out of proportion. Izuku's mind noticed that Eraserhead shook his head and rolled his eyes once more, but he wasn't able to focus on the man in front of him. He wouldn't be able to tell Kaken. He'd have to keep things a secret from his most special person. He's sure that the blonde would understand, but he doesn't want to take that chance. This offer he's being given was huge to him. Not only was it Eraserhead, but it was Eraserhead Pro Hero that was willing to teach him firsthand what it is to be a pro hero. This training could be the thing that propels Izuku into demanding a place in the hero world instead of asking for one. But I understand I won't be able to tell anyone. I'll, find an excuse to use so no one really knows where I'm going to be going when training with you. He knows he sounds out of it, but he's already trying to work on an excuse for Kaken, who he can already hear in his head questioning him. I may be able to help you there. My excuse is lazy, but if anything my excuse will find you. At that Izuku looked up and was concerned at the smirk he found on the man's face. I do hope you know who I am, but if not, I am Present Mike, otherwise known as your homeroom teacher, Sensei Yamada. We're going to do a quick introduction of everyone and then head out to the opening ceremony. Sensei Yamada was just as loud as he remembered, and it brings him a small comfort. Izuku liked quiet times. It reminded him of his mom and his home, but the loudness of his surroundings reminded him of his best friend and his second family. It was a comfort in this new place he was about to frequent on a near-daily basis. We'll start here and end here. Sensei pointed to the last seat on the first row in the classroom and then point to the seat directly in front of Izuku. He'd turn to sit sideways in high seats so he could see the rest of his classmates and try to suss out what their quirk could be. Just because they're all in general studies doesn't mean they don't have amazing quirks. There's a few people, he notices, have quirks that have altered their appearances. One person has what seems to be pinkish-skinned with some kind of horn on either side of his head. There's another student with eyes that have slitted pupils and a third eyelid like a reptile. Majority of his fellow classmates look like regular humans. He would really love to see all of their quirks and wonders if he'd able to take notes on them before they shunned him for being quirkless. He was prepared for when they turned, they always did. Some would act indifferent, but some would blatantly show their disdain for him. He'd take all of it in stride and do what he needs to do to become who he wants to be. If he changed a few minds along the way, then he would accept the change of heart. He hopes to change the heart and educate the others about quirkless people. Just because someone didn't have a quirk or a flashy quirk, powerful quirk, didn't mean they were less than. Everyone in the world deserves a place in it. A place in the world to be heard and understood. He aims to create a world where that is normal and accepted without question. Where all creatures of the earth are treated with respect and love. It was going to be a beach and a half getting that, but he's determined. The introductions make it to the boy next to him, and he worries for a moment that the guy actually fell asleep. Shinso Hitoshi. Pleasure. The purple-haired boy just barely lifts his head enough to wedge his hand under his chin. His voice was sluggish and his eyes showed an exhaustion he didn't know really existed. Did that guy sleep? Was his quirk not sleeping? Is he okay? The order of introductions keeps on and makes it to him in no time. Midoriya Izuku. Nice to meet you guys. He gives a short wave to the other students and keeps a half smile on his face. It was more for appearances than actual content with his surroundings. He felt uneasy for some reason. He didn't know what it was, but he felt like he was being watched. He'd looked around discreetly but couldn't find the source of his unease. He felt when the gaze left him though, and that sent a different type of chill down his spine. Must be Nizu trying to keep an eye on me. The thought passes through his mind and he rolls his eyes. That had to be it. It was the only thing that made sense since he didn't actually know anyone outside of Present Mike in this room. He's certain no one knows he's quirkless yet either, so no one should be keeping tabs on him just yet. Shinso next to him gives him a side eye though. He raises an eyebrow at him in question back and gets a small smirk in return. Those violet eyes are lit with mischief and amusement. Izuku is intrigued and would like to find out just what the boy has on his mind. He takes stock of the boy next to him in a quick glance. Slender but toned. Probably some of the fluffiest hair he's seen, including his very own. Tired but gorgeous violet eyes. A smirk that spells nothing but trouble and fun times. He seems like he'd be tall when he stood up. Izuku doesn't see anything that could give him an inkling to what his quirk is other than the bags under the boy's eyes. He figures that the boy has a mental quirk or non-physical quirk. He'll have to ask him. Alright you guys. Let's head out to the ceremony. Sensei Yamada calls for their attention and he lets everyone from behind him in his row pass in front of him before he stands up himself. Midoriya, you said? Shinso stands right after him and stretches himself out, taking a step back when he reaches too far up and briefly loses his balance. There was an interesting lilt to his voice that set a warning off in Izuku's head. He doesn't vocally answer. Just nods his head. Shinsu's lips twitch in the corners and his right eyebrow lifts once more. Cat got your tongue? There's that lilt again. The boy's voice was deep and honestly would send a pleasurable zing down his spine in the right context, but the other boy was trying to get him to talk. Izuku is nothing if not stubborn. Which is why he gives a small smirk of his own and shakes his head. Seems like one does. What? Nervous to talk to a cute boy? A waggle of his brows and Izuku's jaw does a small drop. Oh ho! But Mr. Confidence over here. He sticks his tongue between his teeth and shakes his head again. The class starts to make their way towards the hallway and the two of them are slowly moving towards the door themselves. You see, I'd believe you, but that tongue of yours just seems to be caught in between your teeth. He turns to face the other boy and stops just before he makes it out the classroom door. Shinso keeps walking forwards, slowly till he's maybe a step away from him. Their eyes never leave each other. Izuku's are squinted and suspicious. Shinsu's are wide open and excited. You know, the final step between them is closed and Izuku's eyebrows shoot up at the other's boldness. It's okay to be nervous. I promise I don't bite very hard. Especially not before the first date. His hands come to rest on Izuku's hips and the lilt is still there. He refuses to cave. Izuku feels no danger other than his internal warning to not answer any questions while that little waver in the other boy's voice is present. Shinso isn't out to hurt him. He's trying his hardest to make him blush and speak, but there's no intent to harm him that Izuku can sense. His gut tells him that the violet-haired boy means no harm. Shinsu's head starts inching its way down and Izuku feels he's being underestimated. You're really going to let me do this? The question still has that lilt, so he keeps his mouth shut and shrugs his shoulders as if to say, I guess I am. The challenge is set in his eyes. Set in his body language. This was now a test of how far Shinso was willing to go to try to get him to talk. Izuku was willing to go as far as he needed. It wasn't like Shinso was hard on the eyes or like it would be his first kiss. No, Kaken was his first, just like he was Kat's. Those kisses were special. This kiss would mean nothing to him. Shinso leans in that fraction bit closer and then growls, eyes set to look angry, but Izuku saw the mild frustration. He wasn't actually upset, just trying a different tactic. You really were about to let me kiss you? A complete stranger? You only know my name. That's it. Are you insane? Still there. He gives a nod to that line of questioning. No quirkless person is fully sane in this day of age. If it weren't for Kat, he'd have lost his whole mind years ago. Okay, now he looks desperate. Izuku tries and fails to conceal his smile and almost lets loose a chuckle. He doesn't know what all the guy needs to do what he wants to do, but he doesn't want to chance it with anything pertaining to his vocal cords. Including laughing. Unless you've decided that the way of the mute is the only way to truly live, I'd say you really do want me to kiss you. That what you're not telling me but silently telling me? I'm really that cute? You don't even need to know me, but my face is just too much to resist? It leaves you speechless? That DMN lilt. He's coming to hate it. The boy's voice itself is soothing, but the slight dip in his words are noticeable for him. Easy for Izuku to pick out and pick up on. But dimmin' if this isn't some of the most carefree, fun, and entertaining thing he's done in weeks. And he doesn't even have to talk. Thank Kami that his mutter isn't running rapid right now. Then he'd be in deep shit. He's kind of curious though. What exactly would happen if he spoke and gave the boy what he wanted? What exactly would happen? Shinso takes a long look at him and finally, caves. He lets his head drop to Izuku's shoulder, lets his shoulders sag. You're good. I'll give you your credit. Izuku nearly cries in satisfaction when he doesn't hear the dip. DMN right I am. He knows it's only been maybe 10 minutes, but DMN it felt good to talk again. Now he was just hugging a random new person in his new, empty classroom in a school that didn't really want him there in the first place. He finds his life to be forever interesting and tends to just roll with the flow. Shinso takes a deep breath and then straightens out his posture and takes 3 steps back. Shinso, right? He knows that boy's name already, he's said it enough time in his head for it to stick. But throwing the boy's original question back at him seemed fitting. That smirk should be labeled as illegal. Yeah, but you might know me by a different name. Izuku PPS his head to the side in question. They both know he doesn't. Hi. My name is Excuse. Please use me at you every will and whim. The smirk and wink combo actually gets a blush out of Izuku. Here he thought he was above pickup lines. Eraserhead, sent you? Man could have warned me. He knows he sounds pouty, sue him. Didn't warn you, but he sure as hell warned me. Shinsu's eyes widen and he gives a small shake of his head. He said, he's a quick one and won't fall for your sheet, kid, and now I'm out $10 and have to do an extra 5 laps around the building after school. He rolls his eyes, but the small smile that plays on his lips shows that he's not too hung up on his consequences. Shouldn't go around underestimating the people you challenge then. A small closed-lipped smile accompanies the shrug of his shoulders to show that he wasn't really trying to be mean to the boy. Shinso squints his eyes at him and tilts his head back in suspicion. Oh, how the turntables fly. Eraser tell you that? Scrunching his eyebrows together, he shakes his head. The dip was there and they both knew it. Shinso was just trying to see if he'd slip. Cammy, fine. I quit. Izuku does a small happy dance where he stands and blushes hard when Shinso says, "You're entirely too adorable. You really have no filter or shame, huh?" He doesn't have the nerve to face the other boy head-on while sporting a furious blush, so he talks down to his feet. Then there's a finger under his chin, tilting his head up till he had no choice but to look at the other boy in the eye. My quirk may have me coming up with the most wild of bullshit, but you Midoriya Izuku have not heard me lie or exaggerate. You really are the most adorable person I've ever met. He was so close. Nose grazing his. Eyes open at honest. Not a single lie in sight. Izuku's face is on fire. Fuck it, was the last thing he told himself before he pushes himself onto his tiptoes. A soft and gentle kiss, one that doesn't even last more than 3 seconds. Just a simple press of the lips. That was apparently what constituted as Shinsu's off button that ran his mouth. My excuse, huh? Alright. I've got a few ideas. He and Hitoshi didn't make it to the opening ceremony but were able to slip in with the crowd of students in the hallways to make it seem like they did. They took the time that the ceremony ran for to get to know one another better. It would be what would sell Kat on their plan. It was the only plan he could configure that Kat wouldn't try to dive too deep into to figure out if it were real or not. He was one of the only people in his life that could just tell when he was trying to sell someone some straight bullshit. His lies were ineffective towards the blonde. The only thing he never really asked him about was his previous relationships. Never really asked about the person. About what they did. Where they went. Didn't try to find out more about the person he'd claimed to be seeing. It was probably because they were in grade school or middle school and they both knew that those little relationships would never last, but Kat had always got uncomfortable when talking about it. When either of them dated someone, they really only kept the relationship details to themselves. They'd listen to each other, sure, and would give advice when asked for it, but other than that they weren't really interested in finding out the dirty details of the other's romantic partners. If Kat was going to let any of his lies slip by, it would be the one he doesn't want to really hear about. Class that day was light-loaded and mostly filled with trying to feel out their classes and getting to know their teachers and the plans for their upcoming curriculum they'd be learning. Passing notes between each other was the easiest way for the two to communicate silently and keep their plans and personal information to each other. Plus Izuku would be able to take down all of the notes later on, so he'd be able to memorize the important details that he was told. Turns out Hitoshi had a quirk that revolved around getting an answer from someone to be able to take over their body and mind. Hitoshi told him that he was just trying to keep him behind in class so he'd be able to talk to him without anyone else hearing them. He apologized profusely and multiple times even after Izuku forgave him. After the third apology, he'd told him that he could make it up to him by letting him take notes about his quirk and then actually use his quirk on him so he could take a deeper set of notes on the Violet's quirk. You are something not of this world, aren't you? You really want me to use my quirk on you? Izuku scrunches his eyebrows and nods at the odd question. It was their free PRD, so they'd taken up residence in the corner of the room, behind Sensei's desk. They wanted to keep to themselves, not really wanting to interact with the rest of their peers. Neither were social butterflies and they were both grateful. Why is he so surprised when I'm the one that asked for it? What happened to that confident guy? Who's this timid one? You're not scared that I'd take advantage? Scared that I'd make you do something weird or something? Hitoshi's head was bowed and his hands were in his lap fidgeting. The boy had sounded so lost in his own thoughts. He'd sounded like a little kid. He knows the tone of scared. Felt it himself not too long after he and Kat were split up in the first grade for their classes. He was scared that his best friend wouldn't want anything to do with him now that he had friends with quirks. Why choose to be friends with someone defective with no quirk, when you could have dozens of friends with cool and awesome quirks? Izuku thought he knew his best friend's answer before he'd even asked the question, but was proven wrong when the blonde said that he'd choose him every single time. "You're my best friend, You're the coolest person I know. I don't care that you don't have a quirk. If you ask me, that makes you even cooler. You're so cool you don't need a quirk to help you be cool. You're awesome all on your own." Kat's chipped-toothed grin flashed in his mind, and he nearly cries all over again at the words he memorized. Asked the boy to repeat over the years just to make sure that he still meant the words he told him when they were so young. Hitoshi needed the validation that he was worthy of trust that Katsuki has been giving Izuku since the day they'd met. "Why would I ever be scared? I trust you, Toshi." He shrugs when the boy's head snaps up to him in disbelief. He holds his gaze and allows the boy to search his eyes for lies he thinks are there. Giving Hitoshi his trust was easy since he knew that the boy knew he was quirkless from the very beginning and treated him no different than he's treated everyone else he's come in contact with today. Well, no, that's a lie. Hitoshi hasn't really been talking to anyone else today. Then again, he's barely actually talked to him either, so. All in all, he's treated Izuku like a regular person, and it's something that Izuku appreciates dearly. He sees the boy's pretty violet-colored eyes start to water when he doesn't find what he was looking for in his eyes, and Izuku wordlessly pulls the boy into a side embrace. Hitoshi puts his arms around Izuku's waist and lets his face fall into the side of his neck. "I know, Toshi." He lets his cheek fall onto the boy's extremely soft but wildly messy hair that stands on end. They stay like that for the rest of the PRD till the bell rings, signaling it was time for lunch. Hitoshi's breathing had evened out maybe 6 minutes into their embrace, and Izuku was debating on if the other boy would prefer to sleep than eat. He debates with himself till the classroom is empty and the chatter in the hallway quiets down to almost nothing. Finally, he decides that he'd just have to come up with something later to help the boy sleep more regularly. Izuku was hungry, and he didn't want his nude boyfriend to have a vicious crick in his neck for the foreseeable future. "Toshi." He turns his head and mumbles into the boy's hair. "Toshi, it's time to wake up." Running his hands up and down the boy's back firmly but gently seems to do the trick. Hitoshi takes a long deep breath in and takes a moment before turning his head on Izuku's shoulder to release it. "I know, but sleeping like that for much longer would hurt like a beach, and you know it." He gets a chuckle, and it gives him a sense of satisfaction. "Yeah, come on. I'm hungry." He sits up and tells Izuku like it was his idea to have lunch at this time of day. "You're a hot mess." Izuku shakes his head fondly. "Yeah, but technically I'm your hot mess, so, deal with it." Hitoshi sticks his tongue out at him, and Izuku feigns like he's hurt. "Deal with it? I want a divorce." He sticks his nose up away from the other boy and hides a smile at the deep laugh that comes from Hitoshi. "All right, but I get the kids." Still tired violet eyes stare at him in amusement. "Taking my feelings and the kids? You monster." They keep up the banter as they make their way out the classroom and towards the packed cafeteria, picking up Hitoshi's pre-packed lunch off his desk along the way. Hitoshi has an arm slung over Izuku's shoulders, but the hand that rests against his shoulder stays an active participant in their fake divorce discussion. It's a comfortable weight that Izuku doesn't hate. "You go find a table and I'll be there in a second." He turns to look up at Hitoshi and is surprised when a quick and soft kiss is dropped down onto the tip of his nose. Hitoshi gives him a fond but small smile and tells him, "I'll probably be against a wall of some sort." A wink, and then he's gone in the crowded lunchroom. That's what I am. Not even in a fun way either. He makes faces to go along with his internal conversation with himself and catches a few odd glances sent his way. He pays them no mind and simply searches for his best friend. He's quick to find him, and a real smile automatically comes to his face as he sees the blonde turn to him and find him instantly. "Kaken!" He calls out and nearly runs to the tall boy. "Today has been a day and a half and we're not even through lunch yet?" He whispers in the blonde's ear when he's close enough to embrace the boy. He's nervous though, so he doesn't give him a second to reply to him. Get me a tray and I'll save a table? He's barely gotten a nod in confirmation before he's smiling at him once more and turning around to go find Hitoshi. You're fine. You can do this. It's not even a whole lie. It's just not telling the whole truth. He does have a relationship with Hitoshi, it's just not 100% real. At least not yet. Maybe. He shakes his head and finally catches Hitoshi's tired eyes and lazy smile that accompanies them. Training. Not boys. You major gay disaster. Just because that smile gives you what could just be indigestion doesn't mean you need to catch feelings. He agreed to pretend Izuku. Physical and public displays of affection are going to happen. He talks himself down from throwing himself off the cliff of feelings and into a pit of problems for at least the moment. Giving the boy a smile, he makes his way around the table and plops himself down on the bench close to the other boy, who just pulls him even closer. He doesn't hate it and he's talking himself down again. Want a bite? He gratefully takes a bite of the offered rice and stifles down a fit of laughter at the next onslaught of questions. Where's your food? Miss me so much you completely forgot your tray and came racing back to me? Is the divorce called off? Kemi. Don't know what I would even do with all 7 of our kids by myself. It would be a disaster, I promise. Izuku shoves him lightly on his shoulder and gets ready to answer his questions when Hitoshi is pointing out what he should have already noticed. That blonde best friend of yours looks ready to kill me. Thank Kami he wasn't given laser eyes. Izuku's head shoots up and sees Kaken with a confused face slowly make his way over to them with Yaya in tow. You're a mess. And yes, I know, deal with it. The divorce is still iffy, don't push it or all 11 kids are all yours. He waves over his best friends and nudges Hitoshi as he speaks. It's 11 now. Ugh, you're killing me, dear. He sounds so dramatic. Shush. He hushes the boy next to him and finally talks to his most special person when he's finally standing in front of their table. Kaken, let me introduce you to my boyfriend. He gives him his best big smile to show him that he meant his words. He wasn't lying to Kaken when he told him that today has been a day and a half already. It's been a confusing but an emotion-loaded first day of school. Thank Kami that school had started on a Friday and they were given the weekend to go over and come to terms with all the information they'd been loaded with on their first day of school. Katsuki had barely touched his lunch the entire hour. Ate maybe 4 bites. He just picked at it and pushed things around on his plate while he listened to Tenya, Izzy and Shinso talk among each other. He just couldn't find his appetite. He was able to keep a smile on his face though, at least he thinks, but he tried. Focusing on the conversation they were having was all but impossible for him though. Listening to the 3 chat with each other and hear his Izzy laugh at someone else's jokes and comments? It was hard to keep the smile genuine. Are you feeling okay, Kaken? You look a bit pale. Izzy's concerned voice using his long-time childhood nickname was what broke through his fog of his pity party. I'm fine. His answer was too clipped for his liking and the attention he looked up to see he was getting was starting to fluster him. He needed to get away from the table. I'm not hungry. He gave one last forced smile to his best friend but couldn't bring himself to look at anyone at the table. I'll see you later, Ida. He addressed both of his friends before he picked up his tray to quickly make his way out of the lunchroom. He was acting like a child. A child that had his favorite toy taken away. But Izzy isn't a toy and he's not his, so he has no right whatsoever to be mad or upset. He should be supporting his best friend. Not storming off in the middle of lunch with a half-butted excuse because he couldn't stand the way his 2 friends were laughing and holding conversation with this new person who's claimed Izzy as his own. Katsuki didn't have the ball to admit his feelings, or even fully accept them at that, and practically gave away his chance at having Izzy giving him the attention he was now giving his new boyfriend. He was upset and stalking off in a random direction and not watching where he was going, which were all contributing factors in having him slam face first into someone and fall on his butt. Sorry. Wasn't watching where I was going. Who the F is this? Apologizing to some random person? Admitting that he was in the wrong flat out? He really was out of it, wasn't he? No need to apologize, young man. I shouldn't have been standing in the middle of the hallway. I just haven't been able to navigate these halls like I could in my youth lately. At the sound of All Might's voice, Katsuki's head snapped up to look at one of his idols, who he just ran into and made a fool of himself in front of. Great. Just great. Just add on to the pile of sheet, cat. The shorter blonde's face heats up as he ducks his head. I'll just get out of your hair. Sorry again, sir. He was barely able to take 2 steps back before he was being called. Young man. All Might's voice was booming and echoed down the nearly empty hallway. Katsuki turns back around to face the pro hero and looks up to face him once more. Yes, sir? You were the first one to throw that ball in Aizawa's class, correct? All Might's eyes were curious and kind. Why, sir? Katsuki was confused at the question. Why does he want to know that? Great. I've been looking for you. Mind following me? All Might smiles down at him, but then again, when isn't he smiling? Katsuki is beyond thoroughly confused now and quite frankly a bit worried. Am I in trouble, sir? Kat questions the hero. He didn't think he could get in trouble for bumping into someone, but then again he bumped into the #1 pro hero of Japan, so the rules revolving around the man might be different. No, nothing like that. Just to the teacher's lounge for a small conversation with myself and Principal Nizu? I promise nothing's wrong. I'd just like to ask you a question that requires the utmost privacy. All Might held his hands out in front of him and shook them violently, trying to get his point across. Katsuki wasn't convinced though, but still nodded his head to follow, thinking, not like I can refuse the man. All Might looked relieved when he agreed to follow. Katsuki was wearily following the man down the hallway to the teacher's lounge. He didn't think anything having to do with the principal was going to lead to anything good, but he had a feeling that he was in the safe zone with the principal, considering he had a quirk. A powerful quirk that the principal had taken an interest in on the day of Izuku's second exam testing. It was weird, but Katsuki had pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind till he was brought up. The way the man complimented his quirk and started listing off all the ways it could be used to destroy. In heroic times of need, of course. The principal made sure to clarify. It had set the blonde on edge and made him uneasy. There was a chilled feeling revolving around the principal, and Katsuki didn't like it one bit. It went deeper than an apparent bias against the quirkless and intelligent. Katsuki didn't want to find out what else the principal was against. This won't take long, I promise, but even if it does, I'll be able to excuse you for your tardiness for Aizawa. He has a hard time saying no to me, so... All Might made the comment before pulling open the door that lead into the private room. It did little to calm Kat's nerves, but he appreciated that the man had tried. Mr. Bakugu. A pleasure to see you once again. Principal Nizu was seated on the couch next to a window with a cup of tea in his hand as he greeted Katsuki with a wicked twinkle in his eye. The young blonde held back a shiver that wanted to rack through his body and just gave a tight-lipped smile to the man, bare thing. He felt a hand on his shoulder and stepped forward to allow the man behind him to guide him to a seat opposite of the principal. A tense silence settled around them when All Might sat next to the principal, till the man that brought him here offered him a cup of tea. No thank you. It messes with my kidneys. Drank too much as a child. He was nervous with all the attention being focused on him. He didn't like the vibe the principal was giving him. It was an intense stare that made him uncomfortable. His only saving grace was that All Might seemed to notice it and started speaking to help fill in the silence. Okay, so Katsuki. Can I call you Katsuki? If not, I can just keep it too. Bakugu. The hero looked concerned that he'd crossed some kind of line, but Katsuki was quick to wave his concern off. Whatever is fine. Just no nicknames. Izuku was the only one allowed to give him those weird and wild nicknames he was always making up. It warmed his heart and face every time he came up with a new one. So Katsuki, you know how I'm the #1 pro in Japan, correct? The man waits for his nod to continue. Have you ever noticed how I redirect any and all questions towards something else when it comes to my quirk? Oh shit, was he about to learn something about the man Izzy was unable to break down in analysis? He waits once again for his nod. Katsuki shifts in his seat and focuses all his attention on the pro, ignoring the smug and cold glances the principal was sending his way. Well, that's because I was given my quirk from someone else. What? Katsuki's eyes were wide and disbelieving. I was born quirkless and was handed down the quirk I have now. It's called One for All, and I've been looking for a successor to take my place. Looking for someone to hand my quirk over to. Katsuki's brain is fried. I was in a horrible battle 5 years ago that really cost me. All of a sudden, All Might was poofing out of existence and leaving behind a scrawny gremlin-type thing in his place. There was blood spewing from his mouth, and if Katsuki was anyone but himself, he would have freaked out and flipped his sheet. Instead, he just swallowed hard, handed the man the nearest box of tissues, and took a deep breath to calm his nerves that were screaming at him to jump up and run. All Might seemed to have wanted to give him a moment to process what he'd just seen and was told. He took a moment to clean his mouth and the coffee table of any blood spatters, then he plowed onward and continued till Katsuki's eye was twitching from stress. Was it Toxic Chainsaw? That was about 5 years ago, right? Katsuki questioned the pro, remembering the bit of analysis Izzy was able to compile on the hero in front of him. Izzy knew every fight and obtainable information about All Might and was constantly talking about his favorites, which included the man in front of him. No, that punk could never do this to me. You know your stuff though. All Might looked impressed. It's not me. My best friend is insanely good at hero analysis and you're one of his favorites. He's done so much research and he's a bit of a chatterbox around me, so I know almost everything about you. I'm going to stop talking no before I get weird like Izzy. Katsuki's face was as red as his favorite hot chips. He seemed to not notice that he picked up a few of his best friend's habits. He wasn't looking at All Might when he started to speak again after clearing his throat. Well, my respiratory system was nearly completely destroyed, and on top of that my stomach was removed. I can't hold the figure you've come to know for more than a few hours at a time, 3 at the most because of all of the surgeries. The more hero work I do or the longer I try to hold that form without taking a break, shortens the length of time I'm able to hold it. He looked up to see the blonde lift the tail end of his shirt. It revealed a gnarly scar that somewhat resembled a flower. It looked painful and it turned Katsuki's stomach a bit. This is what he was signing up for as a hero. It was going to be his responsibility and duty to put his life on the line for other. To lay his life down for strangers and do every and all he could do to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. If you're telling me all this and trusting me with these types of secrets, then that means you're basically offering me your quirk? Katsuki was barely able to wrap his mind around it. He shook his head and questioned the man. Why me? I'm nothing special. Just a kid that sweats nitroglycerin. I know I'm not the best choice. I can't be. I certainly can't your first choice. Maybe not even your second. You're actually not my first choice. But my first choice was, All Might started but took the time to send a small glare at the man-bear thing next to him, taken off the table so to say. My second choice turned down my offer and I fully respect their decision and reasoning. You're the one who agreed to my terms and conditions, Yagi-san. You agreed to keep your selection in successor to the Hero Core students. From any of the 6 classes we have attending this school. Nizu shrugged his shoulders and All Might looked mad but unwilling to fight his words or the contract that seemed to have been made. Katsuki took in the information being thrown in All Might's face. Izzy was your first choice. Izuku Midoriya? Katsuki lifted his head and looked directly at All Might. The blonde hesitated but nodded his confirmation. Yes. Young Midoriya was my first choice. I would be having this conversation with him if he'd been accepted into the hero course or even if he weren't accepted at all. Since he was accepted and then placed into general studies, he's been labeled as off-limits to my selection. It's my fault for not reading the fine print and assuming that the boy's skill and scores would have him placed in his rightful class. All Might sent a glare over to the smug, smirking principal right beside him. Yes, well, that's on you, Yagi-san. No need dwelling in the past. We must push on to the present. Nizu's cold eyes made contact with Katsuki's bright red ones. He was unable to hold back the shiver this time, which only made the principal's smirk widen and eyes turn amused. If I accept, I'm not going to be able to tell anyone. Not even Izzy, huh? He was asking All Might but staring at the principal that seemed to hold all the cards in this deal. I'm afraid you are correct. If you were to accept, then I'd have to ask that you find an XQ-. It won't be a problem. Izzy-. He stops himself when he sees the principal's ears literally perk up. It won't be a problem, All Might. He finally tears his eyes away from his principals and gives the tall blonde hero a closed smile. He looks up towards the clock that sits on the wall just above the adults' heads. It looks like the bell is about to ring. Would you mind if we talked after school so we can avoid having to deal with a tardy excuse on my first day? He asks all might and tries his very best to ignore Nizu. That's fine with me. Just meet me here after class and we'll be able to discuss this further. Katsuki was up before All Might even started to tell him where they could meet. The feeling inside the room was suffocating to him. He felt like he wasn't able to breathe in fully. Okay, thanks. He gave the adults a wave and left the room as quick as possible. Once he was in the hallway, he finally felt like he could breathe. He was taking deep, greedy breaths of air and clutched at his chest. He wasn't sure exactly where he'd wound up, but he leaned against whatever wall it was beside him. He doubles over at the waist, hands on his knees and his mind going a million miles a second. There was too much going on in one day for his brain to process all at once. Kaken? His head whipped to the sound of his best friend and his feet moved without him realizing it. He wrapped his arms around Izuku's shoulders and held him tight. The small green boy was the only person, place, and/or thing that calmed him in that moment. He had too much information racing through his mind and needed something to ground him. Kaken, what's wrong? His voice was soft and worried, but Katsuki couldn't find his voice to respond, so he just gave the boy a tight squeeze. Strong arms wrapped around his waist and started to push his back and to the side. I'll be right there. You go on ahead. The blonde refused to look up and see who he was talking to, barely registering the words to begin with. Kaken, it's all right. I'm right here. Can you count with me? Izuku's voice was right next to his ear, and his breath puffed lightly against his neck. Izuku counted out to 20 out loud while Katsuki kept his numbers inside his head. Nevertheless, the sound of Izuku's calm voice and steady hold on him helped calm the panic attack before it could go into full swing. He's been around Izuku long enough to know what it was, but he'd never experienced it before. The overload of information and conflicting vibes he'd been subjected to must have just had his nerves and emotions going haywire. Feeling the need to flee but sit and listen fed with him, and he did not like it one bit. Better? Izuku asked him, knowing that he was not letting him go till Katsuki gave him the okay to do so. Katsuki was hesitant to let his best friend go but nodded because he knew he needed to. The class bell was bound to ring any moment now to signal the last 5 minutes before class was to start. What happened? What got you so worked up? Izuku's voice was gentle and concerned. Katsuki couldn't bring himself to look his friend in the eyes. Couldn't bring himself to lie to the boy. He hadn't done it before. He didn't want to start to do it now or ever. Maybe he could tell a half-truth? What would that even be? He met with the principal and #1 pro in Japan and just had snacks? F.I.N.G. ridiculous. He started to panic. What was he going to tell him? Could he even tell him anything? Can't say anything about All Might, like at all. Talking about the principal would just irritate the other boy, even if he wouldn't show it. He could not go complaining about Izuku's new boyfriend. Especially when he didn't even know anything about the boy. He didn't want to force his problems on his best friend. He knew Izuku would listen to him and offer advice, but what could his friend tell him if he didn't even know the full situation? Was in a brand new relationship with the person he had nonsense problems with. He needed to buck up and act like a big boy. Kaken? Izuku pulls him from his thoughts once more with soft words and a kind hand on his shoulder. We don't have to talk about it right now. If it's too much, that's okay. As long as we talk about it soon. You know I'm always here for you, for whatever reason you may have. You're one of my top priorities, Kat. You're my most special person. Parody. It dawned on him that Izzy had picked up at least half of his internal problems. Thought that he was having a panic attack over seeing Izzy with his new boyfriend, who he assumed was the person Izuku was talking to before he pulled him into this corner they were in. Thanks, Izzy. He croaks out and he gives a half smile that he hopes was convincing. I appreciate that. Thank you. He meant that part at least. Izuku would know that he was referring to his place in the boy's life. He was glad that Izzy knew him as well as he did. Knew his deep insecurities and addressed them whenever problems around them rose. They stood there for a moment just taking in each other's presence. Just letting the air settle around them as the hallways start to clear out. The bell signaled and the two looked at each other in understanding. "I'll see you when school ends?" They spoke in unison, making both of them release a deep chuckle. "I was invited to do something after school ended, but I'll see you after final bell?" Katsuki hoped that Izuku wouldn't question him any further. "Same here, so I guess we'll just meet up where we started the day, then meet up tomorrow on the stairs?" Izzy looked hopeful, and it broke something inside Katsuki. Izuku thought that he was mad at him and would abandon him. Of course Izzy. Well, text in between. They both stepped out of the little nook they'd found themselves in, taking steps in opposite directions. "I'll catch you up on everything we've been doing today in class. You won't believe who my homeroom teacher is." He waggled his eyebrows. "Oh, who did you get?" "I'm with Present Mike. He's just as loud as on the radio. Makes me feel like I'm back at your house." The amusement in the boy's voice and across his face makes his heart soar. He loves seeing his best friend happy and having fun. His heart clenches when he remembers that his best friend was now spoken for. His smile dropped for maybe half a second before he forced himself to put it back up. I got Eraserhead as homeroom." His voice wasn't as excited as it was moments ago, but the name had his best friend stop mid-step regardless. "Really? Oh, that's so cool." They weren't anywhere near each other anymore, but he could tell that Izzy had stars in his eyes. "Maybe you can help me fill out more of my notebook tomorrow." Izuku was all but yelling down the hallway now, but neither minded. If anything, Katsuki would encourage his friend to yell louder to him. Show everyone that Katsuki was firmly in this boy's life and wasn't going anywhere. Possessive much? Chill the F out, Kat. He chastises his thoughts and reminds himself to answer his best friend. "Of course, Izzy. See ya later." He turns before he's able to convince himself to come clean about everything he's been told in the past hour and get himself into some kind of trouble. He needed to sort through his thoughts by himself before he f's up something as life-changing as inheriting All Might's quirk. Most interesting first day of school. I'll say that much at least. F-I-N-G hell. Is every day going to be like this? The F am I supposed to do with my life if this is how my first day of high school is going? Katsuki's thoughts run through his mind at a decent pace, so he's able to keep up with them, but there's still so much to think through that he feels a headache start to bloom. Great. I wonder if Yaya has any aspirin? Doubt it. He makes it to his classroom and walks through the open door. He finds that only maybe 3/4 of his class had made it back so far. At the sight of the empty seats and catching a glimpse of his teacher still asleep under his desk, he let out a deep breath and made his way to his seat. Bakugu, right? He wasn't even in his seat for 2 seconds before there was one of his classmates made their way to his side. And if it is? He snapped and watched as the boy just smiled at him. That threw Katsuki for a hard loop. Most people flinch, then leave him the F alone. Your quirk, man. I've never seen anything like it. How does it work? Do you just heat up your hands and feet till they explode? Is it something in the air? Is it dash? I sweat nitroglycerin. Katsuki growled out, hoping the boy would understand and leave him alone. He had too much on his mind to have some extra ask him a bunch of unnecessary questions. It's not like the kid wasn't going to find out sooner or later, just like Katsuki would soon know each and every one of his classmates' quirks as well. Maybe even have Izzy analyze them for fun and learn more than the information they'd give the rest of the class. Find out which ones had the real potential to become pros and sidekicks. The kid's eyes sparkle at his answer, and Katsuki lets a groan out loud and uncaring if it came off as rude. This extra was going to be persistent and probably not leave him alone till all his questions have answers. That's so cool. I never would have thought of that as your answer. You must not think a lot then, huh? It's a pretty logical answer and fairly basic quirk. He hopes that simplifying and downplaying his quirk would help get the kid off his back, but nay. I'm more of an action guy, you could say. Battle strategies aren't really my forte, but I'm more than excited to learn all Aizawa-sensei is willing to teach. His strategies are untouchable by all other, except those with a quirk that specializes in intellect. Like our principal's quirk. But even then, if Eraserhead just used his quirk on him, it would reduce the user's intellect back to its base stance and stop the quirk from producing any more additional knowledge. The guy was spouting off facts that Katsuki already knew from Izzy's notebooks, but it impressed him nonetheless. Normally Izuku was the only one that had random facts about heroes. I just wish I had a quirk as cool and manly as you and Sensei do. The extra brings his hand out from its folded position on his chest to out in front of him. Straightening out his stance from leaning on the desk behind him, he activates his quirk. There's a little shink noise coming from his arm that Katsuki can't explain, as his arm instantly hardens. Sharp edges and ridges line the boy's arm, and Katsuki watches as the extra slowly turns his arm over to show his now sharp palm and fingers that were fused together. It's nothing flashy and certainly not as cool or manly as your quirk. All I do is harden my skin and muscles to, right now, the strength of iron or quartz, but I'm hoping with more quirk training I can get up to titanium or corundum and one day hopefully diamond or tungsten. The hopeful and determined twinkle in the boy's eye is missed by the blonde who was wrapped up in the actual hardness of the boy's quirk. An iron? Quartz? Kami that's hard, Katsuki states under his breath. That's what she said. The boy laughs and Katsuki rolls his eyes, willing away the need to laugh himself and the blush that tried and failed at making its way onto his cheeks at the realization of his words. Couldn't say much for the tips of his ears though, the traitors. But anyway, I'm Kirishima Ijiro. The boy disengages his quirk and holds his now softened hand out to him to shake. The extra, Kirishima, had a smile on his face that could only be rivaled by his Izzy. There's two of them. I'm going to implode. Katsuki rolls his eyes and takes the offered hand, just knowing that the kid wasn't going to be leaving him alone anytime soon. Might as well not make my life any harder than it is right now. Which is ironic considering the extra's quirk. Katsuki groans once more at his thoughts and praises whatever deity there is when the final bell rings. Sensei slowly starts to crawl out from under his desk and calls for everyone to go to their own seats. Kirishima gives him a small wave and goes to sit 2 columns over on his row. He doesn't understand what the kid meant by not as cool of a quirk as him. Being able to harden your body to that point? It's FNG amazing. It must have taken a lot to get his quirk to where it was now, and to think that he just wants to go for the strongest minerals and metals known to man is absolutely mind-blowing. Glancing over at the kid that was now focused on their sensei, he wonders if the kid could actually do it. Then there was the thing of him being another Izzy that Katsuki was just not going to address at the moment. He wonders if the two of them would get along. He hates to admit or even think about it, but he knows his best friend needs more friends in his life. He violently dispels the thought from his mind. Remember the last time you did that? Introduced Izzy to new people you thought would make good friends with him? Don't chance it, moron. You may not get him back if it ever happens again. He seks his teeth quietly at himself for even attempting to think about possibly bringing more destruction into his best friend's life. He takes a second to clear his mind and then looks ahead to the front of the room at his sensei. He needed to focus on what was happening here and now, and he'd sort his mind out about everything else later. He had a free PRD coming up in about 2 hours, so he'll just wait till then. He'll figure out what to do about All Might. About his jealousy and best friend. Think about why he feels so uneasy around his principal. Figure out if Kirishima is anything like those assholes from back in the day. Figure out what he's making for dinner tonight, and finally he'll try to find a bookstore on where exactly he could find the book Present Mike had talked about earlier that they'd be reading. He'll figure it all out. He has no choice but to do so. Seeing Kat so stressed out in the middle of the hallway, where anyone could see him, had Izuku beyond worried about his best friend. He'd seen the blonde getting irritated at lunch, but in the past all he'd needed was a moment alone to collect his thoughts. He's never seen or heard of Katsuki getting so worked up and stressed out that he'd been on the brink of a panic attack. Izuku wanted so badly to find out what was causing his closest friend and ally so much distress, but when he saw that look in those ruby red eyes he knew it was too much all at once. Telling Kat to take his time in telling him what was going on was easy, but the worry just grew in his heart. Something was wrong. There was something that Katsuki felt he couldn't tell him. Izuku could feel it. His friend never was the best of liars or fakers. Never win an award for acting, the thought drifted through his mind fondly. He refused to force anything out of Katsuki, no matter how much he wanted to know. Trying to force his best friend to do something he didn't want to do was worse than trying to give a cat a bath. It just ended in feeling getting hurt, mean looks shot at one another, and being shoved away for weeks on end. Katsuki would come to him when he felt ready. Izuku could trust in that if nothing else. Ready to get going? Hitoshi's hip was leaning against his desk, head ped to the side in slight concern that was overshadowed by amusement. Izuku looks around to confirm what he had sensed and saw that the rest of the class indeed had left, leaving himself alone with present Mike-sensei and Hitoshi. Izuku nodded his head and looked over to Mike-sensei before speaking up. "Need any help, sir?" The question was answered with eyes snapping up to his and a somewhat confused sound escaping his sensei's mouth. There were several emotions that flashed in the man's eyes before they settled on amusement. "Oh, I've got it, Midoriya. Thank you though, I do appreciate it." Mike sends the two of them a smile and goes back to packing his things into his bag. Izuku takes the man at his word and decides to just slip his notebook and pencil into his own bag before standing. "Let's go, bedhead." He nudges past the purple-haired boy and makes his way to the classroom door before he turns back to see Hitoshi sporting a faux offended look on his face. "My hair isn't nearly as bad as whatever the hell is on top of your head, thank you very much." With a dramatic hand to his chest and head turned upwards, he struts past Izuku and steps into the hallway. "Whatever helps you sleep at night." Izuku snorts before falling step with his new friend. "I don't sleep, for your information. Hate to break it to you, sweetheart. These bags may be Gucci, but they're also 100% organic." Izuku rolls his eyes and lets a smile tug at the corners of his lips. He hasn't been in the presence of this much sass since Cat. His gut twists in guilt as he remembers his favorite blonde. Remembers the way his face fell and fire opal eyes dulled at his needed announcement. Lying to his best friend and longtime crush/love was something he never wanted, intended, or tried to do. Putting both his future career in trouble and drowning Eraserhead in lawsuits wasn't an option though. The words over lunch had him feeling like acid had washed over his tongue and throat. It was a feeling he never wanted to relive. Watching Katsuki break down in the hallways had sent his nerves and mind into a near frenzy of need to protect and find what's wrong and fix had nearly overwhelmed him. He needed to take a few steadying breaths before taking his blonde into his arms and pulling him to a more covered part of the hall. He'd never seen Cat like that before. He hopes the boy will let him know what happened sooner or later, but will give him the space he seems to need. Izuku was deep in his mind but still sidestepped the blue-eyed boy that launched himself at him from a little alcove in the hallway. Ready for a rematch already? Izuku brings himself slowly out of his mind, putting his thoughts to a corner in the side of his mind to revisit after training today. He turns to the boy he'd subdued earlier and sees a manic smile facing him. "You really are good. You weren't even paying attention to anything and still avoided me." The blonde pulls himself up the ground and launches himself at Izuku once again. Hand pushing Hitoshi a bit away from Izuku before trying to grab Izuku's black undershirt. Izuku just takes the boy's forearm and pulls him off balance towards him and allows him to stumble ahead of him. Izuku takes note of how the blonde takes stock of the quirk he just copied and smirks. He thinks I don't know how Hitoshi's quirk works. Fair assumption to make. He does know about my stance in the general studies class that isn't focused on quirk development like the hero course is. Izuku almost lets the smirk he's hiding slide across his face. He must be able to feel the basis of the quirk he copies. Got to be able to figure out at least how to activate it with how he'd been so confused earlier today with my quirklessness. Maybe an underlying weaker quirk? A quirk sensor to help along his main quirk. Izuku takes mental notes as he watches the blonde move at him. The blonde hadn't tried to talk yet, but his moves were less intentionally sloppy now with the added quirk under his belt. Lunges replaced with coordinated steps forward. Quick grabs take a back seat to even quicker jabs towards Izuku's midsection. Frustrated noises coming from the blonde at every tilt of Izuku's head and foiled planned-out move. Izuku casts a bored glance over to Hitoshi as he steps out of the way of yet another jab and gives the confused boy a playful roll of his eyes. Izuku had his hands folded behind his back, over the strap of his side satchel school bag before moving them to inside his pockets. If Monoma accidentally got caught on his bag and dragged them both to the ground, his arm would have been twisted, and Izuku was not fond of injuries to his arms. "You know, if you keep avoiding me, I may think you aren't actually as good as I thought." The mocking voice rang out from behind him with a much weakened, but still noticeable, dip to his voice. Izuku knew better than to answer the taunt and merely turned on his heel to shoot the blonde a simple raise of his eyebrow. He didn't actually care what the boy thought of him. Preferring to be underestimated gave him an edge over people who tried to hackle him. No one can judge you worse than you already judge yourself. Izuku had long since accepted his quirkless status and in turn nearly perfected his defensive countermoves. Monoma wouldn't be touching him until Izuku allowed him to do so on his own terms. At the raised eyebrow and uninterested look in Izuku's lax body, he changed tactics. Then again, avoiding my every single move is a feat all in itself, isn't it? The blonde let out an almost silent growl when all he got in return was an over-exaggerated bow. The dip in the boy's voice was losing its tone. That's a fairly short quirk stamina. We've only been going for what? 3.5 minutes? I wonder what his absolute limit is? Or how many quirks he can copy at once? The list in Izuku's head on questions that needed answers was growing steadily as he watched the boy grow more frustrated. The smile on the blonde's face never lost its manic touch, but his eyes grew more tense and hardened in irritation. You know what? You're going to have to teach me on how you're able to do that. The lunges, jabs and dip in the blonde's voice all drop at once. 3 minutes and around 46 seconds seems to be his limit, then. Izuku makes the mental note before speaking up, putting on his most innocent look he could muster. I have no idea what you mean. Show you what? He can feel his lips try to twitch as Hitoshi snickers from behind him and Monoma stares at him deadpanned in front of him. Oh, you're good. You're good, Midoriya. Monoma passes his tongue across his teeth and ducks his head. One hand on his hip and one hand raised to point a finger at Hitoshi behind him, he raises a question that Izuku never would have even tried to think of. Is that cucumber I taste? Izuku nearly startles at the question. He doesn't like being caught off guard. He looks back at Hitoshi with an intrigued look on his face and calculating look in his eye. The shrug and smirk the purple-haired boy gives looks like he's trying to pass off his uncomfortable stance he takes up. He certainly doesn't like being put on the spot, huh? I haven't tasted cucumbers in years. Flavor changes on how strong my quirk is projected. Apples was the very first flavor. He brings a hand to the back of his neck and gives both he and Monoma a sly look. You know, back when I was 6. Its weakest form. There's that dip. Izuku now wonders what that strength and flavor was. What's the range of flavors? Strength of the quirk? Do the flavors keep to vegetables? Lead into fruits? Drinks? Random other flavors like copper or grass? Thanks for the new perspective on quirk possibilities, Blondie. He internally gives his thanks to Monoma before turning back to said boy who was now on the verge of flailing his arms to pair with the indignant noises he was making. What's that sup dash? The boy's face goes slack and his body goes lax as he falls to the brainwash Hitoshi activated. A hitched eyebrow thrown back to Hitoshi and said boy gave a shrug. He started it. Didn't ask if he could copy my quirk or touch me. Izuku rolls his eyes in reluctant fondness. His friend did have a point. Why are you out here roaming halls and yeeting yourself at people? The dip was still in his voice, but Izuku didn't feel he'd fall prey to it if he spoke now. So he's able to control who it affects and how it affects his targeted. Beyond useful on a battlefield, Izuku makes yet another mental note before turning back to the slack-faced blonde. For science. The snort that leaves Izuku was anything but cute, but that was not the response he was expecting. Testing theories and hypothesis is part of the scientific method. To have accurate results, you have to test and test before settling on your answer. Monoma continued on as if he hadn't heard the snort and Izuku found himself agreeing. With the boy. He does the same thing in more than multiple aspects of his life. With his training, inventing, analyzing, cooking, baking. He repeats and repeats till he's satisfied with a repeated answer or action. He walks the few steps over to Monoma and takes in everything he could find and catalog in his mind. Taking note of the dull and distant look in the boy's eyes that paired with dilated pupils and the way every muscle in the boy's body seemed to be in a relaxed state using just enough tension to keep him upright. He wonders. Said to mean? Monoma goes right back to his previous sentence before looking around himself in confusion. Wait, what? He looks down to where Izuku had his index finger poked into his shoulder and looks up to him with questions floating in his eyes. So I was right? All they need is a nudge. Izuku tosses a questioning look behind him and gets yet another shrug in return. Depending on how strong I let my quirk take over. Stronger the activation, strong the nudge. Humor coloring the boy's voice let him know that Hitoshi intentionally kept his quirk weak. Just strong enough to get a truthful answer but weak enough to be bumped out of the wash when Izuku inevitably did his little experiment. Did he know I was going to test out my theory? Shaking his head, he files the question away for another time. I really want to catalog y'all's quirks, but again, I don't want to be late. Izuku sounds borderline regretful at his statement but nevertheless throws a meaningful look to Hitoshi before taking a few steps back from Monoma. Are you guys heading off to training? Monoma asks excitedly. He gives a less manic and more genuine smile while asking them if he could tag along since he was heading off to do some private training as well. Basically quirkless till he's able to touch someone and apparently a science nerd. He's nearly positive on where the boy is heading off to but doesn't want to make any assumptions. Sure can. Let's get going, shall we? He knows that a devious smirk crosses his face but he's too giddy to give a DMN. That man is building a nearly quirkless underground hero army, isn't he? Izuku lets out a laugh that he knows startles his two companions but again he's too excited to see if he's right in his theory to care. He's nearly skipping ahead of the other two towards the front entrance when he flings the door open. On one of the benches lining the UA entrance walkway is a yellow caterpillar-looking mound resting atop of it. Dad, we've talked about you dragging that cami awful sleeping bag everywhere. Why don't you use the one Uncle Yagi got you? Hitoshi comes out from behind him and walks over to the yellow mound poking it with a stick he picked up somewhere along the way. The mound that's supposed to be Hitoshi's father groans and rolls over till it's facing outwards instead of the back of the bench. You're an evil heathen. Hitoshi shrugs and plasters a tired smile on his face that matches his father's. You're the one that chose me, so... He drags out though and his smile grows when Aizawa-sensei rolled his eyes. Izuku feels Monoma come up to stand beside him, confusion and excitement radiating from his body, nearly vibrating from it. They both watch as Eraserhead wiggles his way out of his sleeping bag like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. It was more graceful than it should have been. Then again, he's a pro that works patrol through the night for 6 days a week and then teaches during the day 5 of those days just to do charity work on his off day. Obviously, he's worked out a certain system that keeps him upright and alive. He's probably had this down to a science for some time now to make it look as graceful as he does. We should head to the field before other people start questioning why I have 3 gremlins on my tail. Eraserhead folds his yellow sleeping bag over his arm and starts walking off to the front gates leading out to the street without another word. Hitoshi looks back to both Izuku and Monoma and nods his head towards the gates his father just left, silently telling them to hurry up and start following behind the pro. Jogging over to the tired-looking boy, Monoma is the first to fire off their shared question. You're Eraserhead's son? I didn't know he had any kids. A shrug is what they get. If it weren't for his quirk, I bet he'd be mute. He seems to hate giving verbal responses. Or maybe it's because of his quirk that he prefers not to talk. Trying to put other people at ease with not talking? Izuku files that away as well in the growing filing cabinet he's acquired inside his head dedicated to his newfound friend and pretend significant other. Mother had an affair, father found out, I was disowned, dad picked up the slack that the others deemed too much effort. He said it in such a nonchalant way Izuku could see he was just trying to steer away from the subject but keep himself honest on the way away from it. He was appreciative of the honesty and respected his silent request to change the subject. So Izuku walks over to his and snakes his arm around Hitoshi's, giving the boy something to ground himself back to the here and now. A small shuttered sigh comes from the boy before he's looking down at Izuku with a grateful look in his eye. So what all does Eraser train you on? Tugging the boy along with him and reaching behind him blindly to grab onto Monoma's shirt before taking his first real step towards the gates. I'm sure no matter what it is, Monoma here could benefit from it. A wink thrown over his shoulder at the boy he was essentially dragging behind him was all Hitoshi needed to throw his head back in laughter while Monoma sputter in mock offense once again. The blonde finally caught pace and started to make playful jabs at Izuku as well. Walking a good distance behind the pro hero that was to train them, it looked nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing more than three friends walking home after a long day at school. A guilty feeling tugging at his gut once again when his caught on Monoma's blonde hair. It was the wrong color. Eyes not matching the red he longed to look into. He wanted to wrap his arms around a darker, more muscular arm that was 4 degrees warmer than the normal human body. His gut twisted in guilt of not having his best friend next to him like they'd promised each other all those years ago. Not having Katsuki at his side, heading towards his most wild and vivid dreams that are actually coming true, felt so disgustingly wrong that he felt queasy for a moment. He had the strongest urge to call his best friend and confess everything that's happened since his second test taking. Then he thought of Aizawa-sensei and how he was sticking his neck and career out for not just him but for the other two with him as well. He looked over to Monoma and thought about everything he'd be taking away from the boy and how much harder he knows the boy would have to work to find a suitable trainer to teach him what he needs to become a nearly quirkless pro hero. Glancing over to Hitoshi, who had his head flung back in a laugh at something Monoma had commented on, and just knew he'd be vilified for his father's playing favorites. He'd be denied his place in general studies or be bullied out of it after people inevitably found out that his father was privately training students. Hitoshi was already having a hard time being accepted with his quirk already. Izuku looked down at his feet and swallowed around the lump in his throat. He trusted Katsuki more than he trusted even his own mom, but that didn't mean he had the right to give away other people's secrets. Just because he trusted the blonde beauty doesn't mean any of these three did. Katsuki would never give away any of Izuku's secrets, that he knew for a fact. It was everyone else that would be around his friend that was the problem. What if someone looked over his shoulder while they texted about it? Overheard a conversation over the phone? Badgered his friend till he exploded and said things he didn't mean to people he was trying to build relationships with? What if Nizu found out about their conversation or that Izuku was being trained by Aizawa? There was a clear bias against him from the principal that was already working against his best friend. If Nizu found out that Kat knew, then it would be used against him and possibly force him out of his rightful place in the hero course. He was not going to jeopardize Katsuki's place or plans in chasing his dreams to become the greatest pro hero this world has seen. He'd swallow his guilt and protect his best friend, the one he loves above all others. Katsuki has protected him for so long. It was time for him to repay the kindness. "You okay, Midoriya?" A nudge from his right brought him from his mind. He hummed and looked up to the two taller boys who were staring at him in concern. "Oh yeah, I'm just excited. Not every day you get offered to train with one of the greatest, almost quirkless underground pro heroes." He shrugs his shoulder when they look at him in amusement. "Plus I get to put two people on there but without consequence, so I'm pretty excited about that as well." He had to clutch his side at how hard he was laughing from their responses. "Oh, I really want a divorce now." Premeditated spousal abuse. Hitoshi sniffed his nose like he was upset. "Oh hell no. Them's fightin' words, Midoriya." Monoma was hopping next to him like he was preparing to start a fight right there on the sidewalk. "All 20 of our kids are better off with me anyway." Hitoshi put his unoccupied hand to his forehead like he was about to faint. "I don't need you to 20 kids? That's a ridiculous amount of children to have." The blonde was caught up in the inside joke he and Hitoshi had about their increasing amount of fake children. Monoma didn't even look put out by the fact that Hitoshi said he had kids, just with the sheer amount of them he'd acquired. He listened on to the two discuss hypotheticals on where he and Hitoshi's fake kids came from along with their backgrounds and personalities. Keeping his eyes ahead on Eraserhead, he could tell the man was listening to them. His posture was relaxed and a slight tension in his shoulders that said he was on guard for any possible threats that came their way. The feeling of guilt and "something's wrong" will probably stay with him till he had the chance to safely tell Kat about everything that was going on, but standing between these two and working with Aizawa all the while keeping his best friend safe was something he wouldn't trade. He's made at least one new friend and one possible friend along with a competent and skilled sensei. He seems to be on the right path to achieving his dreams, and he knows Katsuki is as well. It's all he's ever really truly asked for at the end of the day. For he and Katsuki to be happy. Katsuki was quick to learn that, though he may not have come to this school looking for friends, he was going to be adopted as a friend regardless. For the entirety of the last hour of class, where Aizawa-sensei gave them time to talk quietly with each other to build a rapport with each other, their sensei made the point that there was going to be a high chance that at least some of them would be working closely together in the future as heroes if they survived his class. They were also going to be spending at least this school year with each other, so it was better to get a start on being comfortable with everyone in the class sooner rather than later. He was quietly talking with Yaya when not just Kirishima, but a whole other brave dumb but came over to plop themselves down at the desks next to the two. Katsuki was sitting in his own seat, turned around to straddle the back of his chair, while Tenya sat right behind him with his planners, a binder and a few handwritten worksheets laid out on the desk in front of the two. They were working out a schedule for the work their teachers were trying to prepare them for. Working in homework, studying, training, time for the three of them to spend together and family time. It was a lot to fit into a schedule, but they were getting there. Katsuki knew that he'd have to let Izzy take a look at it just to confirm that his time slots lined up with theirs, but he was confident that they'd get it down to a relatively nice time frame for everything, including giving Izzy extra time in his schedule for his boyfriend. The dread that tugged at his stomach was completely and thoroughly ignored. He has no right to be jealous or upset that Izzy is in a relationship. He knew it would happen sooner or later, he just didn't know it would be so soon. There was also the bit where he thought it would be him that would be standing next to the Grionet in such a way, but that was to be thought over at a later time. Way later. Maybe in a few years' time. Maybe in the next century. It was nice to think that he'd be given an unlimited time to put the thoughts and emotions to the little corner in the back of his head till he successfully buried them, but he knew that it would only worry his best friend. He'd endure the embarrassment of confessing his feelings to Izuku. Endure and abate the worry that would no doubt grow in his best friend over losing their friendship, because there was no way in hell Izuku felt the same. They'd already been over that. He'd tell Izuku his feelings but assure him that he didn't need to reciprocate said feelings. Tell the freckle-spattered genius that Katsuki would be more than happy to just continue on as the best of friends. He didn't need a romantic relationship with the boy. He just needed Izuku. He could deal with the rest and try to fill the need of a romantic relationship with someone else. It may not sound fair to the person he ends up with, but those are the cards Katsuki's being dealt, and he'd play them to the best of his abilities. As long as Izuku was in his life in some kind of capacity, he knew he could do anything he'd ever set his mind to. Dependent much? Fucking loser. Katsuki rolls his eyes at himself and his thoughts. You can do shit without Izuku. He's not the entire world. He mulled over his internal words for a moment before coming to accept that. That's true, but it wouldn't be the same without him. An odd feeling settled inside him that he couldn't really identify. He wasn't given the time to think it over either, because the blonde that had tagged along with Kirishima decided to start asking questions. Does anyone know where that kid ended up? You know, the one that broke UA's entrance exam records? I didn't see him on the seating chart for 1A or 1B. Electric yellow eyes wide in disbelief only took on an even wider look when the redhead to his right confirmed what he'd just said. Yeah. You'd think that the kid would be in the top hero course. The second hero course class at the very least. Maybe he rejected the placement? With a score like that, he could go literally anywhere in the world to pursue a hero license and degree. Kirishima looked to both Yaya and himself with questions swimming in his eyes. Did you guys see any sign of the guy? Did either of you test with him? There was genuine interest in both Kirishima and Kaminari's eyes. He and Tenya looked at each other before the navy-haired boy shrugged his shoulders. You know him better than anyone else could ever dream to. With that being said, Tenya turned his eyes back to what he was writing and started to make notes in the margins of his paper, which were ridiculously neat and cleanly written. Katsuki rolled his eyes for the nth time today and breathed out a deep suffering sigh. You're not going to find him in either hero course. He's not in it. He gives the boys to his left a glance before looking back down to the papers in front of him, waiting for the next question or comment to come his way. So he rejected the position? Came from Kirishima while, you know him, came from a near-shrieking Kaminari. He glares at Kaminari for his choice in volume till he gets a sheepish sorry before answering both questions. He didn't reject sheet. He was rejected. I've known Izzy since basically the womb. He tried in vain to hide the fondness that came from speaking about his best friend. He shoved Tenya's shoulder lightly when he noticed the small smirk on the boy's lips. Kirishima asked, "He was rejected? That makes absolutely no sense." While Kaminari just cooed at him over Izuku's childhood nickname, which stopped the second Katsuki directed another glare his way. The blonde held his hands up in defense before his brain caught up to what Katsuki had just said. Wait, the top scorer was rejected? How does that make sense? What could possibly have him be rejected? There was a couple of seconds of silence where Katsuki let the two draw their own conclusions. He would never admit to being a drama king, but if the combat boot fit, he was DMN sure going to wear and flaunt that sheet. Especially if it was made by Hero Acclamation Industries, which was one of his and Izuku's hero support companies they owned. It was a company where every dime of revenue went to low-income neighborhoods, schools, libraries, and the likes. It was honestly one of their favorite companies that they collaborated on. Izuku made the equipment and Katsuki dressed it up to be more appealing than the grays and dull colors of materials that the equipment called for. A couple of the lines they'd put out were made exclusively for kids with disability-inducing quirks and just straight-up disabilities that were brightly colored and mostly made for specific clients. Looking at the margins in that particular company always brought a smile and warm feeling to him. He loved being able to help people that were less fortunate than he and his family were. He also loved meeting some of the kids that required specific gear. He and Izzy would go basically undercover as helpers for the company to get specifications of needs and dimensions for the kid's body, quirk, and disability. They were able to help most of those kids hands-on, and it always brought Katsuki's view of the world back to life. There was so much hate and so many villains in the world, but for just a short amount of time there was just kids laughing and smiling and crying out in pure joy. Katsuki was dragged back to the present with a scandalized Kaminari. Wait, did he cheat? That's gotta be one of the only things they'd reject the top scorer for. Before Kirishima couldn't even get out a single word, Katsuki was quick to shut the expected accusation down. No, he didn't cheat either time he took the tests. He was rejected because he's quirkless and the principal of this FING school is a discriminating a-hole. Katsuki tried to keep the snarl out of his tone, but with the hand that Tenya was placing on his arm and the way the other two boys sat back in their chairs, as far from Katsuki as they could get without moving away, said otherwise. So he takes a deep breath, the rein in his emotions. Izzy was born quirkless. He took both the written and physical tests and aced both beyond anything the school board had seen. Because he's quirkless, he was accused of cheating. Izzy, being the baddest motherfucker I've ever met, challenged the decision and was told he'd have to take both tests again. Alone and with pros staring him down. I don't know if they made him face robots again in the physical, but he aced both with flying colors again. He took another breath to calm the anger that was flaring once again. He closed his eyes and counted to 5 before ending his explanation of why Izuku Midoriya was unjustly rejected from the hero courses. Nizu is currently exploiting a loophole in the whole "we accept the quirkless now" with stating that it was too much of a liability and danger to put a quirkless person in the hero course. He was placed in general studies where it's safer. It's all bullshit, and I don't think Izzy's plan is going to go how he wants. Or maybe it is. I stopped questioning his plans a long time ago when I saw that he's got backup plans to his backup plans that almost always work out in some kind of way that he predicts. A smile tugs at the corners of his mouth at the mention of Izuku and his near-ridiculous way of predicting the future just on reading people and their actions. If he didn't know Izuku for as long as he has, he'd say the boy had a hidden mental quirk. No way. It was an answer given in tandem. They both looked to Tenya in sync, probably to double-check that the story was in fact true. No way. Came when Tenya just gave a sullen nod of his head. I was very disappointed to learn that UA was not in fact as accepting as they seem. It has made me adjust the way I look at this world. Come to terms with my own prejudices and push myself towards breaking the deep-seated and uncalled-for notions that people without quirks are somehow less than those with quirks. I'm ashamed of myself for how I first treated Izuku and strive to make it up to him and every person I may have hurt with my small-minded worldviews. Katsuki could feel the start of a not-so-familiar burn behind his eyes. Tenya was one of the first people to ever admit his mistakes and actually try to rectify and learn from them. Katsuki successfully pushed the tears back and placed a hand on Tenya's hand just like the boy had done for him. He was given a look of thanks before ducking his head with a quiet chuckle. Plus, I'd like to never be on the receiving end of Izuku's indifference again. That was most embarrassing. Let alone find out what it means to be on the end of his anger. I can only hope those that find themselves in that position survive whatever meets them. Katsuki joins Yaya in his laughter and are soon joined by a nervous Kirishima and Kaminari. After the Katsuki and Tenya called their laughter, Kirishima asked another question. So why did Midoriya take the placement in general studies? Couldn't he just apply to another hero course at another school? A disgusted smile came to fruition on Katsuki's face. If he didn't fight for a placement in UA, he would have been blacklisted for every hero school, then later blackballed by every hero agency that even spared a glance at his application after the word quirkless showed up on it. If he didn't fight against the ruling that he cheated, we both knew he'd never be able to apply for a hero license, and trying to apply to become a support hero would have been made harder than necessary. No one wants a cheater to represent them as a school, hero agency, or otherwise. If he didn't grin and bear with the general studies placement, then his hero career would have been thrown out of a window. Katsuki let his words sit in the air for a moment. Kirishima, Kaminari, and even Tenya looked thoughtful. Izuku had only told Yaya that he'd be in general studies, not why he accepted the placement. He could see that some of his words were lost on Kaminari, but the fire in Kirishima was promising while the disappointment in Tenya's eyes were expected. That's hella unmanly of the school board and our principal. Just because Midoriya doesn't have a quirk doesn't mean he can't be a hero or protect himself in the hero course. I mean, he has gotten this far in life, surrounded by people with quirks, and is still standing. Kicking major, but while he's at it, may I add, I don't see why he couldn't be accepted into the hero course after the first testing, let alone the second one that proved he wasn't cheating the first time. The sincerity and honesty in Kirishima's eyes and voice was so genuine that Katsuki didn't even think when he reached over and hugged the redhead. Katsuki wanted to cry. Okay, so apparently Katsuki was going to be introducing Izuku to Kirishima very soon. The redhead didn't need a second to think and respond about the mistreatment of someone quirkless. Kirishima was like, Katsuki. He's never seen people without a quirk as anything other than human. There unfortunately weren't very many people that thought the way the two of them did. That judged people on their actions and not their quirks or status. Katsuki then came back to his senses and found himself in a warm embrace. Apparently Kirishima was quick to respond to affection from literally anyone, even people he'd met that very same day. The blonde carefully extracted himself from the hug to sit back down in his seat, sporting a very bright and hot red high on his cheeks and tips of his ears. Tenya's smirk was both of amusement and confusion. He understands. Katsuki isn't touchy or feely with anyone but Izuku. Sorry about dashed, he's cut off by the absolutely too bright smile being shown his way. Why did I second-guess introducing this kid to Izzy again? They're basically the same person with different hair color and body build. Don't worry. I like hugs. I don't get them too often because of my quirk, so I'm always happy to get one. The smile never leaves the boy's face, even as he says some truly depressing shit. Akiri, I'll give you hugs. Kaminari doesn't hesitate to leech himself onto Kirishima's side, throwing his arms around the redhead's neck and all but situating himself in Kirishima's lap. There was tension that bled out of Kirishima's shoulders. He made a note to be more open with friendly touches and an occasional hug with the boy. If he wanted to make more friends and allies than the two he's already got, then he's going to have to be more open with himself. Sounds FNG exhausting. Katsuki, a mental whine out in his mind, then let a rod of steel slid in place of his spine. There's no room to be whining right now. No need to be a whiny baby about making friends when you're trying to become a hero. Izzy would be teasing the shit out of you if he heard you whining over having to be more open with your delicate sensibilities. Don't go giving him any ammunition. With that, he straightened up and looked to Kirishima. Want to come over to my house tomorrow to meet Izzy? I think you two would get along. He doesn't acknowledge Tenya or the way he's looking at him with that FNG smug look on his face. Really? You think he'd like me? He seems so manly and kick butt. The boy was excited, but the way he seemed to imply that he himself wasn't manly or kick but was a problem. He made it into the top hero course class in the top school of the country, which was in the top 5 hero schools of the world. The kid was more than manly and kick butt, thank you very much. They all were. Of course. I wouldn't offer if I didn't think so. Katsuki decided he'd shown more than enough emotions for the day and gave a disinterested wave of his hand while turning back to his and Tenya's notes. Decidedly ignoring the boys around him that were staring at him, making a stray note on Tenya's paper, which effectively brought said boy out of his shock and awe to make a weird noise in his throat and chastise him over the messy note he'd made. Can I come too? Was the last question he was asked at the end of the school day by the blonde part of the newly made pair of best friends. At Katsuki's lack of an instant response, the boy started to plead his case, so to say. To your house to meet Midoriya? He sounds like a really cool guy, and with how you talk about him, an even better friend. Kaminari's voice was small and sounded like he was just waiting and expecting to be rejected and question thrown out. Kami F-. Am I just a magnet for the broken, beaten and the demed? 'Cause they just seem to find me like I'm some kind of savior. Sure. Just tag along with Kirishima so you don't lose your way. If you both lose your way then, there's no hope for either of you because I live like 6 blocks that way. He points to the right of the entrance of the school and gives the two a small smile to let them know he was joking with them being hopeless if they couldn't find his home. After Katsuki had gotten confirmation that Kirishima did indeed want to meet Izzy, he'd written down his address and handed it over the redhead. He made sure that the paper went into a secure place before they moved on in conversation. It had made it into the boy's wallet, which Katsuki felt was a safe enough place to not be misplaced. He didn't want to exchange numbers yet, just in case of the off chance Izuku and Kirishima, and now Kaminari, didn't actually get along like he hopes. Kaminari looks like he wants to squeal in happiness, but thankfully he reins himself in and just nods with a bright smile on his face. Sunglasses. I need sunglasses for all these stars I'm acquiring in my galaxy. He nearly snorts at his own joke before he comes back out his mind. See you tomorrow. He was given a wave from both of the boys before they both walked off towards the school entrance. Katsuki turns back to Tenya, who was patiently waiting for his mother to come pick him up since he lived a bit away and the earliest bus to his house was an hour away. The engine quirk user could just run home, but he'd oh so shamefully stated he'd forgotten to bring a spare set of clothes. It was shocked to know that the Ida Tenya forgot something, and after that initial shock Katsuki was sure to tease the boy majority of the day for it. It was nice to tease and play with someone other than just Izzy. He loves Izzy more than he ready to willingly be open about, but he found that he liked having more than just one friend. No one will ever be able to replace or come close to his relationship with Izuku, but having someone other than the Grionet on his side was nice. So, Tenya dragged out the oaks till Katsuki looked to him in question. So? He was confused with what the navy-haired guy was trying to get out of him. Tenya rolled his eyes before answering. So what's with you just handing out hugs? I don't think I've even seen your own mother hug you, let alone a near stranger. The arched eyebrow brought another uncharacteristic blush to Katsuki's cheeks. He brings his hands up to said cheeks to rub at them for being such vile traitors. I don't know. I wasn't thinking when it happened. Bullshit. Katsuki let out a dramatic gasp and put his hand to his chest. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth? He questions, hoping to drop the subject. Who do you think I learned it from? Both her kids have engines in their legs, with one of them having a minor water quirk. There were many words that flew out of my mother's mouth, a few of them I picked up. Don't tell her I said that though. He laughs with Tenya over the joke and gives the boy a light shove to his shoulder. But seriously, you and I both know that was a bullshit answer. If you don't want to tell me then fine. It was just so out of left field for you. Then with everything that happened at lunch, the taller boy trailed off and let the air between them become serious. I just want to make sure you're okay. It was one heck of a first day. Katsuki takes a moment before turning on the bench the two were sitting on in front of the school, facing Tenya fully. He tucked his legs under each other in a crisscross applesauce way before he even attempted to put his thoughts into words. It's just, his mouth drew up in hesitation before he shoved down his worries and charged on. He could trust Yaya. It's just, I don't think I've ever met anyone, outside of my parents, that have fully and wholeheartedly accepted quirkless people for what they are. People. He knows he has Tenya's full attention and won't be interrupted when he looks up to see the boy giving him an encouraging look. You said it yourself. Society like to paint people without quirks as people that aren't worthy of common decency, let alone any type of respect. You heard how Kirishima talked about Izzy. Not once did he try to defend Nizu's original ruling and then took it a step further to defend Izzy. A person he doesn't know. A quirkless person he doesn't know. Ever since Izzy and I were little, we've always been joke of the day. First Izzy for not having a quirk and then me for standing at his side. I don't regret a single thing I've done or said in Izuku's defense, and I never will. It's a little jarring and surprising that I've found someone so like-minded. He's nearly breathing from having talked so fast, but it feels good to get his thoughts and feelings off his chest. Taking a breath, he continues on. I know you accept Izzy now, but that was only after he proved that he could take care of himself. You originally wanted him off the field and to feel ashamed of trying to become a hero. I'm beyond grateful that saw that was wrong and then came to not just Izzy to apologize but extended the apology to me as well for inadvertently eavesdropping on our conversation. You are one of very few to do that, by the way. Almost no one sought Izzy out and apologized for judging him on his quirk standing. But again, that was after he proved himself. Kirishima just accepted that Izzy is quirkless and bulldozed on to the bullshit happening to him. I wasn't kidding when I said I wasn't thinking when I hugged him. It was an unconscious move. A knee-jerk reaction, you could say. I don't know what to call it, but I don't remember thinking about hugging him when I did. Katsuki finishes with a shrug and takes a second before looking up to Tenya. There's a thoughtful look on his face that Katsuki's not sure how to decipher. There's a honk by the entrance of the school and they both look over to Mrs. Ida in her car waving at them. They wave back and stand up to start over towards the car. I'm not too sure what to say, but I can say I understand. If I had the entire world against me and my best friend for years on end, I myself would have been well and thoroughly shocked and drawn to someone who showed me that they thought like I did. Giving Kirishima a hug was nothing bad, Katsuki. It was just surprising. I do hope you're able to find it in you to open up more. Izuku and the other two aren't the only ones with a spectacular and bright smile. Tenya gave him a wink and then climbed right into his mother's car. Just leaving him standing there with yet another deep blush that he knows makes its way to his chest and his ears are nearly melting off his head. I'm such a gay FING disaster. A true dumpster fire of emotions and teen angst. He mumbles to himself as he wraps his arms around his head and heads back in through the gates. He sees a familiar yellow sleeping bag and all but runs to the side of the school when he hears some kids loudly making their way to the school's entrance. He doesn't need to be caught on school grounds after final bell and then blow his sneakiness in meeting one of the teacher privately. Even if the meeting and mentoring was both approved and encouraged by the principal, he didn't need to put All Might's credibility and teaching license on the line. What would he do if he were kicked out of UA for having specialized training and mentoring by the #1 pro hero and faculty member of the school? Nothing says bad press like teachers playing favoritism. The walk to the back of the school was a nice little walk before he made it over to where All Might was standing in all his buff glory. He's had a bit of time to mull over his thoughts and was ready to give the man an answer. Young Bakugu, I trust you had a nice day in Aizawa's class? The truly painfully large smile on the man's face was genuine, but it was also nervous. I did. Aizawa-sensei cuts out a lot of the bullshit that other senseis like to dance around. I like his bluntness. It's nice. Katsuki gives the man an honest answer, then takes a calming breath. About the offer, All Might? Making sure he had the man's attention, he held the man's gaze to let him know just how serious he was in that moment. I accept. Make sure you tuck exactly. Aizawa-sensei was standing in the middle of the yard while he, Monoma and Hitoshi were practicing basic and practical physical defense and offense maneuvers till they had them perfected and ingrained in their muscle memory. To be quite honest with himself, he was having a blast. It had been a while since he brushed up on the basics. He was happy with the burn in his muscles and ease of the motions that were slowly coming back to him that he'd long since learned. Only having to perfect and rememorize no more than 3 moves, he was able to keep up with a slow-paced mock battle with Aizawa-sensei. He was able to match every move and counter with one of the maneuvers they'd just gone over. After he showed that he had the moves down to a science, he was paired with Hitoshi to help him through his small mistakes. "Come on. You can do better than that." He makes comment when the violet-haired boy makes the same mistake for the 7th time in a row. "Don't think. Just let your body take over. It knows what to do, you just have to listen." He tries yet again to encourage the tall boy to just let his instincts take over instead of staying inside his head. They take position once more. Izuku darts forward, much slower than what he's used to moving at. He brings an open hand, palm first towards the boy's shoulder and waits a second longer than normal to draw his hand back. Hitoshi hesitates before grabbing his wrist and pushing it downwards and out. In retaliation for the wrong step, Izuku ducks down to ever so gently kick the boy in the stomach. The kick wouldn't even leave a mark, but it was enough to knock the boy on his butt. Thankfully, Hitoshi is quick to recover and tries to lunge and bring Izuku down from his midsection. Izuku gives him a little leeway before he placed his foot behind him, dug in and threw the boy's weight to the left, letting him roll. "If you keep leaving yourself open, I'm just going to keep throwing you." He shrugs and laughs at the boy's irritated huff. He does look more determined though. "I can work with this?" Izuku smirks before he puts his hands on his hips and says, "Come at me again, noodle arms." The determination that set itself on Hitoshi's face brought a real smile to Izuku's face. He was glad that all it took was a little teasing to get the other boy to, quite obviously, just let his body take over. He could see that the purplet was no longer thinking about his movements and was just relying on his instincts. Hitoshi stood up and took quick, steady steps towards Izuku. He didn't want to take the boy out of his determination, so he started with the first move, giving a sluggish type throw towards the boy's face. He knew that even if he made contact with Hitoshi's jaw, it wouldn't do anything more than leave a red mark, maybe a dull bruise. He was pleased when the boy ducked under the punch and brought his hand up to wrap around Izuku's wrist, finally dragging it down the correct way, throwing Izuku of his balance while bringing his knee up and into his gut. Izuku let himself be thrown to the ground, landing on his back and looking up to see what Hitoshi would do next. He smiled when he saw the boy drop to one knee, reeling back to give Izuku what was supposed to be a knockout blow. Izuku swats the fist away from his face and reaches up, intending to put the boy in a headlock. With Izuku moving at half speed, Hitoshi is able to bring his elbow in and jab Izuku in the ribs hard. Izuku's body took that as someone trying to tickle him and seized up, which gave Hitoshi an opening to slip out of the almost headlock and straddle his waist. Izuku brought his arms up to protect his face from the punch that came down. Izuku could tell that Hitoshi was putting his all into the punch, but Izuku knew that the hit didn't have near enough power behind it to do a single thing. It wouldn't even leave the area sore after maybe 10 minutes. He knew that his pain tolerance was beyond anything people could comprehend, but even he knew that Hitoshi needed to put on some muscle mass if he wanted to become a near quirkless underground hero. There was no logical situation where Hitoshi could go through even getting his license with lack of power he has as of right now. Having gotten a good enough read on the boy's body and where said boy needed to improve, he decided it was time to end the mock fight. Not even speeding up his movements, he peeked through his arms that were still guarding his face, and grabbed the next fist that came down to try to break through his barrier. He grabbed Hitoshi's wrist and pulled him forward till he was trying to brace himself on the ground above Izuku's head with his free hand. With the newfound free space to finagle with, Izuku brings his legs in top wedge underneath Hitoshi. He pays no mind to the "oh shit" look Hitoshi shoots him or the strangled plead of "please no" before he uses the new leverage and position to launch the rest of Hitoshi's body over his head. The oof released from Hitoshi made Izuku chuckle before he launched himself upwards. He finds his balance on his feet before turning back to his lilac friend. Ping his head to the side and asking, "What cha doing down there, Toshi?" earned himself a light glare and eye roll. "Don't go killing my kid, Midoriya." The tired words of his sensei drift over from other side of the training courtyard. They weren't too far from UA grounds, but they were far enough to not be considered to be on school grounds. which was important to the small group in keeping their secret training a secret. Eraserhead was working on Monoma's reaction time and his ability to avoid incoming objects. Sensei currently had Monoma's upper body wrapped in his scarf and wriggling on the ground, cursing his bindings. Come on. You can do it, Blondie. I believe in your skills to get out of this scarf. They're not even that tight, kid. Izuku watches as Monoma's struggling increases and the cursing devolves into unintelligible growling. He glances down to see Hitoshi watching on with a half-interested gaze, not seeming to want to get off the ground yet. He wonders if Hitoshi could actually see anything or if he was just imagining what all was going on. Not trying to delve into the other boy's point of view or mind at the moment, he turns back to see a determined Monoma finally free himself from his binds. The blonde gets to his feet as fast as he could manage before taking off towards Izuku and Shinso. Don't let him put me back in that scarf. Monoma manages to put himself behind Izuku before Aizawa-sensei was able to lazily reach down and pick up his scarf. If you don't want to get caught, then learn to dodge. Izuku looked over his shoulder, shrugged and then proceeded to dodge to the right as he looked forward to see Aizawa-sensei's scarves coming towards him. Frustrated groans come from where he was previously standing. Looking over he sees that Monoma was once again wrapped in the scarf. You could have warned me, Midoriya. Izuku chuckles and shakes his head. Where's the fun in that? You're an a-hole. Hitoshi laughs out from his position on the ground. Izuku puts a hand to his chest and drops his chin in mock offense. Who? I'm offended. I'm taking all 37 of our kids and moving to America? He folds his arms and turns his nose upwards. Oh no. How ever will I survive? The boy's monotone voice makes Izuku's act crack as he lets out an amused snort. There's more and more kids every time you two get into it. How many kids do you two even have? Monoma stops struggling momentarily to question them, which makes Aizawa-sensei raise his eyebrow in question. If my plans fall into place, we'll have around 220 kids at the very least by the end of the school year. Izuku gives a sadistic smirk that takes the other three off guard. What do you mean by plans? Hitoshi ped his head to the side, propping himself up on his forearms, still on the ground in the middle of the three standing. Why so many? Monoma looked concerned. That's the number of kids attending this school as first years. Why? Aizawa-sensei had a blank look. He's probably thinking you're planning something villainous. Don't blame him. That's a logical assumption with the minimal information he was just presented. Izuku mentally shrugs before clasping his hands behind his back. Looking each in the eye, he made sure he had their full attention before giving them at least the reason behind his secret plans. Well, I don't take kindly to quirk discrimination, uncalled for intimidation tactics, or outright bullshit by people in power. Principal Nizu will learn by the end of this school year that he tried to blackball the wrong quirkless student. He finishes with a genuine and honest smile, near giddy at the near-in-sync shiver that ran over the three males in front of him. I'm coming for everything you are, Nizu. Katsuki and All Might talked for a good 2.5 hours on what all Katsuki would be needing to do before he could be passed on One for All. He never would have guessed that the number one hero was as much of a chatterbox as his best friend, but he found a bit of comfort in the constant dialogue. He already has a good build from the years of training with Izzy, but he'd need to bulk up a bit more and work on his quirk stamina if he wanted to not have his limbs blown off by the past quirk. He didn't think his lean figure would have been a problem, but he understands the fear of Katsuki's body literally exploding from quirk overload. The diet guide he was given was to help him put weight on, while the training schedule and routines was to help shape up his body. If Katsuki was being honest, the only thing that was really changing to his daily routines was the amount of food he was eating, a faster and heavier bench press session, more push-ups, and longer cardio runs. Everything else that All Might had listed and wrote out for him was already a part of what he did with Izzy almost daily. His cool-off days were changing, but that didn't bother him too much. All Might looked stunned when he told him such. The man even asked him what had him pushing himself so hard. I want to be the best hero I can be. He shrugged his shoulders and then pocketed the page the hero had given him. All Might also told him that the quirk that he'd be passing to him was a stockpile quirk, meaning it wasn't just one quirk he'd be receiving to perfect, but multiple. The quirk that All Might primarily used, though, was the strength quirk that was passed on from the previous holder. Katsuki had asked who the previous person was, but the man clammed up and changed the subject. He wonders if Izzy would know. I can't ask him. He would need more details to go off of. Details you can't give him? Katsuki closes his eyes and stopped walking. He was maybe 2 blocks away from his house, but he needed to take a second to calm his mind. He hates that he has to keep something like this from his best friend. He feels dirty. Now isn't the time to be wallowing in self-pity, Katsuki. Izzy would want you to do what you need to do. What you feel is best for you. Another deep breath and he starts walking again. Determined to get home and let his mom fawn over him about his first day at his childhood dream school. There's not a lot you can do with the situation you've found yourself in. Maybe you can find a loophole. He mutters to himself as he goes to unlock his front door. Instead, he found that his door was unlocked and there was loud laughter coming from inside his house. I guess Izzy came right here after class? A fond smile comes to his face as he thinks of his best friend feeling comfortable enough once again to walk into the Bakugu residence like it's his own. It took a lot to get him back to understanding that the home was a safe place for him, that he could come and go as he pleased, but Katsuki was just happy they were finally back to how things used to be. Mostly. The blonde kicks off his shoes to replace with his house slippers before slowly making his way towards the source of the noise in the house. He finds himself drawn to the kitchen where he finds Izuku sitting on the counter next to the fridge where his dad was digging through it to find a snack to eat before dinner probably. His mom was standing at the kitchen island with a bright smile on her face while chopping various vegetables. It smelled like his mom was making curry for dinner tonight, which was his favorite. He followed his mom's line of sight when she looks over to the kitchen table before asking a question. His auntie Inko looked to be in the middle of a fit of cackling which he found to sound absolutely hilarious. What do you mean he didn't know? That's literally everyone's worst nightmare. His mom laughed loudly and made Katsuki's smile grow. He knows he fights with her a lot, but he absolutely loves to see his mom happy and carefree. I'm pretty positive there's a duo out there with a stealth quirk and a snatching quirk of some sort, because I swear he had no idea until I pointed it out. He just walked in so casually in just his boxers, undershirt, sock and shoes. It's hard to think he didn't notice, but the horror on his face was so genuine. Auntie was once again doubled over in her chair in laughter. Katsuki chuckled before making his way into the kitchen and towards the island where his mom was working on. Izzy was the first to notice him. Kaken, you're home. His green-headed friend jumped off the counter he was sitting on to rush over and hug him. It was a tradition they started back in preschool and were both loath to break. Those few years of healing really took a toll on Katsuki and made him feel like a touch-starved leech when his Izzy finally worked up enough trust to allow him their hugs and near constant touching once again. He pushes the worry of these hugs being stopped once again to the back of his head and lets his body relax in his best friend's arms. This was the most hectic and emotionally and mentally draining first day of school in his life. Just as they're about to pull away, Izzy gets on his tiptoes to whisper in his ear, "We need to talk later." They pull away from each other and Katsuki represses a snort of excitement and anticipation over the mischievous look in those forest green eyes. His Izzy was up to something. He was plotting. Katsuki nods and lets his arms drop from around Izzy's shoulders. He was curious to find out what all his best friend had going through his mind, but he knew that he'd be given all the details later like he was told. "Kats, how was school? Did you make any friends?" His mom set down her knife to turn her full attention towards him and made him roll his eyes fondly. He secretly loved the attention she'd give him but would rather cut off his right foot with a spoon than admit that to her. "As a matter of fact, I did." All movement in the room stopped and all 4 sets of eyes focused on him. He liked attention, but this was just uncomfortable. "Wait, you did?" His dad asked him cautiously as he slowly shut the fridge to turn around towards him fully. "Yeah." He answered truthfully, almost backing up as the adults look at him in surprise. Izzy, on the other hand, looked up towards him in pride. "See, I told you everything was going to be fine. I knew you were going to find friends in 1A. The way his friend's eyes twinkled had him nearly blushing at the praise. "I kind of invited them over tomorrow? Was that okay?" He directs the question to his mom, who looks on the verge of tears. Was he really considered that socially inept that him making friends was some ground-breaking accomplishment? "Have them stay for dinner." His mom looked him dead in the eye to give him her overly serious request. Them? His dad looked to be short-circuiting. Oh shit. Auntie Inko was looking impressed, and Izzy was gaping at his mother. It wasn't often that she used inappropriate words. Mom. Izzy's surprised shout was accompanied by an equally surprised laugh. I think I've made a mistake. Katsuki wasn't trying to be dramatic, but their reactions to him making friends was almost too much for him. He didn't know how to actually process it. I'm going to go change. He jiggles his thumb over his shoulder and makes a break for his bedroom before his mom could make her way around the island to grab and interrogate him. Locking the door behind him, he took a few deep breaths before turning around to walk over to his dresser. He makes quick work of changing into a pair of training tights and running shorts along with a black tank top. He grabbed his clip-on miniature speaker that Izzy made him and locks into place on the loop that was added to the side of his pocket before making his way back out of his room. The kitchen was much more subdued than when he first walked in the house. Instead of laughter and jokes, it was now filled with speculation of what kind of people he had invited over to the house. Katsuki ignored the parents and caught Izzy's eyes and nodded his head towards the front door in a silent question. While dinner was being made, he wanted to spend a bit of alone time with his best friend. Purely for the sake of making sure his friend wasn't tortured on his first day of school. Nothing else. No ulterior motives to find out more about his friend's new supposed boyfriend. He's had time to let the shock of the announcement to wear off and think through it. He wasn't totally convinced, and now with the promise of that mischievous twinkle he had found in his friend's eye, he was hoping that it was just part of some elaborate plan of some sort. A guy could dream and poke holes in flimsy declarations, right? Thankfully he and Izzy basically shared a brain, so his friend was jumping up from his seat and pulling him towards the front door. We'll be back before dinner, was called over Izzy's shoulder in response to the "Where are you two heading off to?" question from his aunt. They quickly tugged on their running shoes and made their way outside. They start off towards the park they used to frequent as kids, quietly listening to the playlist they'd made specifically for running. A sense of normalcy washed over Katsuki. This was normal for them. They went on runs after school all the time for the most random of reasons. Sometimes not even in needing any other reason other than, I want to spend some quiet time running with my best friend. Other times they went on these runs to let either one of or both of their minds calm down and process everything that happened that day. Their runs were a good way for them to decompress after a stressful day like today. They finally make it to their park and sit at the unoccupied swings in the middle of the park. Companionable silence surrounds them for several minutes before Katsuki's curiosity finally wins out. So what are you plotting, Izzy? Katsuki was not expecting the broad smile that was turned towards him. The devious look in his friend's eyes, though, was completely expected. I'm so glad you know me so well. It makes life so much easier. Just having someone there that just knows me like I know them. Gives me the warm and fuzzies. Izzy shoots him a wink that makes him duck his head and blush. The basis of the no doubt complicated and complex plan you've got going on, Izzy? Katsuki redirects the attention to his original question and tries to dispel the red coating his cheeks. Those two aren't dating. He'd never talk to me like this if he were in an actual relationship. From that blush, I know you know the first part of it at least. Kats, I'm going to be honest with you. The low, serious tone makes him ignore his heated face to look over at the greenette. Izuku gives him a confident but somewhat worried grin. I don't plan on staying in UA after this school year.